Chapter 1461, 10 Holy Protection Lord Talent, 2. A text notification appeared. 10 Sacred Blessings Protection of the Original Master God Origin. Specific Talent Effect 1 Supreme Blessing of the Origin, the Original Master God Tier Origin, one of the 10 Chief Gods under the Supreme Will, has performed the Supreme Blessing on you and your subjects. You and your subjects have a small world in your bodies that you can control freely. Specific Talent Effect 2, God of the World, due to the world in your body, the potential of you and your subjects has increased by a small level, the upper limit is a low-tier deity level advanced grade God Spirit. Specific Talent Effect 3 Origin Favor, due to the world in your body, you and your subjects are favored by the Origin Favor. Your luck is higher than ordinary life forms. Under the protection of the Origin luck, you can often turn calamities into blessings when you encounter danger. It's also easier to obtain treasures and other resources that ordinary life forms can't obtain. When you and your subjects die, the world in your bodies will leave your corpses and become a part of the myriad worlds. You and your subjects won't really die. Instead, you will become the will of the world and live in the inner world. You will live eternally and coexist with the myriad worlds until the myriad worlds are destroyed. Specific Talent Effect 4, Divine Path to Heaven, you and your subjects will not encounter any bottlenecks in advancement before you attain mid-tier deity level elementary grade. The probability of breaking through the bottleneck and successfully advancing will increase by 20% for all levels before Master God tier advance grade. Specific Talent Effect 5 Master God's Protection, the development process of your Lord's faction will not be obstructed by other Master God level powerhouses. The original Master God Origin will secretly protect you and your Lord's faction and stop or kill any Master God level powerhouses who dare to come and have malicious intentions. Specific Talent Effect 6 Protector of the Divine Kingdom, when your Lord faction advances to the beginner level Divine Kingdom Lord faction, the Origin Lord Origin will automatically join your Lord faction and become a worshipped Master God loyal to you. However, you have to agree to help him advance to the Supreme God level in the future. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly after reading it. This 10 Sacred Blessings Lord Talent is not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Firstly, Origin's Supreme Blessing could allow the subjects to bring a small world that they could freely control. Small worlds had endless magical uses. Needless to say, those who had read novels that used small worlds as cheats knew the details. Trade, farming, hiding people, small bases, cultivation. All kinds of uses were very useful. The reason why the original spirit race was the #1 race in the myriad worlds was also very related to the small worlds in their bodies. As for the specific talent to God of World, it was also because of the small world that his potential automatically increased by a small level. This was all the subjects of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, and it did not only include human subjects. Originally, the lowest potential of the human subject was the intermediate grade epic tier. If he wanted to raise it to the potential of an epic tier advance grade, he needed at least 20 new human Master God tiers. They did not need this process to become the lower limit of the potential of an epic tier advance grade with the enhancement of this Lord Talent. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Just this talent effect alone made him very satisfied. Then, he sensed the number of Master Gods needed to raise the potential of an epic tier advance grade to the legendary tier elementary grade. In the end, he discovered that he needed a total of 50 new Master Gods to raise the minimum potential of the human race to the legendary tier elementary grade. 50. It seems that it will take a long time to increase the potential of the human race. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and thought to himself. However, he was not in a hurry. The original spirit race had spent countless years accumulating so many Master Gods and raising the original spirit race to the level of a top-notch bloodline race. How little time has passed. He would just take it slow. As for the third talent effect Origin Favor, it was almost similar to the racial characteristics of the original spirit race. After the original spirit race died, the small world in their bodies would become a part of the myriad worlds. That was because of the original spirit race's contribution to improving the myriad worlds. The original spirit race was favored by the Supreme Will and even personally recognized by the Supreme Will as the #1 race in the myriad worlds. Specific Talent Effect 4, Divine Path to Heaven, also stunned Zhou Zhou. He would not encounter any bottlenecks before advancing to mid-tier deity level elementary grade God spirits. The probability of breaking through the bottleneck and successfully advancing would increase by 20% before advancing from a mid-tier deity level elementary grade to a Master God tier advance grade. Be it the former or the latter, they were enough to make countless life forms and even god spirits go crazy. With it there, the blazing sun divine kingdom was destined to have more and more god spirits, true gods, and even master gods in the future. The Lord talents of the 10 sacred blessings of the 3 races are not bad. Now, I only have the 10 sacred blessings Lord talent of the master god of death, the Thanatos, left. If I obtain the 10 sacred blessings Lord talent of the master god tier Thanatos, I will be able to gather all the 10 sacred blessings Lord talent. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he began to think. The god of death, Thanatos, was the master god of the netherworld. Now that the netherworld was already controlled by the reincarnation will, he could go to the netherworld when he had time and chat with the reincarnation will. With his relationship with the reincarnation will, it should not be difficult for him to obtain the other party's 10 sacred blessings Lord talent. Zhou Zhou smiled at the thought of this. It seemed that he would soon gather all the 10 sacred blessings Lord talent. He wondered what would happen after he gathered all the Lord talents of the 10 holy protection. At the same time, Zhou Fight finally arrived at the ultimate void battleground with the god spirits. The ultimate void battleground was separated from space, so there was no concept of space here. The battlefield was filled with purple-red scenes, and these scenes were still undergoing strange changes. It looked like he had arrived at a strange hell. Zhou Fight frowned slightly as he looked at the surrounding scene and sensed the changes in his body. His strength had been suppressed and had decreased by at least 50%. Even his Lord's Law was greatly suppressed here. Then, he released the Law skill, King, and forcefully raised his strength to the level of Master God tier advanced grade. Only then did he reduce the suppression on him to the lowest level. But even so, he was still suppressed by about 10% of his strength by the environment here. It's because this is not the Supreme Great Cosmos. The laws of the Supreme Great Cosmos are completely inapplicable here. Only existences above the Master God can unleash the power of their nomological path to the greatest extent in this ultimate void battlefield without being affected by an unfamiliar environment because they have already broken through the nomological limit of the Supreme Great Cosmos and walked their own nomological path. Zhou Fight quickly thought of the reason. Chapter 1462, Thousand Evil Lord and Thousand Evil Army. He turned around and looked at the god spirits behind him. When they discovered that the god spirits below true gods were more or less flustered because they could sense that their strength had been greatly affected in this ultimate void battlefield. Almost less than 10% of their strength remained. Only the master gods were barely better and could unleash about 90% of their strength. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. As expected of the ultimate void battleground. It gave them a wake-up call and let them know how powerful the ultimate void battlefield was. He wondered if he could resolve the problem of his strength being suppressed. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something and looked up into the distance. An army of 10 billion god spirits suddenly appeared in the distance. They flew towards Zhou Fight and arrived in front of him in no time. Zhou Fight looked at the other party's sudden appearance. The leader of this faction was a god spirit wearing a black helmet and black armor. He carried a black spear on his back and had a black and red dragon under him. His aura was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed all the god spirits present, including the master god tier, to the point of being speechless. Even Zhou Fight held his breath slightly. He looked at the other party and could sense the terrifying demonic aura hidden deep in the other party's aura. It was as if there were endless terrifying demons sealed in the other party's body. However, this aura seemed to be suppressed by an extremely powerful sealing law. And because of that, he stood there as if he was the source of evil, as if he was the endpoint of evil. Zhou Fight's mind was calm. The Supreme God realm. And it was definitely a top Supreme God. Moreover, from the looks of it, the other party seemed to have appeared to take him down a notch. This should be Lord of 10,000 evils without a doubt. It seemed that the other party was not as Origin had said. He was not a member of the Lord of all Races Reserve Army who was purely kind and lawful. However, as an opponent for the Lord of all Races, his actions were not difficult to understand. His gaze swept past Lord of 10,000 Evils and landed on the 1,000 Evil army behind him. The 1,000 Evil army behind this person numbered as many as 10 billion. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that this 10 billion army was all god spirits. Zhou Fight looked over and had a rough estimate. Among the 10 billion god spirits in front of him, there were probably more than 100 million true god tier. There were about 10,000 master gods. 10,000 master gods. This was an unimaginable number of master gods by Zhou Fight previously. However, it appeared in front of Zhou Fight. Previously, all the master gods of the three top bloodline races combined with the elite subsidiary bloodline races only had more than 1,000 supremacy gods. However, here, the Thousand Evil Army alone had 10 times the number of master gods of the three top bloodline races and elite subsidiary races. Moreover, this was most likely not all of the other party's master god tier. It could be seen how terrifying the other party's strength was. Moreover, this was only the number of master gods. Zhou Fight could feel it. In the other party's army, at least 5 supreme god level pressures were faintly discernible. The others were all god spirits below the true god tier level. Zhou Fight secretly took a deep breath. Was this Lord of 10,000 Evils and his 1,000 Evils army? Their strength and power were indeed a little exaggerated. If the two sides fought, Zhou Fight was not even sure if his Son of Destiny could successfully use it on the other party. There was a high chance that it could not be used. The other party's strength had already far exceeded them after all. The Son of Destiny could not use it against such an enemy with a huge difference in strength. He looked at the Thousand Evil Army behind him and his gaze immediately landed on the Supreme Soldier type Ultimate Evil Spirits. These Ultimate Evil Spirits did not have a physical body. Instead, they were a ball of red fog. There were blood-red incantations around this red fog. Zhou Fight controlled all techniques and could tell at a glance that these incantations were seal-type incantations. These incantations can seal demons and turn the power of the sealed demons into their own. The more demons sealed, the stronger the power they would master, and the more methods they would have. It could be said to be a supreme profession with extremely high growth. The ultimate evil spirit occupied about 1/5 of the army. The remaining 4/5 were all Divine Kingdom soldier types. Even so, this power was enough to shock outsiders. The ultimate evil spirit that has just changed classes should be far inferior to my Supreme God Realm Soldier and Supreme Holy Mage God at the same level. With the ultimate evil spirit that has grown up with a high growth rate, it might be able to fight my Supreme Soldier type, but it's only a fight. The ultimate evil spirit's chances of winning are at most 20%. Zhou Fight assessed in his heart. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. Even though the other party was strong, he was at least stronger than the other party in terms of the strength of his soldier type. When he grew up in the ultimate void battleground, he might be able to fight the other party head-on. At the same time, the Lord of 10,000 Evils was also looking at the new Lord of all Races Reserve in front of him. This was the 4th Lord of all Races Reserve army selected by the Supreme Will? Just the strength of true God tier advance grade? Lord of 10,000 Evils saw through Zhou Fight's strength at a glance. However, he didn't dare underestimate him at all. This was because according to his understanding, the other party did not even have a single cultivation realm before he came to the High Continent. He was not even a Black Iron tier extraordinaire. However, his strength had increased to his current strength at an extremely shocking speed in the extremely short period of time since he came to the High Continent. The other party was not even 25 years old. Since ancient times, other than those connate god spirits who were born as god spirits, no postnatal life form's cultivation speed could compare to this Lord of all Races Reserve army. Even he was far inferior to the other party. There was a high chance that it would not happen in the future. Stop. Common People's Regal. I've heard of your name for a long time. I can finally meet you today. After a long silence, Lord of 10,000 Evils was the first to speak. He was here to welcome the other party after all. Your Excellency Lord of 10,000 Evils, you're too polite. This Emperor has also heard of your Excellency's name for a long time. It's said that if not for your Excellency presiding over the ultimate void battlefield, the Great Cosmos barrier of the Supreme Great Cosmos would have long been broken by the ultimate void creatures. Our world would have long been invaded by these foreign enemies. All the myriad races in the world remember your contributions. Zhou Fight said with a faint smile. He was completely unaffected by the other party's supreme god level pressure. The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled faintly and restrained the pressure he emitted. Let's go back to the base first. I'll introduce you to the situation in the ultimate void battleground. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said. Sure. Zhou Fight nodded. Then, everyone flew towards the base under the lead of the Thousand Evil Army. Chapter 1463, Descendants of the God Spirit's Fate. Target. A moment later. The Lord of 10,000 Evils brought Zhou Fight and the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom to the base that he had mentioned. It was said to be a base, but it was actually an entire planet. Furthermore, it was a planet that was comparable to tens of thousands of boundless universes. This was the first time Zhou Fight, who had countless bloodline inheritances, had seen such a planet. He could not help but be shocked. He looked at the surface of the planet carefully. On the surface of this planet, there were a large number of racial buildings of different styles. There were also gods from all the races living in these buildings. The weakest of them was a low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit, and there were about 1 trillion of them. They were all wearing war uniforms. Trillions of god spirits. This was an extremely terrifying number. Zhou Fight was in disbelief. Was the military strength of the ultimate void battleground that strong? Or did every lord of all races reserve army have so many divine subordinates under them? Compared to this scene, the subordinates of the god spirits he had were too shabby. Wait. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. He sensed a strange aura from these god spirits. The Lord of 10,000 Evils also saw Zhou Fight's expression. He smiled faintly and said, "Did you not expect to see so many god spirits here?" Zhou Fight didn't hide his confusion. He nodded and said in surprise, "I fought with the 3 top bloodline races in the Supreme Great Cosmos before I came here." The racial factions known as the 3 top bloodline races, combined with their elite subsidiary races, only have 2 billion god spirits. The racial factions known as the 3 top bloodline races, combined with their elite subsidiary races, only have 2 billion god spirits. Is there actually such a huge difference in strength between you reserve armies of the Lord of all races and those top bloodline factions? Also, I feel that most of the auras of the gods on this planet don't seem right. Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded and slowly explained. We'll have to talk about it slowly. The planet you're looking at is the main base of our 1000 Evil army in the ultimate void battlefield. I call it the Demon Lord planet. We have about 132 base planets like this in the ultimate void battlefield, occupying 15% of the territory of the ultimate void battlefield. Other than being able to carry our soldiers and service members, these base planets also have the ability to control and monitor a place. He is equivalent to a territory token. It's the cornerstone of a territory, and it's also proof of the territory that opened up the ultimate void battlefield. At this point, the Lord of 10,000 Evils suddenly changed the topic and brought up the main point. As for the god spirits you see in front of you, most of them are actually not god spirits. Not god spirits. Zhou Fight raised his eyebrows. The Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded. That is because the level of the battlefield in the ultimate void battlefield is very high, only god spirits can survive and fight on this battlefield. It's almost impossible for non-god spirits to live here. However, our divine soldiers' daily lives and war logistics always need some other members to manage and maintain. The god spirit soldiers don't have the time and energy to do such a thing. We can only leave it to the other members. However, the Supreme Will can't bring us non-god spirits living beings from the Supreme Great Cosmos. In the end, we thought for a long time and could only use a more extreme method. That is to let the god spirits give birth to descendants on the ultimate void battlefield. Then, they can use a special mystic technique to transform the descendant of the god spirit itself, allowing their essence existence to adapt to the environment here, allowing them to survive on this battlefield even if they are not god spirits. This way, these descendants of the god spirit can survive in the ultimate void battlefield. You're saying that these seemingly god spirits are actually the descendants of the god spirits here, disguised as god spirits through special secret techniques? Zhou Fight said in surprise. That's how they deceived the ultimate void battlefield and allowed them to survive here successfully. I can't say that I was deceived. It's just a way to adapt to and use environmental rules. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said calmly. Transform the physique of the descendants of the god spirit and let it adapt to the environment of the ultimate void battlefield. Zhou Fight was deep in thought. Then, he suddenly thought of something and raised his eyebrows slightly. Then wouldn't they be unable to leave the ultimate void battlefield for the rest of their lives? This was like a problem of acclimatization. Since he had chosen to adapt to the environment of the ultimate void battlefield, he was destined to not be able to adapt to the environment of the Supreme Great Cosmos. The two were completely different. If he wanted to forcefully leave the ultimate void battlefield and return to the Supreme Great Cosmos, there was only one outcome: death. It was just like how Earthlings would suffocate when they entered space. That's not all. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said, if we can completely defeat the ultimate void creature one day, this ultimate void battlefield will collapse. At that time, the demis who are already considered life forms of the ultimate void battlefield will also die with the collapse of the ultimate void battlefield. It's inevitable. Fortunately, it's still too early to talk about this. Ultimate void creatures can't be eliminated in a short period of time. These descendants of the God Spirit can also live for a while longer. Zhou Zhou did not comment. He didn't have any thoughts of criticizing their actions of modifying the descendant of the God Spirit. With so many God Spirits gathered on this battlefield, it was almost inevitable that a descendant would be bomb. With the method to modify the descendant of the God Spirit, at least it could allow the descendant of the God Spirit to survive on this battlefield that only had God Spirits. However, without this method, the descendant of the God Spirit would die as soon as it was born. Looking at it this way, he might as well modify these descendants of the God Spirit. At the very least, they could survive. As for the price of surviving, that was something that could not be helped. By the way, since you've come to the ultimate void battleground, the Supreme Will should have set some training targets for you, right? What's the target? Can you tell me? If it's not convenient for you to say, forget it. The Lord of 10,000 Evils asked with a faint smile. It's not inconvenient. Zhou Zhou said, the Supreme Will only has one goal for me, and that is to completely end this war between the two universes and the ultimate void creatures. This goal was personally told to him by the Supreme Will before he came. This goal was personally told to he by the Supreme Will before he came. He looked at Zhou Zhou in a daze with a blank expression. Suddenly, he smacked his lips and patted Zhou Zhou's shoulder. Brother! I'm the third in the Lord of all Races Reserve Army. You don't mind saying that I'm your brother, right? The Lord of 10,000 Evils' attitude suddenly changed. There was a faint trace of pity in her tone. The comers of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched twice as he nodded. He could tell that this fellow was not a bad person. They could talk about it. Brother Demon, do you have anything to say? Brother Common People's Regal, do you know how many years I've been here? The Lord of 10,000 Evils asked a baffling question first. Chapter 1464, War Summary. According to my understanding, Brother Devil seems to have stayed here for more than 120 million years. Zhou Zhou had the inheritance of the various races in his mind and had some understanding of this matter. That's right. I've been here for more than 120 million years. The Lord of 10,000 Evils' voice was low. In the past 120 million years, I've thought of all kinds of ways and experienced all kinds of setbacks and dangers, but I still couldn't repel those ultimate void creatures, let alone completely end this war. You've seen my power. The Lord of 10,000 Evils pointed at the 1,000 evil army behind him. 10 billion God spirits. 100 million true God tiers. 10,000 master God tiers. I even have several supreme gods under me. However, I'm still unable to completely fight against those ultimate void creatures even with such a force. Even now, I've only occupied 15% of the entire void battleground. Do you think you can do better than me? The Lord of 10,000 Evils' expression darkened. Back then, he was sent here by the Supreme Will because he hoped that he could resolve the threat of the ultimate void creature. Then, he might be able to become the Lord of all races. However, so many years had passed. Not only did he not expel those ultimate void creatures, even the ultimate void battlefield personally established by the Supreme Will was occupied by more than 90% of the territory by those ultimate void creatures. As a result, they who should have been fighting on their home ground, had now become an away game. This was not just a matter of losing face. More importantly, he had lost the opportunity to show the Supreme Will that he had the ability to become the Lord of all races. Now, in the eyes of the Supreme Will, he was just a failure who couldn't fulfill his expectations. He still seemed to have the status of a reserve army of the Lord of all races. However, he was already getting further and further away from the position of the Supreme Lord. It could be seen that the Lord of all races had ignored he for so many years. And this time, they sent a fourth Lord of all races reserve army to him, which proved that the Supreme Will had completely lost patience with him. That was why they sent this common people's regal to replace him. The Lord of 10,000 Evils glanced at Zhou Zhou without leaving a trace at the thought of this. If he ended the war with the ultimate void creatures before this common people's regal, would he be able to recover his status in the Supreme Will's heart and even have a chance of getting the Supreme Lord position again? This thought flashed through his mind. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. If he could do it, he would have done it long ago. Why would he wait until today? Still, if he couldn't do it, it would be even harder for him to become the common people's regal. As long as he did better than him, his status in the hearts of the Supreme Will might increase a little. The Lord of 10,000 Evils thought of this idea. Instantly, he felt motivated. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly when he heard that the other party was questioning his strength. There are some things that it's useless to just say. You have to do it to prove it. When Lord of 10,000 Evils heard this, an obvious look of surprise appeared on his face. No way. The other party couldn't even see the situation clearly? He still wanted to struggle? Did this fellow really think that he, a fledgling Supreme Lord Reserve Army, could deal with the ultimate void creature that he had spent countless years to deal with? If it was really so easy to resolve, they would not have become one of the greatest problems of the Supreme Will. However, he didn't say anything mocking even though he looked down on him. He only smiled faintly and said, "Brother, you're bold. You just arrived. I've prepared a welcome banquet for you. Why don't we welcome you first? It just so happens that at the banquet, I'll tell you about this ultimate void battlefield and the ultimate void creature." When Zhou Zhou first heard that it was just eating and drinking, he wanted to reject it. He had just arrived at the ultimate void battlefield and was feeling smug. Why would he waste time on such favors? However, he changed his mind after hearing the last sentence. "I'd like that. Thank you, Brother Demon Master," Zhou Zhou said with a faint smile. "Hey, this is nothing." Lord of 10,000 Evils waved his hand and pulled Zhou Zhou into the base planet to start the welcoming banquet. At the same time, Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Zhou Zhou was looking at today's battle summary. After the battle with the three races today, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had wiped out a total of more than 200 capital units troops, 800 million Chaos Gods race and their elite subsidiary race God spirits, 100,000 true God tiers, and more than 300 Master Gods. After today's territory expansion war, the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had obtained a total of 800,000 mist cores, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, and basic materials of various levels in the capital units. There were also 93,287,312,317,698 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 778,789 legendary tier and below Lord Talent spheres. A large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments of other levels. There were also 30 capital units, 7,838,342,300,000 million units of divine crystals from low-tier deity level to high-tier deity level. 12,048,739,898 true God tier divine crystals. 2,334,927,678 Master God tier divine crystals. 874,398 Grade 1 to Grade 3 Supreme God divine crystals. 87,433,298,790,000 million low-level to high-tier deity level divine artifacts. 78.99 million true God tier divine artifacts. 10,893 Master God tier divine artifacts. 127 Supreme God divine artifacts. There were a total of about 60.1 trillion divine spark fragments, God tier herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. 2,387,988,732 Master God tier herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. 3,998 Supreme God level God tier herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. In terms of insight defection, the three races were all equipped with supreme treasures to prevent insight defection. There were no gains in terms of insight defection. However, after this battle, the original Spirit Race's army and the Mu God Race's army had all become slave soldiers of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. This effect was not inferior to the Sun of Destinies. It was even better. Currently, the number of troops was at least 600 capital units army, a billion god spirits, 100,000 true god tiers, and more than 300 supremacy gods. The exact number was still being calculated. Moreover, this portion of troops was still being reorganized in the Chaos Sea. It would take a while for them to be sent to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. In addition, in terms of the advancement of god spirits, a total of 121,238,789 legendary tier advance grade soldiers had advanced to low tier deity level elementary grade god spirits. There were also 8,678 high tier deity level advance grade god spirits who had advanced to true god tier elementary grade god spirits. Another 16 top-notch true gods of the human race and 20 top-notch true gods of the people of foreign races felt their master god tier bottleneck and applied to enter the reincarnation sacred palace to cultivate in seclusion to try to break through to the master god tier realm. There was a high chance that they would officially break through tomorrow. Zhou Zhou's original military strength was 210 capital units 2,641,241,73818,321 soldiers, 240,384,609 god spirits, 33,729 true god tiers, and 129 supremacy gods. Now, with these insight defection troops and new god spirit powerhouses, the troops under him reached 146 capital units with 264,117,457,818,321 soldiers, 239,618,609 god spirits, 33,064 true gods, and 116 master gods. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly after reading it. After today's war, even though the total number of his troops did not change much, excluding the original spirit race and the shepherd's god race, the overall strength of the soldiers had increased greatly. Especially in terms of the god spirits, there were more than 100 million ordinary god spirits, nearly 10,000 new true god tiers, as many as 36 new master gods that were about to be born. This was already an extremely shocking improvement. Chapter 1465, Base Star Core. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he closed the battle report and continued to enter the reincarnation sacred palace to cultivate. His clones were all taking risks outside. He had to work hard even if he didn't take risks. At the same time, in the ultimate void battlefield, in the base of the Demon Lord planet, at the banquet, the god spirits of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom were drinking with the god spirits of the Thousand Evil Army. It was very lively. This Demon Lord was extremely generous. The best wine and delicacies at the banquet were at least at the true god tier level, and the best even included supreme god level wine and delicacies. Zhou Fight did not stand on ceremony. He and Lord of 10,000 Evils ate and drank casually, as if they were not moved by the scene in front of them. Indeed, they did not have much of a reaction. He had nearly 4,000 Supreme God level treasures in his first treasure vault, including many Supreme God level delicacies after the battle today. In the future, he would definitely have more and more of such things, so he naturally wouldn't make a fuss over the scene in front of him. Brother, let me tell you about this ultimate void battlefield. The Lord of 10,000 Evils drank the Supreme God level wine in his hand and was already a little drunk. He said in a low voice. Originally, this ultimate void battlefield was personally created by the Supreme Will to resist the invasion of the ultimate void creatures. However, this battlefield is outside the Supreme Great Cosmos after all. Behind this group of ultimate void creatures is the protection of that void emperor, even with the support of the supreme power of the Supreme Will. Therefore, not only do we not have any advantage on this battlefield that belongs to us, we are even at a disadvantage. Later on, as the ultimate void creatures gradually devoured our battlefield, our disadvantage became greater and greater. At this point, 14 of the 15 of the territory of our entire ultimate void battlefield has been occupied by ultimate void creatures. Only our last battlefield territory, which is the radiation range of our Demon Lord's base planet, is still firmly guarded by us. However, it would be just barely enough. If there are no variables in the future, there's a high chance that this place will be breached. However, the Supreme Will won't sit back and do nothing. Look, he sent you here. Brother. The Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at Zhou Fight. He said heartfelt words, perhaps because it was easy to get drunk with good wine. I don't know why the Supreme Will thinks that you can resolve the crisis here, or why he thinks that you can help me delay the invasion of the ultimate void battlefield, but I advise you to be prepared for the situation here. Thank you, Brother Demon Lord. Zhou Fight looked at Lord of 10,000 Evils and nodded seriously. Even though this Lord of 10,000 Evils had some hostility towards him from being competitors, this hostility should be purely the competitiveness and did not have any ill intentions towards him. It was difficult for Zhou Fight to dislike such a person. Brother Demon Lord. If I really resolve the crisis of this ultimate void battlefield one day and even completely end the war with the ultimate void creatures, how about you work under me, Tathagata? Zhou Fight said half-jokingly. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was stunned for a moment before he laughed loudly and said, if you can really do such a thing, I'm afraid it won't be difficult for you to obtain the position of the Supreme Lord. Even though it's not very honorable for me to become a subordinate of the Supreme Lord, it's a good home. So what if I promise you? His tone was casual. It was obvious that he felt that Zhou Fight was bragging. Towards this, Zhou Fight only smiled and did not say anything else. Even though he had yet to come into contact with the ultimate void creature, he had only one goal for coming here to complete the mission of the Supreme Will. Apart from that, he had no other path to take. That was why he said such boastful words, because he had nowhere to go. He could only win and not lose. Brother. As the reserve army of the new Supreme Lord, it's not convenient for you to garrison here. Therefore, you can go to the Supreme God Realm Monument later to exchange for a base star core. Then, you can go outside the jurisdiction of the Demon Lord's base planet and establish a battlefield territory that belongs to you. Then, you can use this as a foundation to expand to the surrounding battlefield. When you can occupy the entire ultimate void battlefield, our mission will be completed. But you have to note that the battlefields outside the planetary jurisdiction of the Demon Lord's base are all treated as their territory by those ultimate void creatures. If you bring the base star core to open a base in the wilderness, you will definitely be surrounded by those ultimate void creatures. You have to be careful. The Lord of 10,000 Evils didn't say anything about reinforcements. His troops still needed to defend their battlefield territory after all. He didn't have the strength to send out troops to fight. If he had just sent out the god spirits and the enemy attacked, he would have nothing left. Therefore, he could only let Zhou Fight rely on himself to establish his own territory. Furthermore, as the Supreme Lord Reserve Army sent by the Supreme Will to save this place, if Zhou Fight could not even do the most basic thing like establishing a foothold, then he had no right to stay here. It was better to quit early so that the Supreme Will wouldn't be troubled. Sure. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Demon Lord. Zhou Fight said with a faint smile. The Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded. Then, the two god spirits enjoyed themselves. After a final conversation, Zhou Fight walked out of the banquet and went straight to a divine object that he had been looking forward to for a long time. Supreme God Realm Monument. Zhou Fight looked at the sky-penetrating divine monument in front of him with a look of surprise. The pressure of this divine item far exceeded that of a supreme god treasure. No god spirit would have been able to approach it if not for the fact that it was restraining its pressure. It's definitely a will-level divine item. Zhou Fight thought to himself. Then, his consciousness entered and quickly discovered all kinds of treasures, cultivation techniques, divine medicines, divine ores, blueprints, divine artifacts, racial divine artifacts, god spirit inheritances. From low-tier deity level elementary grade to 4th order supreme god, it could be said that there was everything. That's nice. Zhou Fight muttered to himself. He continued searching. He soon had found what he wanted. Base Star Core, Grade 4 Supreme God level treasure, the core of the territory of the Ultimate Void Battlefield. After planting it in the territory of the ownerless Ultimate Void Battlefield, it can occupy the battlefield territory with a diameter of 10 trillion light-years, Grade 4 Supreme God level territory. Required military merits, 10 million military merits, 1 Supreme God Mission Medal. Zhou Fight looked down and realized that there were other low-level base cores. The lowest was a Grade 1 Supreme God base core that could occupy a battlefield territory with a diameter of 50 million light-years. It only required 2 million military merits and 1 Supreme God Mission Medal. Looks like I have to complete the mission first and obtain military merits and Supreme God level mission medals. At this thought, Zhou Fight opened the mission list. Chapter 1466, Mythical Tier, the only Lord Talent Ultimate Void. True God Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Fight glanced at the missions on the mission list. There were all kinds of missions on it, but they were all about missions on the battlefield. For example, suppressing and occupying a Grade 2 Supreme God regional territory Hummel City. The reward was 3 million military merits and 1 Supreme God mission medal. Repairing the Grade 1 Supreme God divine artifact of the mysterious underworld Supreme God the mysterious underworld Ho. Reward, 500,000 military merits and 2 Master God level mission medals. Provide 100,000 units of divine power supplementary materials from low level to high tier deity level. Reward, 50,000 military merits and a Master God tier medal. There were all kinds of missions. Zhou Fight scrutinized it for a long time before his gaze finally landed on a mission. Conquer the Grade 1 Supreme God level war territory, Chaos City. Grade 1 Supreme God level mission. Conquer Chaos City and eliminate the Void General, Chaos, Grade 1 Supreme God, and be rewarded with 2 million military merit points and a Supreme God level mission medal. Grade 1 Supreme God mission. The strongest opponent I'm facing is probably this Void General Chaos, who is also a Grade 1 Supreme God. It's also very close to the planet where the Demon Lord's base is. It's not very difficult. I can try it out. In passing, I can also test the newly obtained Supreme Unique Lord Talent Son of Destiny. Perhaps I can induce Insight Defection to become this Grade 1 Supreme God. Zhou Fight thought to himself. It did not matter even if the Insight Defection did not arrive. With his current strength, coupled with those Supreme Divine Artifacts and Supreme God level treasures, he still had some confidence in dealing with a Grade 1 Supreme God as long as he did not deal with those top Supreme Gods. At the thought of this, Zhou Fight no longer hesitated and immediately accepted this mission. Then, he immediately led the army out of the banquet and headed for a void teleportation array on the Demon Lord planet base. This void teleportation array could teleport he and his army to a place about 1 trillion light-years away from Chaos City. As for the rest of the way, Zhou Fight could only rely on himself. 1 trillion light-years. If I can teleport through the dark universe, I can reach my destination in less than an hour. However, in the ultimate void battlefield where the laws of this supreme great cosmos are greatly suppressed, the Eternal Mothership can't enter the dark universe at all, let alone teleport. We can only fly over this trip of 1 trillion light-years. It'll probably take about a day. Zhou Fight shook his head. In the ultimate void battleground, it was really inconvenient everywhere. Then, he did not waste any more time and piloted the Eternal Mothership and the other Master God tier advanced grade battleships and flew towards Chaos City at full speed. The Lord of 10,000 Evils also received the news at the same time that Zhou Fight accepted this mission. As the highest administrator of the Supreme Will faction in the ultimate void battlefield, he naturally had this authority. This brother of mine actually accepted a Supreme God level mission as soon as he came. I remember that there are no Supreme God level experts in his faction, right? The Lord of 10,000 Evils looked puzzled. Then, he thought to himself. He doesn't look like a rash and ignorant person. Since he dares to accept a mission of this level, it means that he has a certain level of confidence. Forget it. He frowned and waved his hand. He saw an ultimate evil spirit emitting the aura of a Grade 1 Supreme God come to his side. Master, what can I do for you? He asked coldly. From now on, pay attention to the information from Chaos City at all times. At the same time, get the 1,000 Evil Army to prepare for battle and be prepared to receive the Supreme Lord, the 4th Reserve Army, who is heading to Chaos City to suppress us. Yes, Your Majesty. The ultimate evil spirit nodded, and then a puzzled expression appeared on its cold and stiff face. Your Majesty, isn't that Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army your competitor? Since the other party has taken such a risky action, let's just watch them die. Why do we have to go the extra mile to save him? He is the Supreme Lord's Reserve Army that the Supreme will personally send here, and I'm the leader of the ultimate void battlefield. Something happened to him as soon as he arrived. Even if it has nothing to do with me, it will definitely affect me. It will definitely affect my impression in the Supreme Will's heart. In the period when he first came, I'll help he a few times. But as time passes and he becomes completely familiar with the situation in the ultimate void battlefield, I won't help him anymore. When the time comes, whatever happens to he will have nothing to do with me. When the time comes, he will know everything he needs to know after all. If we encounter danger again, it can only prove that the other party is weak and stupid. It has nothing to do with me. The Lord of 10,000 Evils shook his head. Your Majesty is wise. I'll go now. This Grade 1 Supreme God Ultimate Evil Spirit came to a realization when he heard this. Then, he went to carry out his orders. When the Lord of 10,000 Evils saw this, he only silently watched the other party leave. Many strange emotions flashed across his eyes. There was anticipation, nervousness, uneasiness, relief, but in the end, they all turned into a sigh. Time passed quickly. It was the next day in the blink of an eye. In the blazing sun divine capital, in the reincarnation sacred palace, Zhou Zhou slowly opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face as he sensed his strength and realm. Perfected the true God tier advance grade. I can advance to the low-level Master God tier elementary grade as long as I break through the bottleneck. One can advance to the low-level Master God tier elementary grade tomorrow. Zhou Zhou muttered with a smile. It was the bottleneck for advancing to the Master God tier after all. Especially when it was the bottleneck of advancing to the Lord Law Master God. It was still a little difficult. He still needed some time to break through the bottleneck and complete the advancement even if his aptitude was already considered world-shaking. Then, he stopped thinking and used half of the origin in his body to create his 10th clone. Soon, Zhou 10 was created. Greetings, main body. Zhou 10, who had just been born, cupped his fists at Zhou Zhou calmly. From today onwards, your name will be Zhou 10. You will do the same as me, comprehending the Lord's laws in the reincarnation sacred palace. Zhou Zhou made arrangements for Zhou 10's future. All right, main body. Zhou 10 nodded. Zhou Zhou was both satisfied and surprised. This 10th clone of his was sufficiently obedient. However, it was good to be obedient. It saved him the trouble of thinking about how difficult it was for his avatar to come up with a name. He got Zhou 10 to stay here to cultivate. Then, with a thought, he opened the Lord Talent interface and saw the end. A brand new mythical tier Lord Talent appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. He took a look and was pleasantly surprised. It's actually this Lord Talent. As expected of the Supreme Sacred Body. The awakening is what I need. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. He looked at this Lord Talent. A notification appeared. Lord Talent, Ultimate Void, Mythical Tier Unique. Specific Talent Effect, you have obtained the inheritance of the Ultimate Void Law, Advanced Grade Master God Tier. You can comprehend the Ultimate Void Law and be like a fish in water in the Ultimate Void. Chapter 1467, 10th Clone Zhou 10. Zhou Zhou looked at this Lord Talent and the corners of his lips curled up. Zhou Fight and the God spirits under him were in an alternate world independent of the Supreme Great Cosmos in the Ultimate Void battlefield. Their laws could be said to be restricted everywhere. And with the Ultimate Void Law inheritance bestowed by the Ultimate Void Lord Talent, as long as he comprehended and grasped it, Zhou Fight would definitely be able to master the Ultimate Void power and escape the negative effects of the Ultimate Void battlefield. He could even get the Ultimate Void battlefield to help him complete the mission given to him by the Supreme Will. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately woke up Zhou 10, who had just entered a meditative state. Zhou 10, from today onwards, you don't have to comprehend the Lord's law for the time being. Study the Ultimate Void Law first and strive to master the Ultimate Void Law to the Master God tier level as soon as possible. Only the mastery of the Ultimate Void Laws at this level can be useful to Zhou Fight and the others. Alright, main body. Zhou 10 expressed that there was no problem. His personality was that of a tool, so he did not resist Zhou Zhou's arrangements at all. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this. Then, he walked out of the reincarnation sacred palace and arrived in Mu Gu's world. At this moment, Mu Gu was drinking tea in the pavilion. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he sat down impolitely and drank tea and discussed the Dao with him. A moment later, a golden stream of light flew out of the Scarlet Broodmother and landed in front of Zhou Zhou. It was Wu Xin. The Legion Commander of the Homeland Defense Army, Wu Xin, greets His Majesty. Wu Xin immediately said respectfully when he saw Zhou Zhou. Then, he immediately took out 3 world rings and handed them to Zhou Zhou. Your Majesty, this is today's spoils of war. Zhou Zhou nodded and took it. Then, he entered it with his divine consciousness. One of the world rings contained a large number of iron-eating bear pet eggs, tree core gems, and other loots. Among Tyre other 2 world rings, one of them contained the 32 capital units 1 Supreme God Realm Soldier Recruitment Books and the 32 capital units Supreme Holy Mage God Recruitment Books. The other world ring contained the 32 capital units 1 Supreme God Realm Soldier Class Change Certificate and the 32 capital units Supreme Holy Mage God Class Change Certificate. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou handed the world ring containing the Class Change Certificate to Wu Xin. Legion Commander Wu Xin, give these class change certificates to Feng Luo and let him gradually change the remaining soldier types of the main army into these 2 supreme soldier types. After the main combat army under our command and the soldiers of your homeland defense army have all changed to Supreme God Realm soldiers and Supreme Holy Mage gods, we will leave another 500 capital units class change certificates as backup. Then, we will begin to use the newly produced class change certificates on the reserve recruits. The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll hand it over to Legion Commander Feng Luo now. Wu Xin said solemnly. Then, he immediately went to do his work. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou took the remaining recruitment books to the Gate of Summoning and summoned a Master God Tier Advance Grade Eternal Battleship. This Master God Tier Advance Grade Eternal Battleship was one of the subtypes of the Eternal Mothership. It was specialized in cross-border wars, multiverse wars, and could even carry out inter-universe wars. It was a top-notch battleship specialized in offense developed by the Machina Master God Zero. There were only 103 top-notch battleships of this level in the entire Machina race. After Machina Master God Zero completely submitted to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, Zero directly took out 80 of the advance-grade Master God battleships and personally sent them to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom for the army to use. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou was naturally very satisfied with Zero's selfless contribution. $0 he directly gave him a Grade 2 Supreme God's Book of the God Spirit. Hence, the Machina Master God became the first Master God among the 10 Master Gods to obtain the Supreme God's inheritance. When the War Master God and the other top Master Gods saw that the Machina Master God had actually obtained the inheritance of the Supreme God's Book of the God Spirit from Zhou Zhou, they were immediately excited. They all wanted to ask Zhou Zhou for the Supreme God's inheritance that belonged to them. But Zhou Zhou did not give it to them. How precious was the inheritance of the Supreme God! Even Zhou Zhou had only obtained 100 to 200 portions. The War Master God and the others were indeed qualified to obtain a Supreme God's inheritance, but there was no time limit. They had just joined the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and had yet to make a great contribution. They could not be considered to have followed their old minister. Under such circumstances, Zhou Zhou did not want to give them the inheritance of the Supreme God for the time being. At the very least, they had to show enough value before Zhou Zhou would give them the Book of the God Spirit, the Supreme God. For example, Zero had directly sent 80 Master God Tier Advance Grade battleships. Even though the combined value of these 80 Master God Tier Advance Grade space battleships might not even be comparable to a Supreme God's Book of the God Spirit, these were given with good intentions. And Zhou Zhou was currently in need of cosmic warships of this level. That was why he had given the Machina Master God and Supreme God the Book of the God Spirit. The War Master God and the others were not stupid. They quickly knew that they had not made any great contributions at the moment and were not worthy of being bestowed with the Supreme God's inheritance. Therefore, they were all holding back and wanted to make contributions. It was fine if they did not know that Zhou Zhou had the Supreme God's inheritance in the past. Now that they knew, they had to give it their all. Speaking of which, after Zhou Zhou summoned an eternal battleship, he spent 100 intermediate true god tier divine crystals to summon the extraordinary tier advance grade army of the 64 capital units and placed them all on the eternal battleship. After a few simple words, Zhou Zhou asked Zero to send these recruits to Feng Luo to join the main combat army. Then, he opened the original Dragon Abyss interface and spent 100 intermediate true god tier divine crystals to summon 66,666,660 pure-blooded dragons. He also placed them in the Eternal Mothership. Then, he carefully observed these dragons and regrettably discovered that there were no legendary dragons among these pure-blooded dragons. Zhou Zhou could not help but feel a little regretful, but he did not pay much attention to it. Then, he spent another 100 true god tier intermediate grade divine crystals to recruit today's new subjects. In the end, he realized that he had recruited more than 510 million new subjects today. He had summoned more than 80 million new subjects than usual, including the 13 true god tier intermediate grade god spirits. Moreover, because of the Lord Talent heavenly summoning, most of the 470 million new subjects were extraordinary tier advance grade non-professionals. The remaining subjects were professionals whose strength exceeded that of the extraordinary tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou smacked his lips. It seemed that having extraordinary tier power without a profession was not a bug. That was good. They would all be arranged to enter the Homeland Defense Army first before giving out RHE profession class change certificate and letting them change their professions to professionals first. At this moment, boom, 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 boom. A total of 36 pillars of light soared into the sky from the direction of the reincarnation sacred palace. Zhou Zhou smiled when he once saw this. Another true god had advanced to the Master God tier realm. Furthermore, there were a total of 36 new Master Gods. Chapter 1468, Reward. The phenomena of the advancement of 36 Master Gods shocked the myriad worlds. Countless god spirits immediately looked at the source of the advancement phenomenon. When they saw that the phenomena of the advancement of the 36 Master Gods came from the blazing sun divine kingdom, most of their attitudes were shocked and matter of fact. Today, 36 true gods actually advanced to the Master God tier level at the same time. Oh, it's the blazing sun divine kingdom. Then it's fine. The advancement of 36 true gods at the same time has really refreshed my worldview. It's ridiculous. As expected of the Supreme Lord Reserve Army. There are 36 new Master Gods right from the start. Even the 3 top bloodline races of the past can't do such a grand advancement, what more us? What 3 top bloodline races? Now that the 3 top bloodline races have already declined, unless new existences like Origin and Dihuang can pop up again. Your Excellency Common People's Regal, when are you going to lead the humans under you to become the only top bloodline race faction? The god spirits of the myriad worlds were discussing. Some god spirits even congratulated Zhou Zhou through the Lord channel or the battle channel of the myriad races. Zhou Zhou did not respond. A moment later, 36 streams of light soared into the sky from the reincarnation sacred palace and landed in front of Zhou Zhou. Among them were 16 new master gods of the human race. There were also 20 new master gods of the people of foreign races. At this moment, they were half kneeling in front of Zhou Zhou and saying respectfully and gratefully, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Thank you for the inheritance, Your Majesty. Otherwise, we wouldn't have our current achievements. Your efforts are also an indispensable reason for you to advance to the Master God tier even though the Master God tier inheritance is important. Get up," Zhou Zhou said. "Tonight, this Emperor will hold a new Master God banquet for you guys to celebrate your advancement to Master God tier." Zhou Zhou smiled. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The 36 new Master Gods said respectfully in unison. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he waved his right hand, and a total of 36 world rings appeared in front of every new Master God. Among these 36 world rings, every world ring has a set of Master God tier elementary grade divine artifacts that are suitable for you. The rules are the same. Make good use of the main divine artifact this Emperor gave you. Perform well in the army in the future. If you perform outstandingly, this Emperor can give you even higher level Supreme God inheritance. Zhou Zhou said solemnly. He already had a lot of Supreme God inheritances in his hands. It was time to use them to excite his subordinates. Supreme God inheritance. When the 36 new Master Gods and the surrounding Master Gods of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom heard this, disbelief immediately appeared in their eyes, and their breathing quickened. They naturally believed that what His Majesty said was true. His Majesty had only surpassed himself in terms of remuneration and never given him insufficient amounts. Since His Majesty said that there was the inheritance of the Supreme God, there definitely would be. Moreover, there might be a Supreme God inheritance that was specially suitable for them. Their eyes burned at the thought of this. Their eyes burned. That was the inheritance of the Supreme God. Even top Master Gods like the 10 Master Gods dreamed of obtaining the inheritance. They were even willing to sell their bodies for it. It could be seen how precious such an inheritance was. His Majesty was actually willing to give it to him. Long live His Majesty! We will definitely perform well and not let His Majesty down. The new Master Gods shouted. Your Majesty, if we perform well, can we also compete for the inheritance of the Supreme God? Among the surrounding God spirits, one of them said impatiently. The other Master Gods also had expectant expressions. Among them, War Master God Terence and the other 10 Master Gods had the most expectant and eager expressions. Sure. As long as you make a great contribution, every God spirit is qualified to obtain the Supreme God inheritance in this Emperor's hands. Let me say this in advance. I don't have many Supreme God inheritances in my hands. First come, first served. I won't wait for you if you're late. Zhou Zhou smiled. The God spirits cheered when they heard this, their eyes filled with ambition. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. Then, he sensed the lower limit of the human race's potential. If the human race wanted to raise the lower limit of their potential from an epic tier advanced grade to a legendary tier elementary grade, they needed a total of 50 new Master Gods. Now that there were 16 new human Master Gods, he only needed to add 34 new human Master Gods in the future to raise the minimum potential of the human race to the legendary tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou nodded inwardly. 34 new Master God tiers of the human race were naturally not difficult for the current him. Perhaps in 3 to 4 days, he would be able to gather these new Master God tiers and raise the lower limit of human potential. Then, he got these new Master God tiers to look for Feng Luo and arrange their future posts. He came to Zhou Qinmen as for him. In the end, there was still nothing that attracted him today. He couldn't help but be disappointed. Your Majesty, you can also wait a few years. This way, I can also accumulate some goods. Perhaps some goods that your Majesty likes can appear. Zhou Qinmen couldn't help but suggest. Forget it. I don't have anything to do usually. I'll just treat it as a stroll. Zhou Zhou waved his hand and rejected his suggestion. He quite liked the feeling of opening a mystery box every day. Although there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to open any good products, he would just treat it as enjoying the process of opening a mystery box. When I increase the Supreme Sacred Body to the Supreme God level, I must increase this Lord's shop too. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he bought all the goods. He instructed Zhou Marshal to lead the army to the Chaos Sea to collect Chaos Divine treasures as he returned to the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Now that Zhou Fight was not around, he could only let Zhou Marshal and Feng Luo lead the army to collect the Chaos Divine treasures for the time being. Zhou Marshal immediately accepted the order and went forward. At the Chaos Sea, when Zhou Marshal led the army to the Chaos Sea, with the help of Bodhi Supreme, they quickly saw the space-time chaotic divine demon and the other 10 chaotic divine demons he had brought. Greetings, Your Majesty. The space-time chaotic divine demon immediately said respectfully when he saw Zhou Marshal. You're quite a stickler, you really brought the 10 chaotic divine demons. Zhou Marshal said in surprise when he saw the 10 chaotic divine demons with different nomological auras behind the space-time chaotic divine demon. Just losing a chaos divine treasure can be exchanged for 4 Master God tier divine artifacts. Not every chaotic divine demon has the courage to reject such a profitable deal. The space-time chaotic divine demon smiled. Zhou Marshal nodded. This space-time chaotic divine demon was really a talent and could be nurtured. Their eyes burned at the thought of this. Zhou Marshal waved his right hand and saw a divine medicine appear in his hand. He threw it in front of the chaotic divine demon. This is a grade 1 Supreme God level treasure space-time ghost grass. It's extremely effective in replenishing the origin of the space-time law. It can also greatly increase the comprehension of the space-time law for Master Gods who cultivate the space-time law. This Emperor took away your chaotic divine treasure yesterday and you lost a lot of your origin, right? This is your reward. Go back and recuperate well. Try to bring more chaotic divine demons to this Emperor to trade. Zhou Marshal said calmly. Chapter 1469, Space-Time Chaotic Divine Demons Suggestion. It was just a grade 1 Supreme God level divine medicine. It was nothing to him. However, a space-time chaotic divine demon that could provide an endless supply of chaotic divine treasures was very important to him. Therefore, he did not feel the pinch at all when he rewarded the other party with divine medicine. This is called an investment. Thank you, Your Majesty. The space-time chaotic divine demon looked at the divine medicine in his hand that emitted the aura of a supreme god, his eyes filled with ecstasy. He could sense that this divine medicine was extremely compatible with him. Just as His Majesty had said, not only could this divine medicine help him recover his origin, it could even greatly increase his comprehension of Lord's law. Even because he and the divine medicine's nomological attributes came from the same source, after consuming it, the probability of him advancing to the supreme god realm in the future would increase by about I°/O. Even though this increase in probability of advancement seemed insignificant, it was extremely precious to space-time chaotic divine demons. Their eyes burned at the thought of this. He couldn't help but feel even more grateful to His Majesty. At the same time, he looked forward to the future even more. He had only brought the first day of the chaotic divine demon realm to His Majesty, but he had obtained such a reward. Then, if he brought more chaotic divine demons in the future, how many benefits would His Majesty bring him? Their eyes burned at the thought of this. The time and space chaotic divine demon's divine spark trembled with excitement. Zhou Marshall did not care when he saw the space-time chaotic divine demon's reaction. His gaze landed on the 10 chaotic divine demons. Everyone should be sure that you want to trade with this emperor, right? Zhou Marshall asked. Yes, Supreme Lord 4th Reserve Army. The leader of the chaotic divine demons that emitted the law of fire said. Then, he asked, even though we've already learned from the mouths of space and time, we still want to confirm if we can really obtain 4 Master God tier advance grade divine artifacts at the price of 1 Chaos divine treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 9 chaotic divine demons only stared at Zhou Marshall, as if they wanted to see if he was telling the truth from his expression. Of course. Zhou Marshall nodded. If you don't believe me, this emperor can hand over the 4 Master God tier divine artifacts to you first. After you put them away, this emperor can personally take away your chaos divine artifacts. As soon as he said that, while the 9 chaotic divine demons marveled at Zhou Marshall's boldness, they felt much more relieved. Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that we'll leave after taking the Master God tier divine artifact? Another chaotic divine demon who walked the path of the insect law asked curiously. You won't do anything after taking the divine artifact. Zhou Marshall grinned, revealing his white and neat teeth. He smiled faintly and said, then even if you escape to the divine demon realm, even if you have the protection of your chaotic divine demon race's De Huang, this emperor can make you pay the price. Do you believe me? The chaotic divine demons present could not help but feel a great chill in their hearts after hearing it, even though he said this with a smile. This 4th Reserve Army of the Lord Supreme Lord could not be provoked easily. They thought to themselves. Sir, let's make a deal now. The chaotic divine demon of the fire law hurriedly said. Zhou Marshall nodded and waved his right hand. A total of 10 world rings appeared in front of them. Let's take a look. Zhou Marshall said. The 10 chaotic divine demons did not stand on ceremony and immediately entered with their divine senses to check. When they saw the 4 main divine artifacts that were suitable for their nomological path, a pleasantly surprised smile immediately appeared on their faces. How is it? Zhou Marshall asked. Lord, the main divine artifact you provided me is too suitable for me. I'm very satisfied with this transaction. Lord, I'm very satisfied too. Sir, why don't I just kill myself so that you don't have to do anything? The 10 chaotic divine demon master gods said. Let this emperor do it myself. Zhou Marshall shook his head and rejected their suggestion of taking the initiative to commit suicide and gave them world rings. Then, they handed the world rings in their hands to the space-time chaotic divine demons for safekeeping and agreed to return them to them one by one after returning to the divine demon realm. Then, they lined up in front of Zhou Marshall and got him to personally eliminate they and extract their spoils of war. There were 10 Master God tier advance grade chaotic divine demons. Other than the first chaotic divine demon who used the explosive Lord talent effect to drop 40 chaotic divine treasures, the rest only dropped 4 chaotic divine treasures. In total, there were 76 chaotic divine treasures. Zhou Marshall looked at the 76 chaos divine treasures floating in front of him and smiled. He already had 100 chaos divine treasures in his hands. Now, with the addition of these 76 chaos divine treasures, he had 176 chaos divine treasures. He was only 24 chaos divine treasures away from the 200 chaos divine treasures needed to upgrade his territory. Tomorrow, my main body can upgrade my territory. After upgrading my territory, I can upgrade the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom from an intermediate grade Divine Kingdom to an advanced Divine Kingdom. Zhou Marshall was very satisfied with his gains today. Then, he looked at the space-time chaotic divine demon. Can you bring more chaotic divine demons over tomorrow? The chaotic divine demon smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, with my ability, bringing 10 chaotic divine demons at once is already my limit. Any more, unless I can advance to the Supreme God realm. Zhou Marshal nodded and did not mind. 10 chaotic divine demons it was. Anyway, he had gained a lot in a day. Your Majesty, I have another way to increase the efficiency of obtaining the Chaos Divine Treasure. It's fine as long as Your Majesty is willing to give up the Master God tier divine artifact. The space-time chaotic divine demon suddenly said. Tell me, this Emperor is not lacking in Master God tier divine artifacts. Zhou Marshal said. The space-time chaotic divine demon clicked his tongue and said, as a chaotic divine demon, I can naturally only bring 10 chaotic divine demons out to trade with Your Majesty. However, I still know a few chaotic divine demons who are also good at escaping from the divine demon realm. Even though their methods are not as good as mine, I can at least bring a few out. I can contact them and let them bring more chaotic divine treasures to Your Majesty with me. I estimate that this way, my good friends can bring at least 30 chaotic divine demons who are willing to trade with His Majesty a day. I will leave this to you. You can tell this Emperor what your good friend needs. This Emperor can satisfy anything as long as I have it. Zhou Marshal said without hesitation. Even though he was about to reach a high-level divine kingdom, who knew if there were any higher lord factions above the high-level divine kingdoms? Just in case, and in order to accumulate some resources for his subordinates to advance their divine kingdoms, Zhou Zhou decided to make this deal. In any case, he was the one who decided if the transaction continued. When he was sure that he really did not need more chaos divine treasures, he could just terminate the transaction. Yes, Your Majesty. The space-time chaotic divine demon immediately said respectfully. At this moment, several lines of information suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Marshal. He had only brought the first day of the chaotic divine demon realm to His Majesty, but he had obtained such a reward. Chapter 1470 Nearly 1,000 capital units army. The resources and troops of the 3 clans. Your Majesty, are we going back? Seeing that the 10 chaotic divine demons had been dealt with, Feng Luo walked forward and asked. Wait a minute. The resources and slave soldiers of the original spirit race, shepherd's god race, and chaos god's race have all been prepared. They will be sent over in a while. Prepare yourselves and receive them. Zhou Marshal said. The message he saw was the message sent by Origin. At this moment, Origin had already gathered 90% of the assets of the 3 races and 90% of the soldier types of the 3 races according to the 3 requests that Zhou Zhou had previously made. He was currently rushing towards him. As for why the Origin knew that Zhou Marshal was here, it was naturally Zhou Marshal who told him. Other than that, Origin also reported that he had already sent his subordinates to find the god spirits who were heading to the ultimate void battlefield. He only needed to summon them through the ultimate void battlefield function. They could come to Zhou Marshal's side or directly head to the ultimate void battlefield. Zhou Marshal was quite satisfied with Origin's efficiency. He did not expect the other party to complete so many complicated things in just a day. Furthermore, it was done in the ultimate void battlefield. Not bad, not bad. Yes, Your Majesty. Feng Luo immediately bowed respectfully upon hearing this. Then, they waited for the army of the 3 races to arrive. They did not make Zhou Marshal and the others wait too long. A moment later, 3 majestic armies broke through the chaotic airflow and chaotic divine lightning and arrived in front of Zhou Marshal. It was the alliance army of the 3 top bloodline races. Then, 3 members of the 3 races, emitting the aura of Master God tier advance grade, came in front of Zhou Marshal. The leader of the original spirit race, Xian Ye, greets Your Majesty. The leader of the shepherd's god race, Zhu Tianhua, greets Your Majesty. The leader of the chaos god's race, Yang Du, greets Your Majesty. The leaders of the 3 races said respectfully to Zhou Marshal. Get up. Zhou Marshal said calmly, tell me about the situation of the army you brought. Yes, Your Majesty. The leaders of the 3 races said respectfully. Then, they looked at each other. It was still Xian Ye of the original spirit race who spoke first. Your Majesty, apart from bringing 90% of our race's assets, we also brought elite soldiers and god spirits from our race and its subsidiary races. Among them, our original spirit race brought a total of 256 capital units troops, 354.12 million god spirits, 37,911 true God tiers, and 129 master God tiers. The leader of the Shepherd's God race, Zhou Tianhua, stood out. Reporting to Your Majesty, our Shepherd's God race has brought a total of 217 capital units troops, 382.99 million God spirits, 36,777 true God tiers, and 108 supremacy gods. In the end, the leader of the chaotic God race, Yang Du, stood up and said respectfully, Your Majesty, our Chaos Beast clan has brought a total of 197 capital units troops, 367,820,000 God spirits, 39,111 true God tiers, and 119 master God tiers. After Zhou Marshal heard this, he might have nodded slightly, but he was pleasantly surprised. His original military strength was 274 capital units, 264,124,150,579,532 soldiers, 361,614,720 God spirits, 42,407 true gods, and 165 master gods. Now, with the surrender of the three top bloodline races in front of him, there were a total of 944 capital units with 264,124,150,579,532 soldiers, 1,466,454,720 God spirits, 156,206 true God tiers, and 521 supremacy gods. This number of troops, especially ordinary troops, was already very close to the total number of troops when the three top bloodline races besieged him. Your Majesty, these are 90% of the assets of our three races. We've already placed them all in these three super large world rings. Even the number of God spirits was equivalent to half of the other party's number at that time. As expected, only by experiencing a large-scale war could his military strength and the number of God spirits increase rapidly. Your Majesty, these are 90% of the assets of our three races. We've already placed them all in these three super large world rings. The leaders of the three races in front of Zhou Marshal held up world rings to him with both hands. Zhou Wu took the three world rings and entered them with his divine sense. Then, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. What huge world rings! The size of each of these three world rings was comparable to the size of 10 boundless universes. The space could be said to be extremely large. However, such a terrifying world was actually densely filled with all kinds of assets of the three races. Among them were the mist core, divine crystals, equipment, divine artifacts, building blueprints, technological information, various books, medicinal herbs, minerals, civilization inheritance, race secret techniques, ready-made race buildings. There were all kinds of treasures. This was only a race with a strong foundation like the three top bloodline races. V. If it were any other race, even if it was a high-level bloodline race, the assets of 10 high-level bloodline races combined would not be as many treasures as one of the world rings. Zhou Marshal looked at the treasures in the three worlds with interest. Even with his willpower realm that had just reached the Will Divine Transformation realm, he would not be able to see all the items in the three world rings in a short period of time. However, he was in no hurry. What he didn't lack now was time. When the leaders of the three races saw that Zhou Marshal was checking the assets in the three world rings, they naturally did not stop him. Instead, they waited quietly. Zhou Marshal suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. This change in expression was extremely fast. No one present noticed Zhou Marshal's abnormality. A moment later, Zhou Marshal roughly looked at the assets of the true God tier and above in the three world rings. He put away the three world rings after confirming that there were no problems. Then, he looked up at the three race leaders in front of him. Not bad. There's no problem with the assets you sent over, and there's no problem with the armed power and the God spirits. In that case, this emperor will temporarily choose to dismiss the unhappy things that happened in the past. I hope you won't do anything that disappoints this emperor in the future. Zhou Marshal said calmly. We don't dare. We would never do such a thing. Xian Yet and the others stated in fear and trepidation on the surface, even though they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Marshal nodded calmly. They had all been beaten down to the slave race. In addition, the power of his faction was increasing rapidly every day. He was not afraid that these guys would have any rebellious thoughts. At most he would kill them all. He looked at the nearly 1,000 capital units forces and suddenly said, "Even though this emperor has taken away most of your troops, you don't have to worry about the safety of your race and the revenge of the other races. Now, you are already this emperor's slave race. You represent the camp of this emperor and the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. When you encounter an enemy, report this emperor's name. I believe that even if the other party is a wool-level faction, they will give this emperor some face." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The chiefs of the three tribes were pleasantly surprised. Chapter 1471, Reappearance of the Illusionary Legendary Tier Sage Seal. With the words of the common people's regal, they did not have to worry about their former enemies counter-attacking because their strength had decreased greatly. Moreover, with the protection of the 4th Reserve Army Supreme Lord, common people's regal, the status of the three races might be even more stable than before. And if the common people's regal successfully eliminated the reserves of the other three Supreme Lords and successfully advanced to the only Supreme Lord, the status of the three races would increase unimaginably. It was at least equivalent to a Supreme God level force. Before they were demoted to a slave race by the common people's regal, they were only a top-notch Master God tier faction. There was no hope of becoming a Supreme God faction at all. He did not expect that after becoming a slave race, he would see hope of becoming a Supreme God faction. The leaders of the three races looked at each other and saw a dreamy and absent-minded look in each other's eyes. Then, Joe Marshall casually instructed them to leave. After they left, Joe Marshall directly opened the Ultimate Void Battlefield function and teleported the 2 million newly recruited God Spirits, 100,000 True God Tiers, and 100 Supremacy Gods to Joe Fight's side of the Ultimate Void Battlefield to increase his strength. Then, he immediately led the army into the 10 Master God Tier Advance Grade Cosmic Battleships. Then, through the Shadow World Warp Gate, he returned to the Blazing Sun Divine Capital. After returning to the Blazing Sun Divine Capital, Joe Marshall got Feng Luo to lead the main combat army to continue expanding the territory of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. He immediately came to the Reincarnation Sacred Palace and woke up Zhou Zhou, who had just entered a cultivation state. "Joe Marshall. What happened? Didn't I say that it's just an ordinary matter? Let Zhou fight and Zhou Zhang judge and deal with it. Don't disturb me easily." Zhou Zhou looked at Joe Marshall and frowned slightly. When he didn't like to focus on his cultivation, someone suddenly came to disturb him. One of the reasons why he created so many clones was to get rid of these chores and focus on what he wanted to do. Main body. I've just received 90°/0 of the assets of the three top bloodline races and most of the soldiers and god spirits. Guess what I found out about those 90% assets? Joe Marshall said mysteriously. What is it? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. He had yet to share Joe Marshall's memories, so he did not know what Joe Marshall had discovered. Joe Marshall did not say a word. He extended his right hand and saw a seal formed by illusory lines appear in his hand. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He had seen this thing before. Treasure name, Illusionary Legendary Tier Sage Seal. Treasure grade, unknown. Treasure effect, unknown. Treasure description, unknown. It's this fragment of the Legendary Tier Illusionary Sage Seal again. As Zhou Zhou pondered, he flipped his right hand and saw another fragment of the Illusionary Legendary Tier Sacred Seal in a different shape appear in front of him. The two looked like they were made of the same material, but their shapes were different. In the next second, the two Illusionary Legendary Tier Sage Seals seemed to have sensed each other's existence and suddenly trembled violently. Then, the two of them turned into two streams of light that collided at the same time and quickly fused into one, turning into a larger fragment of the Legendary Tier Sage Seal. Zhou Zhou and Zhou Wu witnessed the entire scene. Even though they were a little surprised, they did not stop it. After they fused together, Zhou Zhou waved his right hand and saw the fragment of the Illusionary Legendary Tier Sacred Seal land in his hand. He looked over. Treasure name, Illusionary Legendary Tier Sage Seal, 2/5. Treasure grade, unknown. Treasure effect, unknown. Treasure description, unknown. I still can't unlock these unknown content. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly, but when he saw 2/5, his brows relaxed a lot. But at least I know that there are a total of 5 Illusionary Legendary Tier Sage Seals. It's not a bad harvest. He muttered to himself as he played with the illusionary legendary Tear Sage seal in his hand. Then, he put away the fragment of the illusionary legendary Tear Sage seal. What exactly is this illusionary legendary Tear Sage seal? Zhou Marshall could not help but ask. I don't know what it is either, but I can feel it. There are only benefits and no disadvantages in leaving this in my hands. Trust our instincts. Besides, it's related to the items of the illusionist clan. Let's keep it in our hands and observe it. Perhaps I can find the weakness of the illusionist clan from this legendary Tear Sacred Seal one day. We'll go against the illusionist clan sooner or later after all. The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. He understood. Be it the Supreme Will or the Crimson Overlord, their greatest enemy was not the ultimate void creature, but the illusionist clan that had already invaded the Yellow River. In fact, the position of Supreme Lord might have been established by the Supreme Will to nurture candidates specially to deal with the illusionist clan. Therefore, he still valued this mysterious illusionary legendary Tear Sage seal. He had a faint premonition. After this incomplete legendary Tear Sacred Seal was gathered, it would be extremely useful for he to deal with the enemies of the illusionist clan. I wonder where the other 3 illusionary legendary Tear Sage Seal fragments are. Forget it. Let nature take its course. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Then, he thought of something and asked Zhou Wu. Where did you find this incomplete illusionary legendary Tear Sage Seal? I found it in the place where the Heaven Curse Beast was sealed. Zhou Marshall was already prepared. Heaven Curse Beast? That's not surprising. Zhou Zhou shook his head. The conversation between the Supreme Will and the Heaven Curse Beast appeared in his mind. The Heaven Curse Beast came from the world of the illusionary race to begin with. This legendary Tear Sage Seal might have been brought over by him from the world of the illusionary race. He has been hiding for so long without being discovered by the Supreme Will. Even though this Heaven Curse Beast is only a Master God tier, this method is powerful enough. Zhou Zhou thought. At the same time, in the Ultimate Void battlefield. After a long journey, Zhou Fight and the others had already arrived at Chaos City. I didn't expect my speed in the Ultimate Void to still be so slow after obtaining the mythical Tier 1 Lord talent. It should be because my law comprehension level is too low. Zhou Ten has just comprehended the Ultimate Void law. Now, he has only comprehended it to the level of a mid-tier deity level advance grade. He's still far from acting wantonly on the Ultimate Void battlefield. Zhou Fight thought about it and could not help but shake his head. However, he didn't care too much. His law comprehension would increase sooner or later. It was as easy as drinking water for him to comprehend the Lord's law, let alone the Ultimate Void law that was more than a level lower than the Lord's law. Then, General Zhou's gaze landed on Chaos City in the distance. Chaos City was a very majestic city. It had all kinds of city defense facilities and emitted shocking nomological fluctuations. The strongest person here Chaos was only a grade 1 supreme god. However, with these city defense facilities, even a grade 3 supreme god realm might not be able to gain an advantage. Prepare to attack. After observing for a long time and confirming that there were no problems, Zhou Fight immediately gave the order. Yes. All the soldiers and god spirits answered in the communication channel. Chapter 1472, Grade 1 Supreme God Ultimate Void God Spirit Chaos. Fame. As the order was given, all the soldiers and god spirits silently flew out of the cosmic warship. Then, they lined up one by one and prepared their various long-range offensive law skills and spells. There was naturally no need to say anything about the Supreme Holy Mage God. As top-notch long-range Supreme Soldier types, they were best at long-range attacks. A low-level Supreme Holy Mage God could even severely injure a true God-tier God Spirit with a Supreme Divine Technique. This was the power of a top Supreme Soldier type. Even though the Supreme God Realm soldiers were top-notch close combat Supreme Soldier types, it did not mean that they were not good at long-range attacks. On the contrary, they were also extremely good at long-range attacks. In terms of long-range attacks, they were not inferior to some of the last-ranked Supreme Soldier types. It was only because they were better at melee attacks that the brilliance of their long-range attacks was overshadowed. At this moment, they had accumulated the majestic aura of long-range offensive law skills. They were not inferior to some gods who were good at long-range offensive law skills. Among the gods who were preparing to cast spells, the Forbidden Mage Master God, Su Yuan, was also among them. Moreover, he had already changed his profession to the Supreme Holy Mage God. This was a choice that he had taken the initiative to make. This was because he had long realized that he was already very lucky to be able to become a Master God tier with the help of him and the Goddess of Magic. Now that he had left the Goddess of Magic, it was completely impossible for he to rely on himself to advance further and even become a Supreme God. This was because to become a Supreme God, one had to be a connate regal. At the very least, he had to become a regal the day after tomorrow. However, he wasn't even a postnatal regal. He didn't even have the possibility of seeing the threshold of a Supreme God. So, that was why he was willing to use the Supreme Holy Mage God class change certificate that Zhou Zhou had given him to change his class to the Supreme Holy Mage God. Supreme Soldier Type. It represented a great Dao with the upper limit of a Supreme God. Su Yuan felt that instead of risking his life to comprehend the supreme laws that were impossible to comprehend, it was better to use the ready-made Great Dao. He had never felt that taking a shortcut was a mistake. The premise was that a shortcut was a shortcut in the right direction, not a shortcut that looked right but actually led to a dead end. The path to becoming a Supreme Holy Mage God was undoubtedly the correct path. Speaking of which, after the soldiers began to prepare for long-range attacks, in less than a few seconds, all the Supreme Soldier types, other soldiers and God spirits were already prepared for the first wave of attacks. Fire! Bai Yun shouted. In the next second, various colorful law skills and supreme divine techniques descended from the sky and shot straight into the city of Chaos City. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Continuous explosions sounded. A few seconds later, only 1% of the city buildings had been destroyed in the entire Chaos City. The remaining city buildings were intact under the light of the city protection. However, the city protecting light also began to flicker because it had blocked too many attacks. When Zhou Fight saw this scene, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. The city defense of Chaos City was at least of the highest level. Otherwise, he would not have been able to do this. Coincidentally, my Blazing Sun Divine Capital's defensive facilities can only defend against attacks at the Master God tier level. If we can take Chaos City, we can change the defense facilities of Blazing Sun Divine Capital to the Supreme God level. Then my retreat will be more secure. Zhou Fight thought to himself. Then, he looked at Chaos City with a burning gaze. On the other side, when Bai Yun saw that her team's first wave of sneak attacks did not achieve much, she immediately prepared to launch the second wave of attacks. However, before they could finish their preparations, they saw a creature with a dark purple body and an illusory divine body fly out of Chaos City. It was Chaos City's City Lord Chaos. Interesting. How dare you attack us? Didn't you guys always carry out defensive strategies in the past? Why are you suddenly so bold? Could he know that he couldn't hold on any longer, so he took the initiative to come out and suffer death? Ha ha ha, Chaos laughed. When Zhou Fight saw this, he did not care if he would expose himself and flew out. He floated in the sky and looked down at Chaos. At the same time, he exuded the pressure of his Master God tier advance grade. Chaos' expression darkened when he saw this. He coldly said, "A Master God dares to stand above a Supreme God. The God spirit of your Supreme Great Cosmos are really getting more and more ignorant of the rules." "You're wrong," Zhou Fight said calmly. "Only the final winner has the right to judge the rules. Now, this emperor hasn't fallen yet." Chaos suddenly felt that something was wrong. The Lord of 10,000 Evils had never had such an arrogant and conceited subordinate. "Who are you?" Chaos stared at Zhou Marshall and asked. "This emperor is the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army. You can call this emperor common people's regal," Zhou Fight said calmly. Since he had already entered the stage of a head-on battle, he might as well say a few more words. At the same time, he could make a name for himself in the Ultimate Void battleground. He did not come here to destroy this group of Ultimate Void creatures in silence. Destroying the Ultimate Void creatures was just a side event. Most importantly, he wanted to make a name for himself through this matter and prove his ability in front of the Supreme Will. Destroying the Ultimate Void creatures was just a side event. Most importantly, he wanted to make a name for himself through this matter and prove his ability in front of the Supreme Will. In addition, he was originally one with his main body. It was fine for him to say that he was the common people's regal and not the identity of his clone. The Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army. Chaos pondered for a while and suddenly laughed out loud. So the Supreme will also knows that his third reserve is a good for nothing, so he sent another helper. The Supreme will is quite wise, isn't it? It knows how to cut its losses in time. But Case looked at Zhou fight with contempt. So what if it's a Supreme Lord Reserve Army? I see that the army behind you is even inferior to the previous Third Reserve Army. You, the Fourth Reserve Army of the Supreme Lord, are not even a Supreme God. Little doll. His eyes suddenly turned cold. What gave you the courage to stand in front of me? What courage does this emperor have? Zhou Marshal smiled faintly. You'll find out soon enough. His expression suddenly turned cold as he ordered. Continue the offensive. Yes. Bai Yun immediately accepted the order. Then, he ordered all the soldiers and god spirits to immediately prepare and release the second round of long-range attacks. Humph. Kai's eyes turned cold. A layer of silver wing blades suddenly appeared on his wings. Immediately after, he flapped his wings, and countless silver flying blades flew out from his wings and flew straight towards the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Chapter 1473, Son of Destiny. Activate. Recruiting Supreme Gods. There were more than 10,000 of these wing blades, and each of them had the power of a Grade 1 Supreme God. If they all landed in the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. If the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom was not destroyed in time, they would still lose 10% to 20% of their soldiers and god spirits. This guy also has a supreme divine artifact. Zhou Fight's gaze landed on the wings on Kai's back and he raised his brows slightly. However, he naturally wouldn't allow these wing blades to land on his army. He extended his right hand, and a small black bell appeared in front of him. Grade 3 Supreme Divine Artifact Time Demonic Bell. Then, he injected an endless stream of chaotic sacred power into it. Under the activation of the chaotic sacred power, the time bell slowly swayed as it emitted visible time ripples in all directions. Under the influence of the time demon bell's time ripples, the casting speed of the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom suddenly increased by more than 10 times. In the blink of an eye, they had released 3 long-range attacks just like how Chaos and Chaos City, where he was located. The 10,000 wing blades quickly entered the range of the time ripple. Under the influence of the time ripples, the tens of thousands of wing blades seemed to have been stopped by time and suddenly stopped. Moreover, the supreme god-level power added to them was also quickly consumed under the mighty power of time. In less than a second, the 10,000 wing blades had actually collapsed and dissipated because they had exhausted the supreme divine power inside. As for Chaos City, due to the continuous joint attack of the spread of the army, not only did it lose about 3 to 4% of its internal buildings, but even the ultimate void soldiers and creatures inside were injured or dead. Chaos, who had witnessed the entire process, had a gloomy expression. He never expected that to happen. He was fighting with a master god, and the one who was at a disadvantage in the end was actually him, a supreme god. It was simply a rebellion against the heavenly dipper. Even though the supreme divine artifact in the other party's hand and his ability to use the supreme divine artifact above his level was an important reason why he could gain the upper hand. However, he still felt embarrassed. Good. Very good. Case gritted his teeth. He was prepared to take action personally and deal with the 4th Reserve Army of the Supreme Lord first. With his strength as a Grade 1 Supreme God and the support of the army in Chaos City, killing this common people's regal was a simple matter among a group of enemies who were no higher than Master God tier. This way, he would be able to resolve this war as quickly as possible and redeem his lost face. However, in the next second, he realized that Zhou Fight had done something strange. Son of Destiny, activate. The Lord Talent notification appeared. Prompt: you have activated your supreme unique Lord Talent, Son of Destiny. You have been blessed by the heavens. 50% of the enemies in the enemy Lord's faction have been summoned by the heavens and have become your loyal subordinates. Lord Talent notification 1. A total of 1,028,739,887 low-tier deity level ultimate void god spirits, 553,429,893 mid-tier deity level ultimate void god spirits, 287,332,323 high-tier deity level ultimate void god spirits, 2,388,734 ultimate void true god tiers, 512 ultimate void master god tiers, and one grade 1 ultimate void supreme god left their organizations and became your destiny follower. In the next second before Chaos could react, Chaos City, which was behind him, suddenly had a huge uprising. Ultimate void god spirits, true god tiers, and even master god tiers started a massacre in Chaos City. In their eyes, their former comrades and friends seemed to have become enemies that would not rest until they died. They did not hold back in their every attack. In less than a moment, they had caused huge casualties in Chaos City. Countless screams rang out, stunning Chaos. He was even at a loss. What was going on? Because the Supreme Will guarded the ultimate void creatures tightly, even if the ultimate void creatures were good at gathering information, they could not gather any internal information of the Supreme Great Cosmos. Therefore, they did not understand the methods of this common people's regal at all. If they understood Zhou Fight's methods, they might have taken precautions long ago. However, they did not understand and did not take precautions, resulting in this irreversible outcome. Soon, Chaos finally came back to his senses. Stop it! Do you know what you're doing? Mashes. Praman. Amaze. You're killing our people. No matter how magnanimous Chaos was, after seeing the internal strife in front of him, his defense was finally broken. Especially the ultimate void generals that he had shouted. Not only were they existences who had hopes of becoming supreme gods in the future, but they were also his capable subordinates and true confidants. However, at this moment, it was as if they did not know him. They were all releasing their void divine power to their heart's content and slaughtering their own people. Damn it! It must be that guy's strange method. Chaos suddenly turned to look at Zhou Fight, his eyes filled with anger. Even though this Supreme Lord Reserve Army was far inferior to that Lord of 10,000 Evils in terms of strength, at this moment, not only did he possess a rare Supreme Divine artifact, but he also possessed such a strange nomological technique. There was no time to think. He couldn't care less about continuing to deal with Zhou Fight and his army. He instantly disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, he had already arrived in Chaos City and appeared in front of an ultimate void master god tier who was slaughtering the ultimate void god spirits. Praman. Wake up! With a flap of his wings, Chaos sent the other party flying a light year away, severely injuring him and rendering him immobile. However, when Chaos went over to detain the other party, a giant ultimate void god spirit with a dark purple body and a huge body that looked like a Jurassic dinosaur appeared in front of Chaos. Savas, you're here! Chaos heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the other party appear. Then, he said in shame. I'm sorry to have let you see this embarrassing scene. Initially, I invited you over to have fun with you. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Forget it, there's no time to talk. Savas, help me suppress this internal strife. After this internal strife is over, I owe you a favor. Chaos wanted to bypass him and detain Praman with that. However, in the next second, Savas stood in front of him with a calm expression, blocking his path. What are you doing? Chaos was stunned. Then, he looked at the other party's calm, deep, and unfamiliar face and suddenly thought of something. He said in disbelief and with an ugly expression. Don't tell me you. Chaos. Savas suddenly spoke. He looked at Chaos calmly. Surrender. I'm a grade 2 supreme god, and you're only a grade 1 supreme god. You're not my match, much less my lord's. Your master? Isn't our master the great Void Emperor? Chaos looked at Savas and said. Void Emperor? That's just a guy who knows how to run. My lord. It's the great Your Excellency Common People's Regal. Savas raised his head proudly. Chapter 1474, The Void Emperor's True Blood. Kay's expression turned ugly when he heard this. Even you? He said in disbelief. Then, his expression suddenly calmed down. He turned to look at Zhou Fight. 4th Reserve Army of the Supreme Lord, is this how you dare to stand in front of me? You're indeed extraordinary. Your lord's nomological path must be an extremely high-ranked lord's nomological path, or even a powerful lord's nomological path that has never been discovered, right? Caius said coldly. Yes or no, has no meaning to you. Unless you choose to surrender to this emperor, or die under the hands of this colleague of yours. Zhou Fight said calmly. He was actually very surprised. He actually did not have much hope that his son of destiny would be able to incite defection to become a supreme god-level ultimate void god spirit before he came. This was because according to the principle of the son of destiny's incite defection, it was mostly unable to instigate the leader of the enemy faction. Chaos was the highest leader of Chaos City, so Zhou Fight did not have much hope for incite defection Chaos. His original idea was that even if he couldn't instigate the incite defection to Chaos, he could at least instigate 50% of his subordinates. This way, he could at least increase his chances of winning. And then, I'll deal with Chaos myself. Chaos was only a grade 1 supreme god. He realized that the suppression on his combat strength had disappeared after he obtained the mythical tier unique lord talent, the ultimate void battlefield. Under the circumstance that he could unleash his full combat strength, coupled with the help of a set of supreme divine artifacts, it was completely possible for him to kill such a grade 1 supreme god. That was why he had the confidence to accept this mission and find trouble with Chaos. However, he never expected this. While he did not incite Chaos, he actually incited another supreme god. Moreover, it was a supreme god who was even more powerful. Furthermore, from the information Savas had sent to him, he had only agreed to Chaos's request on a whim today. That was why he had suddenly come to his place to have fun with him. He had never expected that Zhou Fight would suddenly lead an army to attack him. He had never expected that an outsider like him would become the target of incite defection. It could only be said that everything was the result of a freak combination of factors. Zhou Fight smirked at the thought of this. I've been lucky today. I can't believe I can even incite an incite defection supreme god. Before I came, I thought Chaos was the only supreme god in Chaos City. When he thought of this, he was suddenly taken aback. Then, he fell into deep thought. Lucky? Could the titles and lord talents that were enhanced by my luck be working? Thinking of this, Zhou Fight could not help but smile. Unexpectedly, luck was an illusory thing that could not be seen or touched usually. When it was really needed, it would really go for it. If that's the case, I'll give you another one. Zhou Fight smiled and pointed at Chaos City and Chaos from afar. He activated Heavenly Fate Diwang's ability to extract the enemy's good luck, leaving only bad luck. At the same time, Chaos did not respond to Zhou Fight's words. Instead, he turned around and looked straight at Savas. Savas. I'll ask you again. Are you really going to stop me? He asked in a deep voice. Stop you? No, I should take you down or kill you. Savas smiled. As a grade 1 supreme god, he had the right to say such words in front of the grade 1 supreme god Chaos. You made me do it. Chaos took a deep breath and said softly. Then, he took out a drop of blood that emitted a faint silver light from his void creature bag. This blood emitted a shocking pressure as soon as it was taken out. As a grade 2 supreme god, Savas' divine body actually began to crumble in the face of this pressure. The true blood of the Void Emperor. You were actually bestowed with such a divine item by the Void Emperor. Savas immediately recognized the drop of silver blood and said in horror. This isn't a reward for me, but for our heavenly winged mantis clan's patriarch. The patriarch saw that I was stationed in the nearest war zone to Lord of 10,000 Evil's base, so he gave it to me. Chaos looked at the drop of silver blood with blurry eyes. I thought I would never use it in my life. I didn't expect to be forced to use it by a reserve supreme lord who's not even a supreme god. His expression instantly turned firm as he said in a deep voice. After I kill you, I'll immediately report to Your Excellency the Void Emperor and tell Your Excellency about the existence of the 4th Reserve Army of the Supreme Lord and his methods. At that time, with Your Excellency's methods, the great common people's regal that you think is worthy of being an ant that Your Excellency casually crushed and killed. With that, Chaos raised his head and swallowed the drop of blood into his body. Almost instantly, his aura began to increase rapidly. Grade 2 Supreme God Realm. Grade 3 Supreme God Realm. Grade 4 Supreme God Realm. In less than 10 seconds, Chaos had advanced from a Grade 1 Supreme God to a Grade 4 Supreme God. Furthermore, his divine body had turned completely dark silver, and its form was somewhat similar to the legendary Void Emperor. Even the pressure he emitted was enough to make any ultimate void creature feel fear from the depths of their blood. All of this was naturally affected by the drop of true blood. And seeing how powerful Chaos had become, even though he was filled with fear, he didn't have any thoughts of retreating. Under the influence of the Son of Destiny, his basic loyalty had already reached 99, infinitely close to the level of a fanatic believer. He was naturally unwilling to escape from his opponent out of fear without receiving the Lord's orders. Not only would that violate the Lord's orders, but it would also make he feel that he had suffered humiliation because of his cowardice. "Traitor, aren't you going to run?" Caius looked at Savas with a faint smile. "For the great common people's regal, your excellency, I will never run away," Savas said firmly even though he was afraid. When Caius saw this, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his expression gradually became serious. He didn't expect the methods of the common people's regal to be so strange. Not only could he make his people submit to him in an instant, he could also turn him into subordinates comparable to fanatic believers. This ability was simply too terrifying. This Supreme Lord's Reserve Army must not be left alive. Otherwise, he would definitely become a huge threat to their ultimate Void clan in the future. At the thought of this, he did not waste any more time. He was prepared to kill Savas immediately before returning to the Void Emperor's side to report. As for relying on his own strength to forcefully kill common people's regal, he thought for a moment and gave up on this idea. This was because his premonition as a grade 4 supreme god told him that even if he had temporarily obtained the strength of a 4th grade supreme god, there was a high chance that he would not succeed in destroying that common people's regal. Even though he found this premonition somewhat unbelievable, he chose to believe in his intuition. "Die, Savas!" Caius teleported in front of Savas. Chapter 1475, Capturing Caius City. The shocked Lord of 10,000 Evils. Caius flapped the wings on his back and was about to kill Savas, who could no longer move. Suddenly, cluck cluck cluck. Pfft! A look of disbelief appeared in Caius' eyes. Then, he spat out a large mouthful of dark purple bodily fluid. In the next moment, Savas sensed that Caius' strength was falling at an even faster speed. Grade 3 Supreme God Realm. Grade 2 Supreme God. Grade 1 Supreme God. Master God Tier Advanced Grade. This ultimate Void God Spirit, who had just possessed the strength of a top-notch Grade 4 Supreme God, actually fell to the Master God Tier level in an instant. He could not even maintain his original strength. How is that possible? Caius said in disbelief as he felt his weakened body. Using the Void Emperor's true blood to forcefully increase his strength would indeed have a certain backlash in the future. How long had it been since he consumed the Void Emperor's true blood? He hadn't even attacked once, and the use of true blood had already expired? A guess suddenly appeared in his mind. His compatibility with the Void Emperor's true blood was extremely low. Only this guess could explain why the effects of the true blood had disappeared not long after he had consumed it, and why he had suffered such a serious backlash. Is my luck that bad? Caius was in despair. As a Grade 1 Supreme God of the ultimate Void race, he had never expected he to have such a low compatibility with the true blood of the Void Emperor. But that was the truth. He had no choice but to accept reality. As for Savas, he couldn't help but be stunned in the beginning when he faced Caius, whose strength had greatly decreased. But soon, he began to mock him. "You actually have such a low compatibility with the Void Emperor's true blood. Haha, this is how your life should be today." Caius snorted but didn't say anything. Savas sneered and asked again. "Caius, the situation is clear. I'll ask you again, are you willing to surrender to my master?" "I, a supreme god, surrender to a master god tier like him?" Caius laughed out loud as if he had heard a huge joke. Then, he said coldly. "Say no more. Just kill me." Savas looked at Zhou Fight. Zhou Fight nodded from afar. "You asked for it." Savas shook his head. Then, he drew the Void Axe on his back and chopped off Caius's head. Then, he used the Void Divine power to destroy his Divine Spark. Only then did he die. At the same time Caius died, a line of text appeared in front of Zhou Fight. Ultimate Void Battlefield Mission Tips: your subjects have killed the Lord of Caius City, Caius, 1st level Supreme God, and you have received 1 million military merit points and 1 Supreme God level mission medal. Zhou Fight smiled faintly. Next, we only need to occupy the entire Caius City and this mission will be completed. He muttered to himself. He looked at the battlefield in front of him. At this moment, the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom was using long-range attacks to continuously attack Caius City. At the same time, the ultimate Void God spirits in Caius City, who had been instigated by Zhou Fight's incite defection, were also fighting inside. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that on this battlefield, his army already had an absolute advantage. It was only a matter of time before he took Chaos City. Next, as long as he broke through Chaos City's defenses, he would be able to completely take over Chaos City. At this moment, Savas flew to Zhou Fight with Chaos Corpse. "My lord," Savas said respectfully. "You can just call me Your Majesty," Zhou Fight said calmly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Savas grabbed Chaos Corpse and offered it to Zhou Fight. He said fervently, "Your Majesty, this is Chaos Corpse. I would like to offer it to you." "Yes, I'll count it as your contribution. Leave the corpses behind. Go and break through the defense of Chaos City," Zhou Fight said. "Yes, Your Majesty." Savas nodded and turned to look at Chaos City with a sinister smile. If Chaos was still around and he was in charge of Chaos City's defense facilities, he would never dare to break through his defenses because it was impossible. Even though Chaos was only a Grade 1 Supreme God, with Chaos City's Supreme God level defense facilities, a Grade 4 Supreme God could not easily break through Chaos City. However, not only had Chaos fallen, even the interior of Chaos City had fallen into internal strife, leaving Chaos City with less than 10% of its defensive strength. Under such circumstances, Savas was very confident that he could break through Chaos City's defense alone. "This is the first order His Majesty has given me. It has to be done perfectly." Savas stroked his Grade 2 Supreme God Divine Artifact with a solemn expression. In the next second, he flew straight to Chaos City. The 10 Ultimate Void Master God Tiers, who were overseeing the defense of Chaos City, hurriedly focused on defending against this Supreme God when they saw Savas rushing over. They had all seen it just now. It was this city lord's good friend who personally beheaded him. Naturally, they would not regard the other party as an ally. At this moment, Savas, who had already arrived in Chaos City, slashed his first, second, third, fourth. In the blink of an eye, he slashed out 16 times in a row, and each strike was an all-out offensive. 16 slashes later, the most important Supreme God level defensive light shield in Chaos City was directly broken by Savas. At this moment, Chaos City was like a beautiful little girl who had lost the means to protect herself. Facing the greedy gazes of outsiders, she had no means to protect herself at all. Savas laughed loudly and rushed in. Together with the incite defection army, he killed the ultimate void god spirits who had not been incited. 3 hours later, all the ultimate void god spirits that had not been incited by incite defection were all killed, turning into a massive amount of promotion energy that increased the strength of all the god spirits of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Chaos City was also completely occupied by Zhou Fight. At the same time, Demon Lord Base Planet. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was in his sacred hall, thinking about how to get along with this new Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army in the future. The ultimate void race was extremely difficult to deal with. Lord of 10,000 Evils felt that there was a high chance that the two of them would spend a long time together in the future. They might even have to support each other. Since that was the case, it was best to befriend the other party. But how should he befriend them? How should he befriend them? Who was in charge of the two? How should he strive for dominance? All sorts of problems were things that he had to think about. At this moment, an ultimate evil spirit instantly appeared below the hall. "Your Majesty, there's the latest news from that Common People's Regal." "What news? Did Common People's Regal finally choose to retreat after losing to Chaos? Hurry up and welcome them. Pay attention to your attitude. Don't let them think that we're here to watch them make a fool of themselves," the Lord of 10,000 Evils casually instructed. The Master God tier level ultimate evil spirit fell silent for a second before saying with difficulty, "Your Majesty, the 4th Reserve Army of the Supreme Lord has successfully breached Chaos City, killed City Lord Chaos, and incite surrendered another level 2 ultimate void Supreme God Savas. Capture Chaos City," the Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded. Then, he suddenly reacted and stood up from his throne, staring at the other party. "What did you say?" Chapter 1476, All Gods Announcement. Reward. The Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army has already breached Chaos City and killed the Grade 1 Supreme God Chaos. He also made the other Grade 2 Ultimate Void Supreme God surrender. The Ultimate Evil Spirit Master God tier explained succinctly again. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was stunned. How did he do it? He uttered in disbelief after a long time in silence. Your Majesty, please take a look. The ultimate evil spirit took out a crystal ball and injected divine power into it. Then, an illusory projection appeared in front of Lord of 10,000 Evils. The illusory projection showed the entire process of the Divine Kingdom's army attacking Chaos City, then Chaos dying in battle, and finally, Chaos City being completely occupied by the Zhou fight. When Lord of 10,000 Evils saw the internal strife in Chaos City, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. His eyes immediately widened in shock when he saw Chaos confronting Savas and being beheaded by him. And he was completely silent when he saw that Chaos City was completely occupied. The ultimate evil spirit Master God did not speak either. In fact, he still couldn't believe that what he saw was true until now. However, everything he had recorded was like ironclad evidence that what he had seen was not fake. But how could this Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army be so strong? With just a raise of their hands, they had changed the situation on the battlefield, making the situation that they should not have been able to defeat become an absolute advantage in the blink of an eye. They had even recruited a level 2 Ultimate Void Supreme God? They did not even dare to think about such a situation in the past. However, they felt like they were dreaming now that it had really happened in front of them. The Supreme will ask this Lord 4th Reserve to come over because it really thinks that he can help us resist the Ultimate Void race. Perhaps we can really defeat the Ultimate Void race and leave this place forever with the help of this Lord. The ultimate evil spirit began to let its imagination run wild. What to do? Zhou Fight's actions of capturing Chaos City in a short period of time had really shocked him too much. The Lord of 10,000 Evils had similar thoughts. He had a complicated expression. Of course, they knew about this Chaos City. In fact, because this city was very close to the planet where the Demon Lord's base was, they had fought dozens of times openly and covertly. However, because of the powerful defense facilities of Chaos City, even if Lord of 10,000 Evils was already a Grade 3 Supreme God realm, he could not break through the defense of Chaos City, let alone kill Chaos and completely occupy it. And now, this matter was actually done by this new Supreme Lord Reserve Army who had just come from the Great Cosmos? Thinking about how he had previously thought that the other party was bragging, no matter how much Lord of 10,000 Evils had experienced, he could not help but blush. What is the common people's regal doing now? The Lord of 10,000 Evils came back to his senses and immediately asked. That Lord is currently reorganizing Chaos City. He should be back when he is done. The ultimate evil spirit Master God Tyr said. The Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded and thought for a moment before saying. Prepare a banquet and invite the god spirits of the various races to attend to celebrate the first great victory the common people's regal has brought us in the past 1,000 years. Also, send out an all-god announcement to the battle channel of the myriad races to inform them of the results of the god spirits and common people's regal. Yes, Your Majesty. The ultimate evil spirit Master God Tyr said respectfully. Then, he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and left to do something. The Lord of 10,000 Evils fell silent for a while after the other party left. Then, he could not help but open the photo orb again and carefully examine the entire process of Zhou Fight attacking Chaos City. He turned off the image pearl and said with a complicated tone after he looked at it 5 or 6 times. What an astonishing method! No wonder they were able to capture Chaos City the moment they arrived. If his Lord's nomological path was comprehended by himself, his future would be limitless. Maybe even the Supreme Lord. He fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. He felt that he couldn't come to a conclusion too early. This newly advanced Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army had shocking Lord Law methods. However, those 2 Supreme Lord Reserves were not easy to deal with either. If the 3 were to compare, he still felt that the common people's regal did not have any advantage. He had only grown up for a short time after all. If he had grown up for a longer time, he might really be able to compete with the other 2 Supreme Lord Reserve armies. At the same time in the main hall in the Chaos City, which was very far away from the Demon Lord's base planet, Zhou Fight sat on the throne that Chaos had once sat on and looked at the text notification in front of him. Ultimate Void Battlefield Mission Hint 1, you have completely captured Chaos City. You have obtained 1 million military credits. Ultimate Void Battlefield Mission Hint 2, congratulations, you have completely completed the Grade 1 Supreme God mission conquering the Grade 1 Supreme God War territory Chaos City. Zhou Fight smiled and turned off the mission notification to wait. At this moment, he suddenly felt something and opened the battle channel of all races. In the friend list of the 10,000 races battle channel, a message from Lord of 10,000 Evils and more than 9,999 friend requests were constantly flashing. Zhou Fight was stunned. Then, he opened the message from Lord of 10,000 Evils. Lord of 10,000 Evils, Brother Common People's Regal, you have good methods. You actually broke through Chaos City so quickly. I really didn't expect this. Impressive, impressive. The corners of Zhou Fight's mouth twitched when he saw this. Since when did you address me OS brother? Now that you know that I've captured Chaos City, you're calling me Brother Common People's Regal? Smart. He typed a reply. Common People's Regal, I was lucky. I originally thought that it wouldn't be so simple. I didn't expect that it would cause me to instigate incite defection to become a supreme god, which allowed this battle to end so quickly. I even planned to personally kill Chaos and occupy Chaos City. Lord of 10,000 Evils, it's easy to say, but it's still very dangerous, right? Speaking of which, I've wanted to settle in this Chaos City for a long time, but I haven't had the time. This time, I have to thank Brother Common People's Regal. When you come back, we'll have a good drink. Common People's Regal, okay. Lord of 10,000 Evils, by the way, brother, you can watch the battle channel of the myriad races. Zhou Fight was a little curious when he saw this. Then, he opened the All Races Combat channel. Then, he saw a huge red announcement standing at the top of the All Races Combat channel. All God announcement, congratulations to our Supreme Lord of 10,000 Evils. As the leader of the Supreme will camp in the Ultimate Void battlefield, I will take out 5 million military merits and 2 Supreme God Mission Medals American Samoa rewards. Chapter 1477, Occupying Chaos City. Blazing Sun Base Planet No. 1. Zhou Fight was stunned after reading it. Then, he shook his head and laughed. He did not expect this Lord of 10,000 Evils to suddenly do this. This was really surprising. However, it was not bad. At the very least, it proved that this Lord of 10,000 Evils did not have any hostility towards him on the surface. Otherwise, there was no need for him to do these things to increase the enemy's strength. 5 million military merits and 2 Supreme God Mission medals were already very good rewards. It was even enough to exchange for some good racial divine artifacts in the Supreme God Realm Monument. At this moment, when the God spirits in the battle channel saw this all-God announcement, they immediately stirred. Did I hear wrongly? Chaos City was breached by the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army. Chaos City has Supreme God-level defense facilities. Under Chaos's control, even a Grade 4 Supreme God can't break through Chaos City. How did the Common People's Regal break through? I'm shocked. I've followed Lord of 10,000 Evils to attack Chaos City together in the past, but I've always returned empty-handed. Many God spirits even died, and more than 100 Master God tier died. Wasn't the Common People's Regal just promoted to the Supreme Lord Reserve Army not long ago? He doesn't even have a Supreme God level expert under him, right? How did he attack Chaos City? I didn't expect the Common People's Regal to not only make a name for himself in the Supreme Great Cosmos, but he can also become famous even in the Ultimate Void battlefield where God spirits are gathered. As expected of the latest Supreme Lord Reserve Army selected by the Supreme Will. Extraordinary indeed. The Common People's Regal is here. The God spirits of the Supreme will camp in our Ultimate Void battlefield are going to have a better life. Roar. The God spirits in the battle channel discussed. There was no lack of God spirits who had already heard of the reputation of the Common People's Regal in the Supreme Great Cosmos. They did not expect that this Lord of the myriad races who had just risen would still be able to contribute greatly in the ancient battlefield of the Ultimate Void battlefield. This also made them completely convinced. As expected of your Excellency, Common People's Regal. You're the most outstanding and outstanding no matter where you go. After Zhou Fight saw these guys' comments, he smiled and did not say anything. He only thanked Lord of 10,000 Evils for the reward in a private chat. Lord of 10,000 Evils was very polite, indicating that he deserved all of this. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries and did not like to talk much. This Lord of 10,000 Evils has such a scary title. I didn't expect him to be so easy to communicate with. Zhou Fight was amazed. Of course, it was also possible that he had seen hope of defeating the ultimate void creature through his battle results, which was why he was so polite. If not for this, Lord of 10,000 Evil's attitude might not have been so good. At this moment, Savas teleported into the main hall and said respectfully to Zhou Fight, "Your Majesty, the core of Chaos City's base star core has been found. Lead the way." Zhou Fight said. "Yes, Your Majesty. Please follow me." Savas and Zhou Zhou disappeared from the main hall almost at the same time. In another dignified and mysterious hall, a dark purple ball of light floated in the middle of the hall. Rows of ultimate void race words floated around the dark purple ball of light, making it even more mysterious and ancient. At this moment, Savas and Zhou Zhou appeared in front of the dark purple ball of light. "Your Majesty, this is the core of Chaos City's void base. It can cover and affect the battlefield territory within a radius of 50 million light-years. This base star core was originally personally created by the Supreme Will and used to manage and protect the ultimate void battlefield. Later on, because the ultimate void race was powerful, Lord of 10,000 Evils lost the battlefield territory of the ultimate void battlefield repeatedly. This base star core finally fell into the hands of the ultimate void race. Through the method of void pollution, it became a treasure for the ultimate void race to manage the territory of the ultimate void battlefield." Savas said respectfully. Zhou Fight nodded. Then, he walked in front of the contaminated base star core. He looked at the base star core. A text notification appeared. Base name, Chaos City, Grade 1 Supreme God Base. Treasure name, Void Base Star Core, Polluted. Treasure grade, Grade 1 Supreme God. Treasure effect, after determining the location of the base, it can become the core of the base. With the base star core as the center, it can create any kind of base and add any buildings. At the same time, it can monitor all life forms within a radius of 50 million light-years. Note 1, this base star core is a polluted void base star core. You can purify it with 1 million military credits and restore it to its original appearance and effect. Note 2, if you fuse 3 Grade 1 Supreme God Base Star Cores or Void Base Star Cores, you can evolve them into Grade 2 Supreme God Base Star Cores or Grade 2 Supreme God Void Base Star Cores. Prompt, do you want to purify and occupy it? A smile appeared on Zhou Fight's face after reading it. As expected, this base star core was the same as the territory order on the High Continent. They could both be occupied and become their territory. And the price was only 1 million points. It was far cheaper than exchanging for it in the Supreme God Realm Monument. Purify and occupy. Zhou Fight said without hesitation. In the next second, a text notification appeared. In the process of purification, Zhou Fight looked at the base star core. The base star core that was emitting a dark purple light suddenly seemed to be boiling like hot water. The light on the surface kept rising, and the dark purple light was forced out bit by bit and dissipated in the void. A moment later, after all the dark purple light dissipated, they saw that the original dark purple base star core had already turned into a white ball of light that emitted a pure white and gentle light. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully occupied Chaos City, Grade 1 Supreme God Level War Base, and purified the Void Base Star Core. Please name your war base and choose the form of your base. A bunch of options appeared in front of Zhou Fight as soon as he finished speaking. There were megacities, planets, continents, secret realms, islands, black holes. There were all kinds of forms. After some thought, Zhou Fight replied. The war base is called Blazing Sun Base Planet No. 1. The base form also chooses the planet. Even though Zhou Fight had been in the High Continent for a long time, he was still used to living on a planet, so he chose the form of a planet. Change completed. Zhou Fight looked over. Base name, Blazing Sun Base Planet No. 1, Grade 1 Supreme God Base. Treasure name, Supreme Base Star Core. Treasure grade, Grade 1 Supreme God. Treasure effect, after determining the location of the base, it can become the core of the base. With the base star core as the center, it can create any kind of base and add any buildings. At the same time, it can monitor all life forms within a radius of 50 million light-years. Note 2, if you fuse 3 Grade 1 Supreme God Base Star Cores or Void Base Star Cores, you can evolve them into Grade 2 Supreme God Base Star Cores or Grade 2 Supreme God Void Base Star Cores. Zhou Fight nodded in satisfaction after reading it. Chapter 1478, Void Emperor. This can be considered my first base in the ultimate Void battleground. It feels like it's my first time exploring. Zhou Zhou chuckled. He walked out of the temple and realized that the place he was at had unknowingly become a base planet. Even though this base planet was not as big as the Demon Lord's base planet, it was still the size of thousands of boundless universes combined. On the surface of this base planet, there were all kinds of basic building facilities, including the Divine Artifact Forging Hall, Cultivation Hall, Meditation Room, Enlightenment Room, Time Acceleration Array, Healing Room, Teleportation Array. There were all kinds of construction facilities specially for god spirits. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied after reading it. This saved him the need to rebuild this place. It saved him a large sum of money and time. It also allowed him to focus on dealing with the ultimate Void race. Then, with a thought, he opened his military merit panel. User, Lord of the Blazing Sun, Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army, Ultimate Void Battlefield 2nd Leader of the Supreme Wool Camp. Military merits, 6 million points. Mission Medal, 3 Supreme Mission Medals. 6 million military merits and 3 Supreme Mission Medals. It's enough for me to exchange for some good things. Especially that treasure. Zhou Zhou said to himself with a smile. As for the ultimate Void Battlefield 2nd Leader of the Supreme Wool Camp that it introduced, Zhou Zhou was not surprised. The first leader was naturally the veteran Supreme Lord Reserve, Lord of 10,000 Evils. As for the second leader, it was he, the last Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army. He had a high status even though his strength was average. It was naturally not a problem for him to have the status of a leader. Savas, Yuan Kong, stay here and guard Blazing Sun base planet No. 1. Bai Yun, Qi Xiantian, follow this emperor to the Demon Lord's base planet. Zhou Zhou sent a voice transmission. Yes, Your Majesty. 4 respectful voices came from all directions of the Blazing Sun base planet. No. 1. Then, Bai Yun and Qi Xiantian immediately flew over and arrived beside Zhou Zhou. They went to the Demon Lord base planet through the teleportation array of the base with Zhou Zhou. At the same time that Chaos died. Behind the ultimate Void battleground, in an incomparably huge Heaven Ascension Holy Temple that was completely dark silver and reflected the illusory images of the myriad worlds on the surface. A powerful life form wearing dark silver armor and a dark silver holy crown on its head had 3 eyes and 6 hands. Each of its hands held a completely different willpower holy artifact. It was sitting on the highest holy seat and resting with its eyes closed. Below him were more than 2,000 ultimate Void Supreme Gods. Each of them emitted a powerful Supreme God aura, and each Supreme God had at least 1 or 2 Supreme Divine Artifacts. Some of the top ultimate Void Supreme Gods who were at the front and powerful were even wearing a full set of Supreme Divine Artifacts. When any God spirit saw this scene, they would be dumbfounded and exclaim that the other party was wealthy. With so many Supreme Divine Artifacts, even the Supreme Will could not take them out in a short period of time. At this moment, there was a click. All the ultimate Void Supreme Gods were stunned for a moment before looking up at the ceiling of the dark silver sky-reaching Holy Temple. The ceiling was made of dark silver tiles that looked like mirrors. On the surface of every tile, the figure and appearance of an ultimate Void Supreme God were vaguely revealed. And at this moment, one of the tiles suddenly made a cracking sound. Then, cracks appeared on the surface of this tile, and finally, splash! This tile completely shattered into powder and landed in front of all the ultimate Void Supreme Gods. The illusory divine shadow in the tile naturally dissipated and disappeared. The 2,000 Supreme Gods looked at the floating powder solemnly. Many ultimate Void Supreme Gods looked angry and murderous. At this moment, the powerful life form sitting high on the holy throne and resting with his eyes closed spoke slowly. Looks like our companion, Chaos, has already died. And the one who killed Chaos was a powerhouse from the Supreme Will faction. This is the first ultimate Void Supreme God to die in our ultimate Void race in 1,000 years. Interesting. Something must have happened to the Supreme Will. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill Chaos, who is protected by Chaos City. Rhoda. The powerful life form spoke. My lord. A grade 4 ultimate Void Supreme God that looked like a bat with dark purple eyes and a pale face stood out from the 2,000 Supreme Gods. His position was very close to the front, close to a powerful life form. It could be seen how powerful he was. He said respectfully to this powerful life form. And since he addressed him as my lord, this powerful life form was naturally the most powerful and supreme ultimate void race's Dehuang the Void Emperor. Go investigate. After you get the results, tell me the reason why Caius was killed immediately. The Void Emperor said. Yes, my lord. Rhoda said respectfully. The Void Emperor nodded. He still didn't open his eyes, looking like he was sleeping. On the other hand, this Grade 4 Ultimate Void Supreme God Rhoda did not dare to slack off at all. He immediately passed the Supreme Gods and left the temple to carry out the mission given to him by the Void Emperor. An unknown expert from the Supreme Will's camp. Your death is near. Rhoda's deep voice echoed in the void for a long time. On the other side, Zhou Fight and the others had already teleported to the Demon Lord base planet. Zhou Fight and the other two saw Lord of 10,000 Evils and the god spirits under him standing neatly outside the teleportation array, waiting for them as soon as they returned. After they walked out of the spatial teleportation array, they saw Lord of 10,000 Evils walk over and laugh. Welcome back, our hero. Let's go. Let's go have a drink. At the same time, I'll congratulate you for taking down Chaos City and obtaining your first war base. I want to go to the Supreme God Realm Monument first. Zhou Fight shook his head. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was stunned before he smiled. That's true. I just won a battle. It's time to exchange for something good. Then you guys can go first. I'll wait for you guys in the Dowdy Demon Palace with the other god spirits. Don't break your promise. The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled kindly. Sure. Zhou Fight nodded. He happened to have some things that he wanted to understand from Lord of 10,000 Evils. The Supreme God Realm Monument was already empty when Zhou Fight arrived. The power of Zhou Fight's will spread out and covered the god spirits further away. Only then did he know why there was no one around. It turned out that Lord of 10,000 Evils knew that he was going to use the Supreme God Realm Monument, so he simply cleared the surroundings of the Supreme God Realm Monument so that Zhou Fight could enjoy it alone to exchange for the divine items inside. Zhou Fight clicked his tongue but did not say anything. Even though people who enjoyed privileges would be envied and jealous, that was because such privileges did not fall on them. When privileges fell on them, who would hate privileges? Coincidentally, I don't want other god spirits to see what the divine item I want to exchange for is. Zhou Fight muttered to himself. Then, he placed his hand on the Supreme God Realm Monument. Chapter 1479, Advanced Race Divine Artifact Holy Fate Umbrella. Soon. A vast amount of treasure information surged into Zhou Fight's mind from the Supreme God Realm Monument. From special treasures to divine artifacts of various levels, to low-tier deity-level elementary grade divine artifacts, to grade 4 Supreme God divine artifacts, there was everything. Apart from that, there were racial divine artifacts. Zhou Fight opened the racial divine artifact interface and scrolled down. Soon, he found the target of his trip. Race Artifact, Holy Fate Umbrella, Advanced Race Artifact hide and protect the fate of oneself and subordinates, prevent being spied on and cursed by other gods, ignore any form of instant death effect, even the Supreme God cannot harm the owner of the Holy Fate Umbrella and subordinates through the law of fate. Military merit required for redemption, 6 million military merit points, 3 Master God tier mission medals. When Zhou Fight saw this racial divine artifact, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Then, he did not hesitate to exchange all his military merits and mission medals for this racial divine artifact. In the next second, the Holy Fate Umbrella appeared out of thin air in front of him. Zhou Fight stretched out his hands and took the Holy Fate Umbrella. He looked at this high-level racial divine artifact with a burning gaze. Then, he took a look at his military merit information. As expected, he realized that the 6 million military merits and the 3 Supreme God mission medals he had just obtained had all returned to zero. However, Zhou Fight did not feel that it was a pity. This was because this race divine artifact was extremely important to him. I don't have to worry anymore that the death of my avatar will involve my main body with the protection of this racial divine artifact. Zhou Fight looked at the Holy Fate Umbrella and thought. After experiencing the assassination of the Scarlet Supreme God Shadow Lord last time, his main body had been thinking about what to do if he encountered such an enemy who killed his clone but could implicate his main body's death again. Zhou Zhou now had as many as 10 clones. The main body did not want anything to happen to one of the avatars, causing the main body to die with the other 9 avatars. That would be the opposite of his original intention of creating a clone. And now, the appearance of the Holy Fate umbrella perfectly resolved this problem. With this Holy Fate umbrella, the main body won't have to be afraid of attacks below the willpower level. It can hurt the main body and other clones. Even if one of our avatars accidentally dies, the other avatars and main body will be fine. Zhou Zhou nodded. As for an attack at the level of will above the Supreme God? If such an existence really attacked the main body, they would not even need to attack. They would probably be able to easily kill the main body and all their clones with a glance. If he really encountered an enemy of that level, he did not need to think about how to protect himself at all. He could just lie down and die. Therefore, his main body had not thought about this at all and he stopped thinking about it. Zhou Zhou directly put this high-level racial divine artifact into the first treasure vault and left it for his main body to use. As long as their main bodies relied on the Holy Fate umbrella and nothing happened to them, their clones would die. Their main bodies could use their origin power to easily revive them, so they did not need this racial divine artifact. After exchanging for the racial divine artifact, Zhou Zhou looked at the divine item in the Supreme God Realm monument for a while longer. Then, he looked at the mission for a while before reluctantly closing the information page of the Supreme God Realm monument. There were many good things on the Supreme God Realm monument. Especially the race divine artifacts. He had been in the High Continent for so long, but he had never seen so many race divine artifacts. Unfortunately, he didn't have any military merits or Supreme God mission medals. Otherwise, he really wanted to exchange for all the race divine artifacts in the Supreme God Realm monument in one go. However, even though he lacked military merits and mission medals, Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry to accept a new mission. This was because he had other things to do before that. He turned around and left the Supreme God Realm monument, bringing Bai Yun and Qi Xiantian to the gluttonous Demon Palace. They were welcomed into the Demon Palace by 2 teams of true God tier at the entrance of the hall as soon as the 3 of them arrived at the Dowdy Demon Palace. As soon as they entered the hall, Zhou Zhou and the other 2 saw that the hall was already filled with more than 10,000 God spirits under Lord of 10,000 Evils. Among these God spirits, the weakest was Master God tier advance grade. The strongest was actually 5 Supreme Gods present. These 5 Supreme Gods were sitting at the highest point of the Dowdy Demon Palace with Lord of 10,000 Evils. Chapter 1480, 3 Missions. 1. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was stunned. Then, he suddenly slapped his head and said, "I forgot about that. Here you go." He flipped his right hand and saw a dark purple scroll appear in his hand. This is the territorial map of the Ultimate Void Battlefield. It records the distribution of all the factions and mystic realms in the Ultimate Void Battlefield, including the distribution of the Scarlet factions. He can change in real time. If you want to know the location of the other factions, you can understand from this territorial map. Sai, I wanted to give it to you as soon as you arrived, but you accepted a mission to go to Chaos City the moment you arrived. I didn't even have time to give it to you. The Lord of 10,000 Evils shook his head and smiled. He had indeed not expected Zhou Zhou to start a war with the Ultimate Void race as soon as he arrived. The Lord of 10,000 Evils thought that after the other party came, he would rest for at least a day or 2 and adapt to the environment before finding trouble with the Ultimate Void race. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. He took the map of the battlefield and opened it. Soon, he discovered the garrison symbol of the Scarlet faction about 300 million light-years away from the Demon Lord's base planet. Zhou Zhou was enlightened. He nodded slightly after watching for a while. 300 million light-years. This distance looked very far, but it was not far for the Supreme God. If they wanted support, the Supreme God could completely bring troops over directly. It would not take long at all. Moreover, this distance would allow both sides to have a good territory to develop themselves. How's the situation with the Crimson Overlord's faction? Zhou Zhou asked. Hearing Zhou Zhou's question, a cold smile appeared on Lord of 10,000 Evil's face. These forces of the Crimson Overlord did their best to cooperate with us in the beginning. But later on, when the situation became worse, the god spirits of the Crimson Overlord started to not do their best on the battlefield. Up until now, they no longer care about the outcome of this war. One reckon that they will immediately leave this place and return to their Crimson Great Cosmos on the day the Ultimate Void Battlefield falls. If the ultimate void battlefield falls, won't the ultimate void race also invade their crimson great cosmos? Why is their attitude so negative? Zhou Fight asked. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was silent for a moment before saying, "They are stronger than our supreme great cosmos in terms of local defense because the crimson great cosmos is filled with scarlet fog. So they began to prepare for the local defense after they saw the poor results of our ultimate void battlefield. They are probably already prepared to fight the ultimate void race in the crimson great cosmos, and we are not sufficiently prepared in this aspect. Therefore, they probably can't wait for us to lose to the ultimate void race and let the ultimate void race completely occupy the ultimate void battlefield. They will use this as a springboard to launch an invasion war against the two universes." Zhou Fight's expression turned slightly serious. In that case, wouldn't the ultimate void battlefield be the most important front for the Supreme Great Cosmos's external defense? Zhou Fight did not say anything and continued to look at the map of the battlefield in his hand. This battlefield map was divided into a total of 15 battlefield territories. These territories varied in size. At the same time, they were divided into 5 levels according to the size of the territory. They were, Grade 1 Supreme God Battlefield Territory, Grade 2 Supreme God Battlefield Territory, Grade 3 Supreme God Battlefield Territory, Grade 4 Supreme God Battlefield Territory, and the highest level Sanctuary. Among them, there were 2 sacred domains, which were the Supreme Sacred Domain and the Void Sacred Domain. They were respectively controlled by Lord of 10,000 Evils and a Grade 4 Supreme God clone of the Void Emperor. There were a total of 2 Grade 4 Supreme God Battlefield Territories. There were also 2 Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Battlefield Territories. There were a total of 3 Grade 2 Supreme God Battlefield Territories. There were a total of 2 Grade 4 Supreme God Battlefield Territories. For example, Chaos City, which Zhou Fight had just occupied, was one of the cities in the Grade 1 Supreme God Battlefield Territory Wanlong Territory. There were a total of 3 cities like this in the Myriad Dragon Domain. In other words, he would be able to reclaim 15% of the territory of the Ultimate Void Battlefield as long as Zhou Fight occupied 2 more cities. That's not right. It's supposed to be 1.5 cities. Zhou Fight thought. This was because Savas was the city lord of Savas City, another city in the Wanlong territory. Zhou Fight had already taken down the city lord, Savas. Next, he only needed to deal with the other 2 Grade 1 Supreme Gods who were Vice City Lords. This was somewhat difficult for Zhou Fight and his army, but it was not very difficult. What's with these arcane realms? Zhou Fight pointed at the golden mystic realm symbols on the map and asked. There were more than 100 signs of these mystic realms in total. Even the smallest Supreme God Wanlong battlefield territory had 3 mystic realms. These mystic realm symbols are called Void Mystic Realm symbols. They were specially created for us by the Supreme Will. He has placed a large number of divine artifacts, race divine artifacts, God spirit inheritances, military merits, mission medals, and other precious treasures in these void mystic realms. They're waiting for us to obtain them. The Supreme Will's original intention was to encourage us to take back these battlefield territories. However, we were too weak and could not take back these battlefield territories from the ultimate void race. Naturally, we could not obtain the treasures in these mystic realms. Chapter 1481, 3 Missions. 2. At this point, a look of shame appeared on Lord of 10,000 Evil's face. He gritted his teeth and said, I've let down the expectations of the Supreme Will. I also want to take back those battlefield territories, but one really can't. Zhou Fight looked at the expression on the Lord of 10,000 Evil's face and did not know if his current performance was real or fake. However, he didn't mind and casually comforted. Take your time. I'm here now, ain't I? If we work hard together, we can definitely snatch back these battlefield territories and obtain the treasures in these void mystic realms. The Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded. Then, he looked at Zhou Fight and suddenly thought of something. He said seriously. Brother Common People's Regal, you must ask me for help if you need my help. I won't want to take any share in the fruits of your war. I just want to do my part. I don't want to watch you suffer alone. Okay. Zhou Fight's thoughts raced. In the end, he smiled and said, Brother Demon Lord is willing to help me. I can't ask for more. You're too polite. This Lord of 10,000 Evils was a Grade 3 Supreme God Realm after all, and he was also a reserve army of the Supreme Will. His combat strength was comparable to a top-notch grade 4 supreme god. He would definitely be able to save a lot of effort in attacking the other ultimate void supreme gods if he was willing to lend his assistance. In any case, the other party had already said that he would not share the results of his battle. It would be a waste not to use it since that was the case. As for whether he had any ill intentions? Of course there was. However, with the Supreme Will watching in secret, the other party would definitely not do anything overboard. The Supreme Will was not a fool after all. It would not tolerate the vicious competition between his Supreme Lord Reserve Army. That would be out of the other party's intention to nurture a Supreme Lord. That's enough for me. I happen to need Brother Demon Lord's help with something. Zhou Fight asked. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was stunned. He did not expect to be used so quickly. However, he didn't say anything. Brother Common People, tell me. As you know, I just inside surrendered Savas City's Grade 2 Ultimate Void Supreme God Savas. Now, there are only 2 Grade 1 Supreme Level Vice City Lords left in Savas City. I plan to lead the army to attack Savas City tomorrow after letting the army rest for the night and take it down. When the time comes, I hope that Brother Demon Lord and Brother Demon Lord's 1,000 Evil Army will help. I don't know if that is possible. Zhou Fight asked. The Lord of 10,000 Evils' eyes lit up. Yet. Now that the City Lord of Savas City has been inside surrendered by you, Brother Common People, the high-end forces of Savas City have been reduced by half. It can be said to be its most vulnerable period these days, and it's also the best opportunity to attack Savas City. I would have been so happy that I forgot about this if you hadn't reminded me. But the Lord of 10,000 Evils frowned slightly. That Savas City still has 2 Grade 1 Supreme Gods and a complete army of Savas City Guards. With their Supreme God-level city defense facilities, even if our number of Supreme Gods far exceeds theirs, it's probably difficult for us to break through the other party's Savas City. Even if we can forcefully break through Savas City, we'll probably suffer heavy casualties in the end. His expression turned serious. It was very difficult for the Ultimate Void battlefield to replenish new troops. Even the Supreme Will could not continuously replenish new troops to the Ultimate Void battlefield. Therefore, when facing the problem of possible casualties, the Lord of 10,000 Evils would become very cautious. On the contrary, the Ultimate Void race was proficient in void travel, so replenishing their troops was very simple. The military strength of both sides increased and decreased. This was also one of the reasons why Lord of 10,000 Evils had fallen to this extent on this battlefield that originally belonged to the Supreme Will. It could even be said to be the most important reason. The right time, place, and people were not beneficial to Lord of 10,000 Evils. It was already very good that Lord of 10,000 Evils could last until now under such circumstances. This was also the reason why the Supreme Will had not withdrawn him. If it were any other Will level existence, they might not do better than him. Zhou Fight nodded and smiled. So I've decided to crusade against Savas tomorrow. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was stunned. Tomorrow? What is so special about tomorrow? It could actually give him the confidence to break through Savas City? Suddenly, he thought of the magical and unfathomable Lord's nomological methods he had seen from the common people's regal when they breached Chaos City. Could it be because of that method? At the thought of this, the Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded. Okay, let's go tomorrow. Zhou Fight nodded. Just as Lord of 10,000 Evils thought, he did want to use the Sun of Destiny that would be cooled down by tomorrow to conquer Savas City. This could also maximize his chances of winning. Even if the other Supreme Gods of the Ultimate Void race came to help, he would not be afraid. All living beings were equal in front of the Sun of Destiny. The more that came, the more he would instigate incite defection. Then, the Lord of 10,000 Evils and him chatted and laughed until late at night before the celebration banquet ended. After it was over, Zhou Fight brought Bai Yun and Qi Xiantian to the Supreme God Realm Monument. At this moment, about 18 God spirits had gathered at the Supreme God Realm Monument. They were exchanging items or handing over missions through the Supreme God Realm Monument. After seeing Zhou Fight, they surrounded him in surprise and chatted enthusiastically. What are you guys doing? Hurry up and disperse. Can't you see that Your Excellency, the common people's regal, is here to use the Supreme God Realm Monument? Are you guys trying to delay the important matter of the common people's regal? Right at that moment, a dignified voice sounded. Zhou Fight looked over. He realized that the person who spoke was a supreme god under Lord of 10,000 evils. Its name was Flame Duke Supreme God. It was an existence that had become a supreme god by walking the flame law. These god spirits also realized what they had done under the warning of the Flame Duke Supreme God. They quickly left after apologizing. "Thank you, Your Excellency Flame Duke Supreme God," Zhou Zhou said politely. "Your Excellency Common People's Regal, you're too polite. It's just a small matter. I just happened to pass by and said something. I won't disturb you anymore." With that, Flame Duke Supreme God left. Zhou Zhou blinked when he saw this. He turned around and came in front of the Supreme God Realm Monument to check the mission interface without thinking too much. Conquer the Second Order Supreme God Level War Territory, Sava City. Second Order Supreme God Level Mission: Conquer Sava City, eliminate the Void General Solomon, the First Order Supreme God, and eliminate the Void General Kais, the Second Order Supreme God. Completed. Destroy the Void General Elzam, Second Level Supreme God, and reward 6 million points of military merit and 3 Supreme God level mission medals. Now that we know the distribution of the ultimate Void Battleground, we know what mission to take. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself and began to search. A moment later, Zhou Zhou had a goal. He looked at the 5 missions in front of him. Conquer the Grade 2 Supreme God Tier War Territory, Sava City. Grade 2 Supreme God Tier Mission: Conquer Sava City, eliminate the Void General Solomon, Grade 1 Supreme God, and eliminate the Void General Chaos, Grade 2 Supreme God. Completed. Destroy the Void General Elzam, Grade 2 Supreme God, and reward 6 million points of military merit and 3 Supreme God Tier Mission medals. Conquer the Grade 3 Supreme God Tier War Territory, Wanlong Territory, Grade 3 Supreme God Tier Mission: Conquer the entire Wanlong Territory, eliminate the Void General Savas, Grade 1 Supreme God, and destroy General of the Void, Lei Di, Grade 2 Supreme God Tier, destroy General of the Void, Yuri, 3rd Level Supreme God, destroy General of the Void, Yuri, Grade 2 Supreme God, destroy General of the Void, Wanlong, Grade 3 Supreme God, reward 10 million points of military merit, 5 Supreme God Tier Mission medals, and a chance to promote a racial artifact. Attacking the Void Mystic Realm, exclusive mission of the 10,000 Dragon War Territory: attacking the 3 Void Mystic Realms in the 10,000 Dragon War Territory. Reward: 10 million military merits, 10 Supreme God Mission medals, and 1 Universal Racial Divine Artifact. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly after reading it. Let's aim for these 3 missions in the short term. Then, he accepted all 3 missions. Even if other god spirits wanted to accept missions, they could only accept one mission after another. They could only accept a mission after completing one mission. Only the Supreme Lord Reserve Army had unlimited authority to accept missions. After receiving these 3 missions, Zhou Zhou and the other 2 returned to Blazing Sun Base Planet No. 1 through the teleportation array and began to cultivate to prepare for the war. Chapter 1482, Battle Summary. Reincarnation Will. 1. At the same time, in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, Blazing Sun Divine Capital, Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Zhou Zhou was reading the summary of the day's battle. The main combat army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom was divided into 2 parts. A small portion of them followed Zhou Zhou to the Ultimate Void battlefield to fight the Ultimate Void race. The remaining army continued to stay in the High Continent and continue to conquer the Lord factions in the High Continent, especially the Scarlet factions, to expand the territory of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Under the joint efforts of the 2 armies, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had eliminated a total of 121 beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 88 intermediate-grade Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 41 advanced Divine Kingdom Lord factions, and 9 Overlord-level Lord factions. Adding on the enemies destroyed in the Ultimate Void battlefield, they had eliminated more than 200 people of foreign races in the capital units, 2 billion god spirits, more than 3 million true god tiers, more than 600 master god tiers of the people of foreign races, and an Ultimate Void Supreme God. Among them, the ordinary soldiers of the people of foreign races and a small number of god spirits of the people of foreign races were naturally destroyed by the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom on the High Continent. The remaining god spirits came from the Ultimate Void god spirits that were destroyed in Chaos City today. In the past, Zhou Zhou did not even dare to think about eliminating so many god spirits. However, in this Ultimate Void battlefield where only god spirits could fight, Zhou Zhou really experienced what it meant to be inferior to a dog. And after today's war, after statistics, The Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had obtained a total of 1.1 million mist cores of various levels, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, and basic materials from the capital units. 1,082, 879, 823, 427, 867 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. 994,342 Legendary Tier and below Lord Talent Spheres. A large number of Lord Talent Crystal Fragments of other levels. There were also 150 capital units and 3,422,897,880,000 units of divine crystals from the low-tier deity level to the high-tier deity level. 67,872,166,676 true God-tier divine crystals. 21,897,119,82 Master God-tier divine crystals. 4.128.782 Grade 1 to Grade 3 Supreme God Divine Crystals. 4,012,871,212,310,000 million low-level to high-tier deity-level divine artifacts. 397.81 million true God-tier divine artifacts. 512,123 Master God-tier divine artifacts. 5,122 Supreme God divine artifacts. There were a total of about 3,301.1 trillion divine spark fragments, God-tier herbs, God-tier ingredients, God-tier ores, God-tier blueprints, and other treasures. 102,382,321,810 Master God-tier herbs, God-tier ingredients, God-tier ores, God-tier blueprints, and other treasures. 208,723 Supreme God-level God-tier herbs, God-tier ingredients, God-tier ores, God-tier blueprints, and other treasures. In terms of insight defection, under the effect of the Sun of Destiny, Zhou Fight directly obtained 1,028,739,887 low-tier deity-level ultimate void god spirits, 553,429,893 mid-tier deity-level ultimate void god spirits, 287,332,323 high-tier deity-level ultimate void god spirits, 2,388,734 ultimate void true god tiers, 512 ultimate void master tiers, and 1 grade 1 ultimate void supreme god. In addition, the Lords of the Star Alliance had also instigated 32 capital units 3,483,108.9 billion 23.9 million 8,721 soldiers, 61,292,378 god spirits, 3.782 true god tiers, and 21 supremacies. In the end, in terms of the advancement of god spirits, a total of 2,632,312,314 legendary tier advance grade soldiers had advanced to low tier deity level elementary grade god spirit. There were also 88,731 high tier deity level advance grade god spirits who had advanced to true god tier elementary grade god spirits. Another 176 top-notch true gods of the human race and 216 top-notch true gods of the people of foreign races felt their master god tier bottleneck and applied to enter the reincarnation sacred palace to cultivate in seclusion to try to break through to the master god tier realm. There was a high chance that they would officially break through tomorrow. Zhou Zhou's original military strength was 944 capital units with 2,641, 241, 050, 579, 532 soldiers, 1,466,454,720 god spirits, 156,206 true gods, and 521 master gods. Including the 200 million god spirits that had been teleported to the ultimate void battlefield twice, 200,000 true god tiers and 200 master god tiers, it was 944 capital units with 2,641,240,050.57,009,532 soldiers, 1,666,454,720 god spirits, 156,206 true gods, and 721 master gods. Now, with the addition of these divine spirit experts who had instigated insight defection, the military strength under him had reached 11 to the power of first capital units with 3,73107,320,336,294,754 god spirits, 2,637,453 true gods, 1,254 master gods, and 1 supreme god. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. It had only been a day, but the troops under him had almost received a huge increase. Especially when it came to the true god. Before today, he only had more than 150,000 true god tier subordinates, but now, he already had more than 2.6 million true god tier subordinates. It almost increased by 20 times. No matter where it was, this was the growth speed of a god spirit that was enough to make all the god spirits dumbfounded. Even among willpower level factions, it was probably no exception. This ultimate void battlefield is really a good place to use the Sun of Destiny. Zhou Fight smiled. At this rate, it would not be long before the number of god spirits under him would be comparable to the number of god spirits under Lord of 10,000 Evils. It was not impossible for it to even surpass the number of god spirits under Lord of 10,000 Evils. Of course, it's not likely to be surpassed in a short time. They had hundreds of millions of true gods after all. There were also 20,000 to 30,000 master god tier experts. Only ordinary god spirits numbered about 30 billion. With Zhou Fight's current growth rate of god spirits, if he used insight defection a few more times, he might be able to reach this number in a week. Then, Zhou Zhou opened the map of the High Continent and looked at the territory of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom in it. The current Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom already occupied 1% of the territory of the High Continent. This range was ranked in the top 3 among all the Divine Kingdom Lord factions in the High Continent. Chapter 1483, Battle Summary. Reincarnation Will. 2. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. While occupying the entire High Continent was still a dream, it was at least not as out of reach as before with the subordinates of the Supreme God. Then, he disappeared with a thought. The Yellow River. Yellow River Dockyard. When Zhou Zhou arrived, he saw Yan Luo and the other Yin Ghost clan members sitting on fishing boats fishing for Yellow River fish. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly looking at the solemn expressions of the Yin Ghost race members who did not dare to slack off. Yan Luo. Come and see this emperor quickly. He transmitted his voice, and it appeared in Yan Luo's mind. Yan Luo, who was focused on fishing, trembled and almost threw the fishing rod in his hand. He was just about to flare up when he suddenly thought of something after he came back to his senses. He immediately looked pleasantly surprised. He stood up and looked left and right. Soon, he saw Zhou Zhou, who was standing on the Yellow River dockyard and looking at them from afar. Seeing this, Yan Luo immediately put down the fishing rod and teleported in front of Zhou Zhou. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yan Luo said respectfully. Looks like this emperor is disturbing you from focusing on fishing. Zhou Zhou said with a faint smile. Your Majesty, you must be joking. I just want to catch a few more Yellow River fish for the god spirits in the country. Yan Luo said awkwardly. How's the harvest these days? Did the illusionist clan notice you? Zhou Zhou didn't mind and asked. Your Majesty, the harvest in the past few days has increased. Perhaps it's because there are no ghost gods fishing for Yellow River fish in the Yellow River realm, so we're the only ones fishing for these Yellow River fish. As for the illusionist clan, they did pass by us the day before yesterday, but they didn't notice us and left as if they couldn't see us. Yan Luo reported truthfully. Can't see you. Zhou Zhou pondered for a moment before understanding. This should be the promise made by Your Excellency Reincarnation Will to protect his Yellow River dockyard taking effect. Under the power of that will-level existence, the illusionist clan, which had already occupied the Yellow River dockyard, did not notice the Yin Ghost clan people like Yan Luo. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. As expected of a will-level existence, his methods were magical and unfathomable. You can go back to fishing. Zhou Zhou waved his hand and said. Yan Luo was stunned when he heard that. He hurriedly wanted to say that he was not addicted to fishing, but he quickly seemed to understand something. After saying yes respectfully, he turned around and flew back to the ship. He picked up the fishing rod and continued fishing. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this. Then, he used the power of his will to summon the reincarnation will. Even though he didn't know if this method would work, he still wanted to give it a try. A moment later, Zhou Zhou still did not see the figure of the reincarnation will appear. Just as he was about to give up, an existence in a black divine robe appeared not far away. He looked at Zhou Zhou and smiled. Lord Reincarnation Will. Zhou Zhou was relieved and smiled. The reincarnation will didn't say anything. Instead, it walked over and circled Zhou Zhou a few times. Then, it exclaimed in surprise and relief. I haven't seen you for a few days, but your spiritual realm and will have improved again. It's really unbelievable. Zhou Zhou smiled gently. Anyone with the help of so many divine artifacts, race divine artifacts, inheritances of God spirits, treasures that assisted in cultivation, and so on could improve as quickly as him. Especially the supreme God tier legacies that he had recently obtained. His main body had absorbed nearly half of them. With the enhancement of so many supreme God legacies, it would be strange if he did not improve. If not for the fact that he wanted to persevere on his Lord's nomological path and not take the nomological path inherited by other supreme gods, he would have probably advanced to the Master God tier level long ago. However, even so, he could also sense that he could advance from the low-level True God tier elementary grade to the Master God tier at any time. Why are you calling me? The reincarnation will sighed in its heart that it had not misjudged him back then and asked with a smile. Lord Reincarnation Will, I want to ask if the God of Death, Thanatos, is in your netherworld now. The God of Death, Thanatos. The reincarnation will frown slightly. Why are you asking after him? I want a mythical tier unique Lord talent from him. This is very important tome. Zhou Zhou did not hide anything and said directly. He looked at the frown on the reincarnation will's face and his heart sank. The God of Death Thanatos. Could something have happened? The reincarnation will glanced at Zhou Zhou and said something that made Zhou Zhou's expression change slightly. The God of Death, Thanatos, has fallen. It's probably very difficult for you to want his mythical tier unique Lord talent. The reincarnation will said. How did this happen? Zhou Zhou said with an ugly expression. His 10 Sacred Blessings series of Lord Talents was just short of this one. Why did something happen to him? The Netherworld will betrayed the Supreme Will. After I became the Lord of the Netherworld, I carried out a cleansing of the Netherworld. It was during this cleansing that I saw the corpse of the Master God of Death, Thanatos. After some investigation, it was confirmed that the Netherworld will summon the Master God tier Thanatos once. In the end, after Thanatos went, he never returned. When the gods of the Netherworld saw Thanatos again, he was only a corpse. I've checked his corpse. There's nothing abnormal on the surface of his divine body, but his soul was destroyed. He was probably killed by the Netherworld will. However, I don't know why he was killed for the time being. The other god spirits don't know either. I don't care, so I didn't pursue the matter. The reincarnation will said. I've checked his corpse. There's nothing abnormal on the surface of his divine body, but his soul was destroyed. He was probably killed by the Netherworld will. However, I don't know why he was killed for the time being. The other god spirits don't know either. I don't care, so I didn't pursue the matter. Zhou Zhou had wanted to ask for the corpse of the Master God, Thanatos, from the reincarnation will, but when he heard that the other party had already checked the other party's corpse and did not find anything special, he gave up. What he wanted was the Lord talent of the 10 Sacred Blessings. This talent cannot still be on the God of Death, Thanatos. It could only be on one of the Lords of the Netherworld. There was no point in wanting the other party's corpse. Looks like I can only ask Bodhi Supreme for help and ask where the Lord talent of the 10 Sacred Blessings of the Master God tier Thanatos is. At this thought, Zhou Zhou looked up and asked. Your Excellency Reincarnation will, I might have to make a trip to the Netherworld in the future. I wonder if it's convenient. Convenient, of course. The reincarnation will was stunned for a moment before immediately smiling. He patted Zhou Zhou's shoulder and said kindly, you and I don't have to be so distant. You can treat the Netherworld as your second home. With me around, you can do whatever you want in the Netherworld. When you come to the Netherworld, you can tell me. I'll have a good drink with you then. How about that? It's better to oblige. Zhou Zhou smiled. The reincarnation will nodded. Then, he extended his right hand and saw a token with the symbol of the 6 paths of reincarnation appear in his hand. This is the 6 paths of reincarnation token. Seeing it is like seeing me. When you come to the netherworld, remember to bring it with you. It'll be more convenient for you to walk in the netherworld. Thank you, Your Excellency. Reincarnation will. Zhou Zhou thanked him. You still call me Your Excellency? The reincarnation will pretended to be dissatisfied. Soul. Just call me Brother Soul Heaven. That's my real name. Brother Soul Heaven. Zhou Zhou immediately said. It was definitely not a loss to acknowledge such a will-level existence as his brother, especially a will-level existence who controlled the netherworld. The reincarnation will nodded in satisfaction. That's not right. At this moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of something. The reincarnation will said that the god of death, Thanatos, had died, but there had been no problems with him resurrecting god spirits recently. The resurrection of the soldiers under him had always been helped by the goddess of life and the master god Tyr of death. If the god of death, Thanatos, died, there should be a problem on his side, right? However, there was no problem until now. What was going on? He immediately told the reincarnation will about this. Brother Soul Heaven, what is going on? Zhou Zhou asked. Chapter 1484, The Reincarnation Will is my backer. The god of death, Thanatos, has died. This is a conclusive fact. The reincarnation will said. He was a will-level existence and also a will-level existence that controlled reincarnation. He could still tell at a glance if a master god had really died. Perhaps it's because he had some solidified arrangements when he was alive. The god spirit you resurrected were all resurrected by the means he left behind when he was alive. It's not difficult for a top master god like he to leave behind such a method. The reincarnation will guessed. Zhou Zhou nodded thoughtfully. This should be the reason. Then, Zhou Zhou and the reincarnation will chatted for a while before the reincarnation will suddenly mention something. Zhou Zhou, your Yellow River token is still in your hands, right? Right. Zhou Zhou nodded. You participated in the last mysterious auction that involved the inheritance of the Yellow River's will, right? The reincarnation will said. Brother, you're indeed resourceful. I specially hid my identity at that auction. Even though Zhou Zhou was a little surprised that the other party knew about this, he was not surprised and said with a smile. The reincarnation will was a will-level existence after all. It was too easy to know the name list of the auction. The reincarnation will smiled and said solemnly. Then let me ask you, do you have the intention to fight for the inheritance of the Yellow River's will? Let me tell you first. Almost all the factions fighting for the inheritance of the Yellow River's will are top willpower level factions, and there are two top factions of the illusionary race among them. If you want to fight for it, you have to be mentally prepared. It's a matter of life and death once you enter after all. Our willpower level forces are better off. They won't kill you because you're a reserve member of the Supreme Lord. However, they don't care about your reserve identity in front of the illusionist clan. They might even want to kill you because of this identity. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said seriously. It doesn't really matter if it's dangerous or not. It's not the first time I've encountered a life and death crisis. However, to be honest, even though a will-level inheritance is precious, my path has already been confirmed. Even if I obtain this will-level inheritance, it will only be used as a reference and nutrition for my path. It would naturally be best if we can fight for it and obtain it. If we can't, I won't be too regretful. However, I wonder what brother thinks about this matter? I want to hear your opinion first. Brother, please guide me. The reincarnation will had specially mentioned this matter. It was definitely not just asking out of curiosity. Since that was the case, he could ask for the other party's opinion so that he could have more information to advise on this matter. He had to plan first before taking action. If it was really too dangerous, he would just give up. It was just a will-level inheritance. He was confident that he could obtain better things elsewhere in the future with him alone. The reincarnation will admired his sworn brother even more when he heard this. There were not many people like the other party who were willing to listen to the opinions of others after obtaining such earth-shattering achievements at his age. He had also seen a few other Supreme Lord reserves. Other than Lord of 10,000 Evils who was slightly better, the other two were all unruly people. They even had a sense of pride towards will-level existences. Wasn't he just a candidate successor of the Supreme Will? What was so great about him? Didn't they understand that even if they really inherited the status of the Supreme Will in the future and became the Supreme Lord, they had to be polite to will-level existences like them? These thoughts only flashed through the reincarnation will's mind. Facing Zhou Zhou's request, the reincarnation will pondered for a few seconds and said, "If you dare to compete with those 3 will-level factions for the inheritance of the Yellow River's will, I naturally support you. The will of Yellow River was also my good friend when he was alive. If possible, I naturally want his inheritance to fall into the hands of my trustworthy and recognized friend. If you choose to go in the end, you don't have to worry too much about those 3 willpower level forces. I, your brother, can also be your backer." Towards the end, the reincarnation will chuckled. His smile contained unparalleled confidence and silence. Even though he was a newly promoted willpower level existence, in terms of combat strength and status, he was really not afraid of any veteran will level existence. As for the illusionist clan, they were not afraid when he was a supreme god, let alone when he was reborn and became a will level existence. Brother can also enter the inheritance ground of the Yellow River's will. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. If he had this brother behind him while he was fighting for the inheritance of the Yellow River's will, he felt that the chances of him succeeding in the battle for the inheritance would increase by at least 30%. The inheritance ground of the Yellow River's will can only allow supreme gods to enter at best. I naturally can't enter. Reincarnation will shook his head. Just as Zhou Zhou revealed a look of pity, he smiled and said, "But your brother, I, am the reincarnation will. So what if we can't enter the land of inheritance? I can still take care of my brothers outside the Yellow River." When reincarnation will said this, even though his expression was calm, he gave Zhou Zhou a feeling of great confidence. As the reincarnation will, he was in charge of the Netherworld, the Yellow River, and all the land of the dead. Even though the Yellow River had already fallen, causing his authority in the Yellow River region to be greatly weakened, it was not a problem for him to help his brothers at critical moments. Zhou Zhou immediately smiled and said, "Brother, since you've said so, it seems like I have to make a trip to the Yellow River land of inheritance." Reincarnation will nodded and said seriously, "Even though I can help you at the critical moment, you still have to rely on yourself most of the time, so don't be careless." The reincarnation will entrusted. "Of course." Zhou Zhou nodded. By the way, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "There are a total of 4 forces holding the Yellow River token. Apart from 2 of them being the illusionist clan, which willpower level force is the other one besides me? Who else can auction this only Yellow River token from among the will level factions?" Reincarnation will smiled and sighed. "It's naturally the strongest Sun Divine Court." Zhou Zhou nodded thoughtfully. This was not surprising. Regal Great Solar and Regal Great Lunar were known as the top 2 willpower level factions below the supreme gods after all. It was most valued by the supreme will. Among these 2 factions, the Sun Divine Court was slightly stronger than the Great Lunar Divine Court. Even though Zhou Zhou didn't expect they to obtain the Yellow River token, he wasn't surprised after hearing it. Then, the 2 gods chatted for a while before the will of Yellow River left with a smile. He seemed to have relaxed a lot after arranging the inheritance of the Yellow River's will. Next, he had to focus on coordinating the army and wait for the opportunity to take back the Yellow River region. Zhou Zhou returned to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Chapter 1485, Advancing to the Lesser Master God Tier Elementary Grade. Master God Tier Elementary Grade King. The next day, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, Zhou Zhou was sitting cross-legged on the Enlightenment Futon of the Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Artifact and cultivating. 9 colored light appeared and disappeared on his body. One could vaguely see 9 colored words. These words surrounded Zhou Zhou. Coupled with his Emperor Dragon robe and his invincible aura, he looked like the Supreme Celestial Emperor. At this moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! In the sky, wind surged, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The stars in the sky dimmed at this moment. Even the light emitted by the Supreme Star, the Sun Star and the Great Lunar Star was much weaker at this moment. Only the Divine Kingdom stars of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom were as bright as the morning sun. Roar! The regal Sage Deo sword shot out from behind Zhou Zhou and shot into the starry sky. Halfway through its flight, it returned to its majestic regal dragon form. At the same time, with the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom as the core, it swam in the starry sky like a divine dragon protecting it. At this moment, the entire high continent and even the myriad worlds saw this shocking phenomenon. 10,000 star concealment, divine star exclusive light. A true God tier has advanced to a Master God tier. It's not as simple as advancing to the Master God tier. Can't you see that even the two supreme stars are willing to converge their light? There's also the phenomenon of the regal dragon patrolling the sky. A regal has advanced to Master God. A regal becoming a Master God tier. Isn't that the future supreme God seed? Who is he? All the god spirits in the myriad worlds discussed in shock at this moment. At the same time, they were also curious about this regal who had advanced to Master God. They looked at the source of the advancement phenomenon and quickly discovered that it came from the blazing sun divine kingdom. When they saw this, they instantly understood. Among the regal existences in the blazing sun divine kingdom, only the common people's regal who has already become the reserve army of the Supreme Lord should have advanced to the Master God. Ah! He is the Master God. And he's a Master God who just advanced. Then how did he use the strength of a true God tier to defeat all the races in the world in the past? You're kidding, right? Humph! How can an existence that can be recognized by the Supreme Will as the fourth Supreme Lord Reserve Army be simple? What you see is the truth. This common people's regal, the current Supreme Lord Reserve, used the strength of a true God to forcefully defeat all the races and even forcefully defeated the three top bloodline races into slave races. If not for such a battle record, how could the Supreme Will end the Lord of all races event in advance and directly give the position of the Supreme Lord Reserve Army to him? Tisk. So the common people's regal is actually so terrifying. He destroyed three top races at the true God tier level and even killed a Supreme God existence. No wonder the Supreme Will gave the other party the status of a Supreme Lord Reserve in advance. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to let him continue to show off in the circle of lords of all races. Isn't that equivalent to putting a pure-blooded dragon in a group of rats? I was once one of the high-level lords of the myriad races. I was always unconvinced that Your Excellency Common People's Regal could obtain the Supreme Lord Reserve Army in advance. Now that I know the truth, I'm completely convinced. It turns out that Your Excellency Common People's Regal has already reached an indescribable level of strength. Fortunately, Lord Supreme Will ended the Lord of all races competition in advance. Otherwise, wouldn't I be dead for sure? Thank you, Lord Supreme Will. After knowing that Zhou Zhou had only just advanced to the Master God tier realm, all the former Lord of all races were shocked. Back then, the common people's regal was not even a Master God and he could sweep through all the races in the world. Now that Zhou Zhou had become stronger, what achievements would he obtain next? Could it be that the other party could really seize the true Supreme Lord position from the other three Supreme Lord Reserve Army that had been famous for a long time? This thought suddenly appeared in their minds. However, they quickly shook their heads and rejected it. The reputation of the three Supreme Lord Reserve Army had already spread in the myriad worlds for countless years. They did not believe that a Supreme Lord Reserve Army Junior who had just become a Master God could surpass them. The hope was too slim. More than an hour later, the phenomenon in the sky gradually disappeared. In the end, everything returned to normal. However, the shock this shocking phenomenon brought to the life forms of the myriad worlds made their hearts unable to calm down for a long time. At the same time in the reincarnation sacred palace of the blazing sun divine capital, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. He felt the chaotic sacred power at the Master God tier power boiling in his body, and a faint smile appeared on his face. With the vast amount of chaotic sacred power that I have just entered the Master God tier and the power given to me by the King, it should be much easier for me to control those supreme divine artifacts and use the Supreme God tier law skills contained in them, right? Zhou Zhou smiled and muttered to himself. His current combat strength should be equivalent to that of a Grade 3 Supreme God after being able to completely control the highest Grade 3 Supreme God realm divine artifacts. Even though he could not win against a Grade 4 Supreme God without a Supreme God divine artifact, he would not be much weaker. After letting the Grade 2 Void Supreme God, Savas, join me yesterday, with the ability of a king and the power of a Supreme God divine artifact, I now truly have the combat power of a Grade 3 Supreme God realm. It's not like in the past when there were no Supreme God level subordinates. Just relying on the Supreme God divine artifacts is still a little inferior to those true Supreme Gods. Zhou Zhou thought. The current me is enough to establish myself among the Supreme Gods. At this moment, Zhou Zhou was already filled with endless confidence. To gain a foothold among the Supreme Gods? These words were simple, but how many people could do it? Even most Supreme Gods could not do such a thing, but Zhou Zhou felt that he could. This was the confidence brought about by strength. Then, with a thought, the law skill king's attribute information appeared in front of him. Law skill name, King. Law skill quality, Master God tier elementary grade. Introduction: as a true God spirit on the Lord's law path, you can mark 50% of the territorial subjects and control everything they have, including appearance, bloodline, skills, weapons, law skills, and even illusory fate. When you control everything that the marked subject has, the subject doesn't have to suffer any negative effects. It's finally 100%. The current me can instantly control everything and everything about all the subjects under me. The common people are me. I am the common people. This is the ultimate profundity of a king. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself and a faint smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1486, 3 Great Law Skills. Legendary Dragon Undead Holy Dragon. Then, he looked at the effect of the Myriad Methods Star Palm. The Myriad Methods Star Palm was still his strongest law skill offensive method. The current Master God tier elementary grade Myriad Methods Star Palm could not only release Supreme God level attacks, but it could also absorb the attacks of Supreme God level enemies to strengthen itself, making it ready for attack and defense like before. Then, he looked at the 2 law skills, all the land in the world belongs to the king and seaside belongs to the king. Law skill name, all the land in the world belongs to the king. Law skill quality, Master God tier elementary grade. Introduction to law skill power: when you activate this law skill, the realm you are in will be your absolute law domain. No negative debuffs can be added to your body. Other than the higher level Lord Lorode God spirits, no one can interfere with the operation of your law domain. When you activate your nomological domain, you can crush all nomological domains of the same level. Even if it's a god on the Lord's law path, as long as the other party doesn't comprehend a domain type Lord law skill, the other party will be suppressed by your domain and their strength will be greatly reduced. You can set up your domain rules in your law domain, and you can let it be temporarily preserved or permanently preserved, making it your 10 temporary/permanent exclusive territories. You can forcefully make a territory with the highest true God tier territory your territory every day through the Lord law skill, the land of the king. After using it, you can't use it again on that day. Note: this Lord's law skill can currently affect the coverage of a Master God tier regional territory. Law skill name, Land of Earth, a Minister of the King. Law skill quality, Master God tier elementary grade. Introduction to law skill power: when you activate this law skill domain, the living beings in the domain will be affected by your domain and quietly gradually change their thoughts and will. In the end, they will become subjects that submit to you from the bottom of their hearts. You can consume half of the chaotic sacred power in your body and instantly change the thoughts and will of the life forms in the domain, turning them all into subjects loyal to you. Currently, you can affect life forms below the true God tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. As expected of the Lord's law skill that he had painstakingly comprehended. The effects did not disappoint him at all. Then, he flipped his right hand, and Bodhi Supreme appeared in his palm. Bodhi Supreme. I want to ask a question. Who has the 10 sacred blessings Lord talent of the God of Death, then Eidos? Zhou Zhou asked. A chance to answer an ordinary question. Sure. Zhou Zhou agreed without hesitation. The Lord talent of the God of Death Thanatos 10 sacred blessings is on the God of Death Thanatos. Bodhi Supreme said. Isn't he completely dead? According to the reincarnation will, his divine soul and will have been destroyed by the netherworld will? There's nothing good on his divine body either. How can it still be on him? Zhou Zhou said in surprise. You're right, but what if he had made preparations for death when he was alive and had already arranged everything after his death, including the 10 sacred blessings Lord talent you want? Bodhi Supreme asked. Zhou Zhou was even more surprised. I'll give you an address. You'll know when you see it. With that said, an illusory map slowly appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. One of the places was marked with a special red dot, indicating its specialness. Here. Surprise flashed across Zhou Zhou's eyes. He thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll go in a while. Then, he flipped his right hand and put the Bodhi Supreme into his first treasure vault. He was not in a hurry to find the God of Death, then Eidos. Instead, he came to Mugu first and obtained the Supreme God Realm Soldier recruitment books from the 32 capital units, the Supreme Holy Mage God recruitment books from the 32 capital units, and the world ring that contained a large number of the Scarlet Broodmother's loots. Then, he came directly to the gate of summoning. He first called for an eternal battleship of the Master God tier advance grade, then threw all the recruitment books in. Finally, he spent 100 intermediate true God tier divine crystals to recruit all of them in one go and arranged them on this eternal battleship. Then, he opened the original Dragon Abyss interface and spent 100 intermediate true God tier divine crystals to summon 66,666,660 pure-blooded dragons. He also placed them in the eternal mothership. Then, he carefully observed these dragons and was pleasantly surprised to discover that there was a pure-blooded dragon among these pure-blooded dragons. This pure-blooded dragon was called the Undead Divine Dragon. It was a legendary dragon with the power of light and the power of death. If this happened to other life forms, even pure-blooded dragons would explode and die because of the conflicting attributes. However, not only did this not happen to this legendary dragon, but on the contrary, after perfectly controlling the opposite laws of these two attributes, the undead divine dragon had extremely powerful strength. It was even enough to make his strength rank in the top 10 among all the legendary dragons. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. There were all kinds of strange things in the vast myriad worlds. He spent another 100 intermediate true God tier divine crystals to recruit today's new subject after a simple conversation with the undead divine dragon. In the end, he recruited more than 460 million new subjects today. He summoned more than 30 million new subjects than usual, including the 13 true God tier intermediate grade God spirits. Looking at these subjects, the weakest of whom was an extraordinary tier elementary grade, Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He really liked the mythical tier Lord talent, heavenly summoning, more and more. Even though it did not seem to have much potential, it was simply maxed out in terms of practicality. If he had the chance to advance to the supreme unique Lord talent in the future, he could also think of it. At this moment, boom, 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 boom. A total of 392 nomological pillars of various colors soared into the sky from the direction of the reincarnation sacred palace. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he smiled again. Another true god had advanced to the Master God tier realm. Moreover, nearly 400 Master Gods had advanced at the same time. Even though such a grand occasion could not be said to be unprecedented, it could at least be said to be unprecedented. At the same time, the god spirits of the myriad worlds saw this scene. They were all dumbfounded. If the 36 true gods had advanced at the same time yesterday, it was only challenging the upper limit of their imagination. In that case, the 392 true gods today had really exceeded their imagination when they advanced to Master Gods at the same time. It could even be said to have shattered their worldview. What is going on? When have Master Gods ever been born so easily? Nearly 400 Master Gods were born at once. Even pigs did not dare to give birth like this. Chapter 1487, The Thousand Capital Units Army. Nearly 400 true gods had become Master Gods at the same time. This phenomenon that was enough to alarm the myriad worlds lasted for more than 2 hours before gradually dissipating. Before this, these god spirits who had successfully advanced had already arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. They said gratefully and respectfully in unison, "Greetings, Your Majesty." X392. Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving us the inheritance to advance to Master God tier. X392. The 392 Master Gods stood around Zhou Zhou. Every god spirit had a look of deep gratitude on their faces. The difficulty of attaining Master God was ridiculously high. Even if one's potential was that of a Master God tier advance grade, one might not necessarily be able to become a Master God tier. If one really relied on one's own hard work, one would definitely have to go through a lot of twists and turns. However, with His Majesty's help, they had actually advanced to the Master God in such a short period of time without any surprises or dangers, becoming clan-protecting experts whose names shook the myriad worlds. They did not even dare to think about such a thing in the past, yet it was actually happening to them. How could they not be grateful to His Majesty? Stand up, all of you. Zhou Zhou looked at the 392 Master Gods in front of him with a smile. The number of Master Gods had always been his weakness. He had only risen for a short period of time after all. No matter how strong he was and how much Lord talent he had, it was impossible for he to produce a large number of Master Gods out of thin air in a short period of time. However, he felt that he didn't need to worry anymore. With a battlefield like the ultimate void battleground where god spirits were everywhere and true god tiers were inferior to dogs, as long as he did not slack off, he would definitely be able to create a large number of god spirits, true gods, master gods, and even supreme god level powerhouses in a short period of time. No wonder the Lord of 10,000 Evils has so many master gods under his command. He even has more than 5 supreme gods. I've been in the ultimate void battleground for so many years. It's normal for me to accumulate so much wealth. Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. He arranged for them to participate in the celebration of their promotion to Master God tonight without further thought. Then, they would be divided into 2 groups. One group would return to Fengluo's main army and continue the expansion of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's territory. The other group would naturally be sent back to the ultimate void battlefield. God spirits who had already entered the ultimate void battleground would not be affected after their advancement. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was not worried that they would not be able to return to the ultimate void battleground after their advancement due to their different strength. Then, he came to the Lord's shop as usual. As expected, 3 Master God tier treasures appeared in the Lord's shop this time. To a Master God, these 3 Master God tier treasures might be very good. But to Zhou Zhou, it was just a little bit more interesting. He bought these 3 Master God treasures and returned to the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Then, he first used the doppelganger technique to create his nth clone and named it Zhou 11. Then, he said to him, "Little 11, go to the God of Death temple later and help me see if God of Death Thanatos is dead or alive. Also, try your best to find the last 10 sacred blessings Lord Talent I want." Zhou Zhou instructed. Zhou 11 nodded and unhappily said, "The work is fine, but can you not add the little in front of 11? 11 is 11. What's little 11? Zhou Zhou smiled. This clone was incarnated from his straightforward personality, so it was normal for him to have such requests. Okay, 11. Zhou Zhou nodded. Little 11 nodded in satisfaction, then turned into a stream of light and flew away. At the same time, just as Zhou 11 flew away, Blazing Sun Divine Capital's Zhou Marshal also began to prepare his army. After the addition of 64 capital units supreme soldier types and 66,666,666,660 pure-blooded dragons, the total number of troops under he had reached 1,008 capital units 2,641,307,779,532 soldiers, 1,473,114,720 god spirits, 162,473 true gods, and 914 master gods. Zhou Marshal looked at the army in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. An army calculated in capital units. I've finally reached this number. Previously, the total military strength of the 3 top bloodline races combined was only this number. He muttered. Of course, the number of ordinary soldiers alone had reached the total number of the 3 top bloodline races combined. However, there was still a long way to go in terms of the number of god spirits, true gods, and master gods. Zhou Marshal was not discouraged. His main body could now reach this level in terms of the number of ordinary soldiers. In the future, in terms of the number of god spirits, they would not be inferior to the alliance army of the 3 top bloodline races. Regarding this point, he was very confident and believed in it. Following that, he led the army and boarded an eternal battleship. Then, he directly passed through the Shadow World and arrived at the Chaos Sea. He flew to the agreed place with the chaotic divine demons. Zhou Marshal saw a large group of chaotic divine demons gathered below as soon as they arrived. There were 35 of them, and they seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The chaotic divine demons were among them. At this moment, he was conversing with a few other chaotic divine demons. When Zhou Marshal saw the other party and these chaotic divine demons, a smile appeared on his face. This chaotic divine demon is quite reliable. He is not a braggart. He muttered to himself. Then, he made the eternal battleship deactivate its invisibility and reveal its body, allowing it to appear in front of these chaotic divine demons. These chaotic divine demons quickly saw this master god tier cosmic battleship that had suddenly appeared. Many of them were shocked, and some chaotic divine demons even wanted to escape. However, under the comfort of the chaotic divine demon, they finally realized that this was the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's cosmic battleship. Only then did they relax a little. However, they were cautious by nature and were prepared to retreat at any time. At this moment, Joe Marshall and a team of 20 low-level final will guards flew down from the Eternal Warship and arrived in front of him. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The space-time chaotic divine demon brought 3 chaotic divine demons with different appearances to Joe Marshall and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Excellency Common People's Regal, X3. The 3 chaotic divine demons said politely. Joe Marshall nodded and looked at the 3 chaotic divine demons with interest. "Your Majesty, I'll introduce you." The space-time chaotic divine demon immediately pointed at the chaotic divine demon on the left and said, "This is Wind Ancestor Chaotic Divine Demon, the Master God who walks the path of the laws of wind. This is the Ghost Shadow Chaotic Divine Demon, a Master God who walks the path of the Yin Ghost Law and the Shadow Law. And lastly, he is a Space Chaotic Divine Demon. He is a Master God who purely walks the path of the law of space. He is also my God brother. They are all chaotic divine demons who have the ability to bring chaotic divine demons out of the divine demon realm. All of them brought some chaotic divine demons over today. I only know these 3 at the moment, but in the future, I will definitely understand more about the divine demon realm and strive to bring more chaotic divine demons with similar abilities." Chapter 1488, One Palm. Shocking the Gods. "Well done." Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he saw a total of 10,000 Master God Tier Advance Grade Divine Crystals floating at the side. They piled up like a small mountain, emitting the divine power fluctuations of a Master God Tier that made space and time tremble crazily. When the chaotic divine demons present saw this scene, their eyes widened and they held their breaths in disbelief. This was 10,000 Master God Tier Advance Grade Divine Crystals. Normally, it would take at least dozens of Master Gods to drop it. His Excellency, the common people's regal, even looked like these didn't matter. What did this mean? What was he doing? Was he going to reward them? But they hadn't done anything yet. The space-time chaotic divine demon looked at the 10,000 Master God Tier Advance Grade Divine Crystals with bloodshot eyes. The fire in his eyes was like an active volcano that was about to explode. This was because the 10,000 Master God Tier Advance Grade Divine Crystals in front of him were not only divine crystals, but also divine crystals that were extremely compatible with his nomological path. If these divine crystals were given to him and he could digest and use them all, he would definitely be able to take a big step on the path to becoming a supreme god. Even though he would not be able to become a supreme god just by relying on divine crystals, he would at least be closer to that goal. What is His Majesty trying to do? Could His Majesty have not enough Master God Tier divine artifacts, so he is using Master God Tier divine crystals to replace them? After the space-time chaotic divine demon calmed down, this thought appeared in his mind. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's calm voice sounded. "Space-time chaotic divine demon, your recommendation is meritorious. This Emperor will reward you with these 10,000 Master God Tier Advance Grade Divine Crystals. Continue to work hard in the future. This Emperor has everything you want, even things you can't imagine," he said in a deep voice. The space-time chaotic divine demon was stunned. These 10,000 Master God Tier Advance Grade Divine Crystals were actually all for him? What came at random was ecstasy. He immediately knelt down and respectfully said, "Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. One will definitely do my best in the future and contribute more to His Majesty. I won't let His Majesty down." Okay. The other chaotic divine demons looked at the space-time chaotic divine demon with envy and jealousy. These 10,000 Master God Tier Advance Grade Divine Crystals were almost equivalent to 10 Master God Tier Divine Artifacts. This space-time chaotic divine demon had clearly only brought chaotic divine demons to His Majesty for the second time. Furthermore, he had only introduced 3 chaotic divine demons who had the ability to leave the divine demon realm. Yet His Majesty had bestowed him with such a generous reward? Isn't this space-time chaotic divine demon too lucky? If only I could. When these chaotic divine demons saw that the space-time chaotic divine demon had earned so many Master God Tier Advance Grade Divine Crystals, they could not help but be tempted. These divine crystals were too easy to earn, right? Joe Marshall watched this scene quietly and did not deliberately say anything. The seed of him making a fervent quest for talent. It was time to see what kind of fruit it could bear. Then, he looked at the 3 chaotic divine demon master gods. How many chaotic divine demons have you brought over? Zhou Marshal asked. I brought 7 chaotic divine demons. The Wind Ancestor chaotic divine demon said. I brought 5. The Ghost Shadow chaotic divine demon said. I brought 9. The Space chaotic divine demon said. Zhou Marshal nodded, feeling very satisfied. Even though they did not bring as many as the space-time chaotic divine demons, they were not much less. This was especially true for the space chaotic divine demon. He was only 1 step inferior to the space-time chaotic divine demon. As expected of the god brother of the space-time chaotic divine demon. This emperor has seen all of your actions. What do you want? Zhou Marshal asked. Master God Tier Divine Artifact, X3. The 3 god spirits said almost at the same time. Zhou Marshal nodded. Then, he waved his right hand, and the 3 world rings appeared in front of him. After the 3 chaotic divine demons received them, they entered the rings with their divine senses. When they saw the 6 master god tier divine artifacts that were compatible with them, they couldn't help but be delighted. Thank you, Your Majesty. The space chaotic divine demon put away the world rings and thanked him respectfully. This agent job that big brother he introduced could really earn divine artifacts. Wind Ancestor chaotic divine demon and Ghost Shadow chaotic divine demon also reacted when they heard this. They hurriedly put away the world rings and thanked him respectfully. Thank you, Your Majesty. It's just a normal transaction. There's nothing to thank me for. If you can bring more chaotic divine demons over in the future, this emperor can give you Master God tier divine artifacts, Master God tier divine crystals, and even the Supreme God tier inheritances. The prerequisite is that the emperor is satisfied with the chaotic divine demons you brought. Lastly, this emperor will remind you that this emperor doesn't need an unlimited number of chaos divine demons. Perhaps I won't accept them anymore one day. If you don't get what you want by then, don't blame this emperor for not reminding you. Zhou Marshal said calmly. The 3 chaotic divine demons were very excited when they heard the encouragement. Not only were there rewards for Master God tier divine artifacts and Master God tier divine crystals, there were even Supreme God tier inheritances. The space-time chaotic divine demon had never mentioned this. The inheritance of the Supreme God was considered an extremely precious inheritance in the divine demon realm. Even though they were all top Master God tier, it was extremely difficult to obtain the inheritance of a Supreme God level God spirit. They did not expect to be able to obtain it from the common people's regal, and it did not sound too difficult. And when they heard the second half of the sentence, they immediately panicked. If it was limited, wouldn't they be unable to obtain the Master God tier divine artifact or even the Supreme God tier inheritances that Zhou Marshal mentioned? The 3 god spirits looked at each other and their eyes instantly became firm. They had to bring more chaotic divine demons over before the other party needed the chaotic divine treasure. They had to strive to accumulate enough credit so that they could exchange for the Supreme God tier inheritances. Master God tier divine artifacts and Master God tier divine crystals didn't seem to be that important compared to the Supreme God tier inheritances. After Zhou Marshal gave them the Master God tier divine artifact, he ignored them. His gaze landed on the 31 chaotic divine demons not far away. Everyone, you should know this emperor's conditions, right? This emperor used 4 Master God tier divine artifacts to exchange for the Chaos divine artifacts in your bodies. You can withdraw if you have any objections now. Zhou Marshal said in a deep voice. The chaotic divine demons did not speak. Seeing this, Zhou Marshal didn't waste any more time. He directly threw out a total of 124 Master God tier divine artifacts and flew in front of each chaotic divine demon. After these chaotic divine demons obtained and handed these Master God tier divine artifacts to the space-time chaotic divine demons to preserve, Zhou Marshal directly used the myriad methods star palm to slap them to death. This scene stunned the 4 space-time chaotic divine demons. Are you sure that the common people's regal only has the power of Master God? The Wind Ancestor chaotic divine demon gulped. I think so. Even the space-time chaotic divine demon wasn't sure. Think so my ass. The Wind Ancestor chaotic divine demons cursed in their hearts. This palm strike had directly killed 31 top-notch master gods. Furthermore, looking at the other party's casual expression, it was obvious that he had not used his full strength. This was definitely the combat power of a supreme god, okay. At the thought of this, they looked at Zhou Marshal with even more shock and awe. They did not expect that this Supreme Lord's Fourth Reserve Army had unknowingly gained the strength of Supreme God. How long had he cultivated for? Who would believe this? Chapter 1489, The God of Death Thanatos, 1. Zhou Marshal could not help but nod in satisfaction when he saw that he had killed 31 Master God tier advance grade chaotic divine demons with a single palm strike. It was absolutely impossible for him to have such shocking power with a casual palm strike before he wore the supreme divine artifact previously. However, he was able to do it without a supreme divine artifact. His strength had indeed undergone a tremendous change after advancing to the Master God tier elementary grade. He already had such strength at Master God tier elementary grade, what about when he reaches Master God tier intermediate grade, Master God tier advanced grade, or even the Supreme God tier? Would he be able to match a wool level existence? Zhou Marshal could not help but think. Match a wool level existence. If he could really reach that level, he would be considered a true expert in the Supreme Great Cosmos or even the Scarlet Great Cosmos. At that time, he would be qualified to fight to the death against any enemy, even if it was the supreme will of the Crimson Overlord. Unlike what he was currently facing, with no confidence to face a wool level existence at all. He didn't think too much about it. Zhou Marshal raised his hand and sucked the corpses of these chaotic divine demons over. Then, he extracted all their loots with a thought. Zhou Marshal obtained a total of 160 chaos divine treasures after using the great explosion on one of the corpses. Looking at the small pile of chaos divine treasures in front of him, Zhou Marshal could not help but smile. He already had 176 chaos divine treasures on him. He could upgrade his territory with the addition of 24 chaos divine treasures. Not only had he gathered them, he also had 136 chaos divine treasures. Not bad. Zhou Marshal was very satisfied. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave. I'll definitely bring more chaotic divine demons for you next time. The space-time chaotic divine demon took the initiative to say. The wind ancestor chaotic divine demon hurriedly made a promise. Now that they had tasted the sweetness, they naturally wanted to continue. Zhou Marshal nodded. Seeing this, the space-time chaotic divine demon opened the door to the divine demon realm and left together. When Zhou Marshal saw this, he boarded the eternal battleship again and instantly returned to Blazing Sun Divine Capital through the Shadow World. On the other side, in front of the God of Death Temple. Zhou 11 looked at the temple in front of him. The current God of Death Temple had been renovated many times, unlike the previous God of Death Temple. The area it occupied was thousands of times larger than before. There were more than 10,000 attendants alone. The various renovation buildings were also extremely exquisite, and there was no lack of God-tier buildings. This place was directly upgraded from the Death God Temple to the God of Death Temple after the arrival of the Death God. Every day, many God of Death believers from other countries come here to worship and increase their worship. Hence, this place also became a famous scenic spot in the Divine Kingdom. Still, it was different from the peak of the past. Even though there were still many believers worshipping in the God of Death's temple, Zhou 11, who had extremely sharp senses, could still sense an atmosphere of sunset from this temple. His heart sank. It seemed like the God of Death, Thanatos, had most likely died. Otherwise, the God of Death temple wouldn't have given him such a feeling. He walked into the God of Death temple alone. The surrounding believers and attendants seemed to not see him. After arriving at the God of Death temple, Zhou 11 looked up at the human death god statue that was more than 10,000 meters tall. The God of Death, Thanatos, did not have a fixed form, so this statue of the God of Death was created with humans as the model. However, this did not affect the faith of the God of Death. On the contrary, as the human race gradually walked onto the stage of the various races, more and more God of Death believers felt that the image of the God of Death should be like this. Zhou 11 looked at the statue of the God of Death and felt the power of the laws of death lingering on it. He frowned and muttered to himself, Thanatos, since you already had a premonition of your death, why did you court it? Is there a reason why you have to go to the netherworld? In the holy temple, the statue of the God of Death, Thanatos, quietly looked at Zhou Marshal, who was deep in thought. The surrounding believers, travelers, and waiters could not see this scene at all. Right at that moment, Common People's Regal, you're here. A weak voice sounded in Zhou Marshal's mind. Zhou Marshall's expression changed slightly as he looked at the statue of the god of death, Thanatos. The next second, he transformed into a 9-colored stream of light and rushed into the statue of the god of death, Thanatos. In the statue's inner world, a 9-colored stream of light descended from the sky and landed in this dark purple world. Then, it transformed into Zhou Marshall's figure. Zhou Marshall's gaze focused on a transparent black-robed figure in the distance after he landed. The black-robed figure emitted a will-like light realm will fluctuation, but this will fluctuation was very weak, as if a blown candle could be extinguished at any time. The next second, he turned around, revealing his face. Zhou Marshall's gaze froze. This was because this face was exactly the same as the human statue of the god of death, Thanatos. Thanatos, Zhou Marshall said. The god of death Thanatos greets the common people's regal, the Supreme Lord Reserve Army. Thanatos said respectfully. What's the matter with you? Zhou Marshall looked at the other party's transparent black robe. My body of will soon dissipate between heaven and earth. Thanatos smiled. What the hell is going on? How did you end up like this? Zhou Marshall asked with a frown. Does your excellency, the common people's regal, know that the netherworld will betrayed the supreme will and joined the illusionist clan? Chapter 1490, God of Death Thanatos, 2. Thanatos asked. I do. Zhou Marshall nodded. This surprised Thanatos. However, he understood why when he thought about the other party's status as a reserve army of the Supreme Lord. I happened to discover the betrayal of the netherworld will. The netherworld will felt that I would leak the secret, so it summoned me over to kill me. Fortunately, as the master god tier of death, I'm naturally sensitive to death, especially my own death. I had foreseen my calamity a long time ago and knew that I would die in this calamity. I just didn't expect the existence design to be a top-notch willpower level existence. I can't resist even if I want to in the face of the netherworld will. I can't escape even if I want to. Thanatos sighed. He then went on to state. So after I predicted the calamity in my life, I forcibly separated a portion of my will in advance and stored it here. Until now, when I see you again. At this point, Thanatos smiled and sighed. Your Excellency is indeed the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army. Your luck is not inferior to a will-level existence. With the protection of your luck, my incomplete win was actually not discovered by the netherworld will and has survived until now. I should like to thank you for that alone. Then the reason why my god spirits can still be resurrected with your Excellency's ability is because. It's because I placed my intrinsic divine artifact, the Death Scepter, here. This intrinsic divine artifact is a Master God tier advanced grade divine artifact. It itself has the ability to revive the undead. Coupled with some rules and regulations I specially set up to revive the dead, this place has become a device that can help your gods revive. However, the faith divine crystals that should be given still have to be given every month. This intrinsic divine artifact of mine and the law of resurrection that I set require faith divine crystals to be used as a power source. Zhou Marshall nodded and looked at his transparent will body. Your Excellency doesn't look too good. Thanatos was speechless. He shook his head and smiled warmly. It's already an incomplete body of will. It's already very lucky for me to be able to survive until now. Perhaps in a day or two, my will completely fall. However, I'm the Master God tier of death. I've long seen through life and death. It's my fortune to be alive, but it's my fate to die. I've tried, but fate is like this. The world is indeed beautiful, but I can let go of them now. Zhou Marshall looked at the god of death Thanatos thoughtfully. This wasn't the first time he had met him. However, he felt that this Thanatos was very different from the previous Thanatos that he had met. He had a vague guess. This time, Thanatos was about to experience true life and death. Perhaps after experiencing this calamity, he had already seen through something and had a new understanding of life and death. That was why he gave off a different feeling from before. This Master God tier of death is not simple. Right at that moment, Bodhi Supreme's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. What do you mean? Zhou Marshall asked calmly. After this calamity, he is about to completely comprehend life and death. Give him some time. When he completely perfects his nomological laws and forms a complete supreme nomological great Dao, he might be able to advance to the postnatal regal realm and use this fate to advance to the supreme god level. But he doesn't have much time left. I'm afraid that before he completely comprehends life and death, his body of will won't be able to withstand the corrosion of time and will directly perish. Bodhi Supreme said. Can't a body of will exist forever? Why is his body of will so fragile? Zhou Marshall said in surprise. A complete body of will can naturally exist eternally, as long as the universe. However, he is not a complete body of will, but an incomplete body of will. The will is incomplete, as if a part of an ordinary person's soul has disappeared. At best, they will have no lack of memories, at worst, they will not live long. That's what happened in the Nados. Just as he said, he doesn't have much time left. It will only be for the next few days. Bodhi Supreme said. In other words, as long as he has enough time, he can be promoted to a supreme god. Zhou Marshall asked. Yes. Zhou Marshall thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. How long will it take for him to become a supreme god? He immediately asked secretly. 3 days. However, in this fellow's state, he can at most last 2 days. In 2 days, he will definitely die. Bodhi Supreme said with extreme certainty. Then, he seemed to guess something and said. Don't tell me you want to tell he about this and then give him a treasure to delay the survival of his will so that he can last until the day he advances to the Supreme God. Let me warn you first. The state of mind is extremely unstable. It's fine if you don't tell him. He might be able to maintain this state of mind steadily and even have a chance of breaking through. However, once you tell he and let he know that there's hope for him to live, he might destroy this state of mind in his joy. When that time comes, he won't be able to become a supreme god and you'll lose your treasures. You'll be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I see. Zhou Marshall replied secretly before his gaze landed on the Nados again. He thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Your Excellency the Nados, I have a treasure that can delay the dissipation of your will. Even though this can only delay the survival of your will for another day, it can be considered this Emperor's repayment to your Excellency for reviving the god spirits of our army during this period of time. Consider it your Emperor. How about sending your Excellency on your way? There's no need. How precious is a treasure that delays the survival of the will? There's no need to use it on a dying god like me. I appreciate your Excellency's kindness. The Nados shook his head. Your Excellency, please accept it. Otherwise, this Emperor will have regrets. Zhou Marshall shook his head. The Nados pondered for a few seconds before nodding. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Let me see the world for 1 more day. This treasure should be what Your Excellency wants, right? I'll also give it to Your Excellency. Please accept it. The Nados reached out and saw a crystal ball emitting black fog flying towards Zhou Marshall. Zhou Marshall raised his hand and took it. He realized that it was the only mythical tier Lord Talent Sphere. He took a closer look, it was the 10 sacred blessings Lord Talent Sphere of the God of Death, the Nados. This is exactly what this Emperor needs. Zhou Marshall said. As long as it's useful to His Majesty. The Nados smiled. Zhou Marshall nodded and said, this is the divine item this Emperor mentioned that can restore some of my willpower. I'll leave it to Your Excellency. Goodbye. Zhou Marshall smiled. Then, he took out a Master God tier advance grade treasure called the God Nurturing Root and handed it to the Nados. Then, he bade farewell and left this world of will. After Zhou Marshall left, the Nados looked at the floating Nurturing God Root in front of him and could not help but laugh. This common people's regal was really as he had said. He was someone who cared about the common people. Even if he was a deity that was about to fall, he was not stingy with bestowing treasures to show his benevolence. Bring me the faith divine crystals and I'll help you revive. This is just a fair deal. Where's the extra reward? However, since it's a gift from a good friend, there's no harm in trying it. It'll make me miss this beautiful world for another day. The Nados smiled, but his eyes were filled with nostalgia. Even though he had already seen through life and death, it was precisely because he had seen through life and death that he felt that this world was so beautiful. Perhaps the world in Tritus's eyes is what I see now. The Nados seemed to have understood something. Then, he smiled and swallowed the nurturing God root in front of him into his divine body. After swallowing it, his body of will quickly condensed. However, this condensation effect only allowed he to exist in this world for a day. However, even so, the Nados was already very satisfied. What a pleasant surprise! The blazing sun divine capital. At this moment, Zhou Marshall had already returned through the shadow world. He looked in the direction of the god of death temple and muttered to himself. I've given you your chance. If it works, everything will naturally be fine. If it doesn't, just treat it as this emperor really sending you off. After saying that, he returned to the reincarnation sacred palace to meet Zhou Zhou. Chapter 1491, The Last 10 Sacred Blessings Lord Talent. Easter egg. Zhou Zhou was feeling the lower limit of the human race's potential in the reincarnation sacred palace. Previously, the potential of the human race had already reached the epic tier advance grade. Moreover, they only needed 34 more new master gods to officially advance to the lower limit of the legendary tier elementary grade. Today, there were 392 new master god tiers. Even though there were only 176 new master god tiers among them, they far satisfied the need for the minimum potential of the human race to advance. As expected, I've already broken through. The lower limit of the human race's potential now is legendary tier intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou was very surprised when he sensed this. How was this the lower limit of the legendary potential? Under normal circumstances, with so many new master god tiers of their race, it was completely enough to raise their potential to the low-tier deity level. This was how the original spirit race, the chaos gods race, and the shepherd's god race were like. However, why was it still only the lower limit of the legendary potential when it came to the humans? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Zhou Zhou's mind. Soon, a look of realization flashed across his face. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He knew why. The reason why the 3 top-notch bloodline races could use more than 100 master gods of their own race to raise their potential to the level of a god spirit and promote themselves to a top-notch bloodline race was because the lower limit of their initial potential was very high. It was recorded in Zhou Zhou's original spirit race bloodline inheritance. The lowest potential of the oldest and most primitive spirit race members in the world had already reached the epic tier elementary grade. The most primitive clansmen of the Chaos Gods race and the Shepherd's God race had potential that had reached extraordinary tier advance grade. As for the humans, before Zhou Zhou came, the lower limit of their potential was Black Iron tier elementary grade. It could be said to be the lowest among all races. This was the reason why the human race was evaluated as a mid-low grade bloodline race by the myriad races. As for why they were not the lowest race, it was because some races' citizens could not even reach the lower limit of the Black Iron tier elementary grade's potential and could not become superhumans in their lives. The high potential starting point of the 3 top bloodline races also made them not need much Master God tier to advance to the God Spirit level. For example, the human race needed a total of 50 new Master God tiers to advance from the lower limit of the Epic tier advance grade to the lower limit of the Legendary tier elementary grade bloodline. However, the original spirit race might only need 20 or even less to advance to the lower limit of the legendary tier elementary grade. It was the same for the Chaos Gods race and Shepherd's God race. It was like a 100-meter race. Humans had to start from the beginning and run 100 meters to reach the finish line. In the end, they had to work themselves to death. As for the 3 top bloodline races, they stood at the 70 or even 80 meter mark from the beginning. They only needed to run the rest of the way to reach the finish line, and they were not very tired. This was the difference between the two sides. Zhou Zhou did feel a little uncomfortable at first after understanding this. No wonder it was so difficult for the lower limit of human potential to increase. His expression soon returned to calm. So what if it was difficult to improve? Hadn't he already forcefully raised the lower limit of human potential to the legendary level? Now, the lower limit of the human race's potential had been raised to the low-tier deity level elementary grade and they were only 2 steps away from becoming a top bloodline race. From legendary tier intermediate grade to legendary tier advanced grade. In the end, it advanced to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. This way, humans could become a top-notch bloodline race. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou sensed how many new Master God tiers of the human race were needed to raise the lower limit of the legendary potential to the lower limit of the legendary tier advanced grade. The lower limit of legendary level potential has been raised to 200 new Master God tiers. It's not much. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He had 142 new Master God tiers of the human race. Another 58 new Master God tiers of the human race could raise the potential of the human race to the legendary tier advanced grade. There's a high chance that we can achieve this condition tomorrow, he said to himself with a smile. At this moment, Zhou 11 walked over and told Zhou Zhou about Thanatos. When Zhou Zhou heard that, he clicked his tongue. Thanatos' luck is really bad. He actually discovered the secret of the netherworld will. No wonder he died silently. Besides, you're doing well. Perhaps we can bring a new Supreme God Helper to our Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Zhou 11 waved his hand and did not really care. Then, he threw out his right hand and saw the Lord Talent Sphere emitting black fog being thrown over by him and caught by Zhou Zhou. After Zhou Zhou received it, he took a look and absorbed it. He opened his eyes in no time. He opened his Lord Talent interface and saw that there was a new mythical tier, unique Lord Talent. He looked carefully. More talent information appeared. F10 Sacred Blessings Death Master God Tiers Protection by Thanatos. Specific Talent Effect 1 Supreme Blessing of Thanatos. The Death Master God Thanatos, one of the 10 chief gods under the Supreme Will, has performed Supreme Blessing on you and the combat type professionals under you. You and your combat type professionals would not die immediately in battle. Instead, you will continue to fight in the form of the dead until 24 hours later before their souls return to the netherworld. Specific Talent Effect 2 Resurrection. You will continue to survive in the form of the dead for 24 hours after you and your combat type professionals die in battle. During these 24 hours, if you or your subordinates kill the killer, you or your subordinates can absorb the life essence of the enemy to revive. Specific Talent Effect 3 Master God's Protection. The development process of your Lord's faction will not be hindered by other Master God level powerhouses. The Master God Terrans will secretly protect you and your Lord's faction, stopping or killing any Master God level powerhouses who dare to come and have malicious intentions. Specific Talent Effect 4 Guardian of the Divine Kingdom. When your Lord faction advances to beginner level Divine Kingdom Lord faction, the War God Terrans will automatically join your Lord faction and become a loyal worshipper of your Master God. However, you have to promise him that you will help him advance to the Supreme God realm in the future. Note, as the Master God of Death, Thanatos, has fallen, the specific talent effects 3 and 4 are no longer effective. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up after reading it. God of Death Thanatos 10 Sacred Blessings Lord Talent was not bad. He could actually continue fighting as an undead after death. Moreover, if he killed the person he killed during this period, he could even revive by absorbing the life essence of the person he killed. The most terrifying thing was that this innate ability actually did not have a death restriction. In other words, if he could use this talent well, he could use it to create a terrifying undead army. At this moment, another line of text appeared. Supreme Will Notification. Congratulations to Common People's Regal, Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army, for gathering all the 10 Sacred Blessings Lord Talents. You have obtained a Supreme Unique Lord Talent Protection of the Supreme Will. When Zhou Zhou saw the notification, his eyes lit up in excitement. One could actually trigger an Easter egg after gathering the Lord Talent of the 10 Sacred Blessings. Chapter 1492, Protection of the Supreme Will, Supreme Unique. Upgrade Territory. 1. Blessed by the Supreme Will. The Supreme Will is actually involved behind the collection of these 10 holy blessings. As expected of the 10 mythical tier Lord Talents I painstakingly collected. As expected, they didn't disappoint me. Zhou Zhou said happily. Then, with a thought, he opened the specific information of the 10 Sacred Blessings Lord Talent. Protection of the Supreme Will, Supreme Unique. Specific Talent Effect 1 Blessing of the Supreme Will. The Supreme Will lamented the difficulty of collecting the Lord Talents of the 10 Sacred Blessings. Therefore, it specially bestowed a special reward blessing to the Lord Talents of the 10 Sacred Blessings. You and the subjects under your command, every life form has a basic understanding of the Lord's laws. When comprehending the laws, it's easier to delve into the essence of the laws and comprehend the Supreme Lord's laws. Specific Talent Effect 2 Supreme Will. You and your subjects' willpower talent has reached the supreme level. Compared to other life forms, it's easier to raise your willpower realm to the will divine transformation realm. Specific Talent Effect 3, Supreme Heart. When you and your subjects advance to the Supreme God level, the probability of advancement will increase by 10%. When Zhou Zhou saw this Lord Talent, he could not help but hold his breath. Then, a burning passion appeared in his eyes. This protection of the Supreme Will was actually a Lord Talent that could help the subjects under him to comprehend the Lord's law and reduce the difficulty of advancing to Supreme God. This was simply too awesome. This was because most of his Lord talents were mythical tier. The maximum range he could affect was at the Master God tier. When the God spirits of Master God tier advance grade become Supreme Gods, most of his Lord talents would not be of much use to the Master God tier advance grade God spirits under him. With this Supreme Unique Lord talent, it would be much easier for the Master God tier advance grade God spirits under him to become Supreme Gods. Furthermore, the subjects under him would have an easier time comprehending the Lord's law in the future and become Khanate regals. God spirits also had a chance of comprehending the Lord's law and becoming acquired regals. Khanate regals and acquired regals would all have the basic qualifications to advance to the Supreme God realm. In other words, this Supreme Unique Lord talent alone would bring him countless Supreme God seeds in the future. The leaders of the 3 top bloodline races had racked their brains and even joined forces to deal with him. Apart from coveting his Supreme Lord Reserve Army, they weren't regals in the first place and wanted to use this method to obtain the opportunity to advance to the Supreme God level. The subjects under him would all have the chance to become Supreme Gods because of this Supreme Unique Lord talent. The original Master Gods would probably be filled with regret when they found out. If he had known that it was so simple, why would he have dealt with Zhou Zhou? Wouldn't he have just joined him? It turned out to be a total loss for him. There was one more thing. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as he was willing to release the information about this Lord talent, it was guaranteed that countless God spirits and ordinary life forms would crazily want to come to his kingdom and become his subject. That was a Supreme God after all. A God spirit that truly transcended the myriad worlds and was high and mighty. Who could resist the temptation of becoming a Supreme God? Furthermore, there were other Lord talents that increased the potential of the subject's talent in his kingdom, other than this Supreme Unique Lord talent. All of these could attract subjects and even God spirits from the outside world. Lastly, there might be 1 or 2 willpower level subordinates in the future if there were more Supreme Gods under him in the future. He had willpower level subordinates. Such a thing was unimaginable for most will level existences. And with Zhou Zhou having this Lord talent, it meant that there was a high chance that he would have willpower level subordinates in the future. This was even enough to make willpower level existences go crazy. This Lord talent is suitable for my current situation where I lack top-notch experts. Zhou Zhou thought in satisfaction. Right at that moment, Zhou 11, who was bored, asked. What do I do next? Zhou Zhou snapped back to his senses and closed the Lord talent information interface. He gestured at the mat beside him with his eyes and said. Cultivate with me. I've absorbed a little too much of the Supreme God's inheritance in the past 2 days. I can't comprehend it alone. Okay. Zhou 11 nodded and sat beside Zhou Zhou before entering the time world to cultivate. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he called Zheng Yuankai over and told he about the effect of the Supreme Unique Lord talent. As a member of the Supreme Lord Reserve Army, he no longer had to worry about the outside world knowing that he had many Lord talents. Therefore, Zheng Yuankai was not surprised when he heard that His Majesty had gained another Lord talent. However, what made he ecstatic was that His Majesty's Supreme Unique Lord talent was actually so astonishing. It could actually allow the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom to have a large number of Supreme God seeds in the future and allow Master God tier advance grade God spirits to advance to the Supreme God level more easily. Once such an effect was released, it was enough to make countless God spirits go crazy. You can use this as a foundation to spread the news to the outside world. Come to this Emperor's Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom to be a subject and worshipped God spirit. It will be easier for you to advance to the Supreme God level in the future. Zheng Yuankai heard Zhou Zhou say just as this thought appeared in Zheng Yuankai's mind. Chapter 1493, Protection of the Supreme Will, Supreme Unique. Upgrade Territory. 2. There's no need to talk about the specific effects of the talent. Just say that it's easier to advance to the Supreme God level. Many thoughts flashed through Zheng Yuankai's mind before he suddenly said respectfully. I understand. Zhou Zhou nodded. The reason why he did not release the specific effects of the Lord talent was very simple. It was because the effect of this Lord talent was too shocking. It was even enough to make willpower level forces covet it. Therefore, he had to keep a low profile. When he became the leader of a Supreme God level faction in the future or had willpower level subordinates, there would be no need to hide it anymore. That would be the time to rely on this Lord talent to develop wantonly. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou understood something else. No wonder every 10 sacred blessings Lord Talent required the possessor of the talent to help the 10 Master God tiers become supreme gods in the future. At that time, he was still thinking about what he would do if other 10 sacred blessings Lord Talent possessors were not like he, who had many supreme gods' divine inheritances. Now that he saw the supreme unique Lord Talent rewarded, he immediately understood. So the Supreme Will had already prepared the Lord Talent to help them advance to the Supreme God level. He only needed to collect all the Lord Talents of the 10 sacred blessings. Even though it was very difficult, once someone collected all of them, the rewards would be unimaginably high. After that, Zhang Yuankai did not talk much and immediately went to settle this matter. Zhou Marshal also returned not long after Zhang Yuankai left. Here you go. I continued to lead troops to expand my territory. He directly handed the 160 Chaos Divine Treasures to Zhou Zhou before turning to leave. Zhou Zhou smiled and looked at Zhou 11, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. He flew out of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace and arrived above Blazing Sun Divine Capital. He flipped his right hand and saw 200 Chaos Divine Treasures appear in his hand. Then, he silently chanted in upgrade the territory. The next second, with 200 Gai units of basic materials, 10,000 True God Tier Advance Grade Divine Crystals, 1 Capital Units Origin Crystal, 50 units of Chaos Divine Treasures, 200 units of Chaos Divine Treasures, and 10 True God Tier Advance Grade Territory Tokens disappeared. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your True God Tier Intermediate Grade World of Gods, Lord's Law, has successfully advanced to True God Tier Advance Grade World of Gods, Lord's Law. Your territory has successfully upgraded to a True God Tier Advance Grade territory. Your True God Tier Intermediate Grade All Methods Origin Array has been upgraded to True God Advance Grade All Methods Origin Array. Durability of Territory Stone Tablet increased to 1 capital unit/1 capital unit. Your territory has expanded to 500 billion kilometers x 500 billion kilometers x 10 million km. You have expelled all the fog monsters in the territory of the new territory. The Scarlet Fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, Mythical Tier Building Blueprint. Treasure Chest, True God Tier Advance Grade. Lord Talent Notification, your Scarlet Broodmother can be upgraded. Lord Talent Notification, your Mysterious Caravan has been upgraded. Lord Talent Notification, the strength of the clergy of your life arc has increased. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had finally advanced to a True God Tier Advance Grade territory. The highest level territory of all the Lord factions in the myriad worlds was only the territory of a True God Tier Advance Grade. Divine Kingdom Lord factions were at most high-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions. There were no higher-level Lord factions. Even though Supreme and Willpower level forces existed, they had relied on their strength to obtain the recognition of the outside world and become a Supreme or Willpower level faction recognized by the outside world. It was not that their divine kingdoms had reached the level of a Supreme God or a Will. This was because the Supreme Will was not above the Divine Kingdom Lord faction to create a higher level Lord faction. You're already at the peak of the infinite worlds. But I haven't become a Supreme Lord yet. Zhou Zhou said softly. Then, he was about to check the conditions for advancement to an advanced divine kingdom. However, at that moment, he suddenly thought of something. He took a deep breath and clicked on the next advancement requirement of the territory. He looked shocked because there really was one. Building upgrade, 200 Gai units of wood, 5,200 Gai units of thin sand, 200 Gai units of metal, 200 Gai units of stone, 1,000 Master God Tier Elementary Grade Divine Crystals, 10 Capital Units Origin Crystals, 500 Chaos Divine Treasures, 3 Ultimate Void Crystals, 10 Lower Master God Tier Regional Territories, 10 Lower Master God Tier Elementary Grade God Spirits, 20 million Racial Heroes. My territory can actually be upgraded to Master God Tier Elementary Grade. When did it start? Does this mean that everyone in the universe can advance, or am I the only one who can? Does this mean that everyone in the universe can advance, or am I the only one who can? Right at that moment, a line of text from the Supreme Will silently appeared in front of him. Supreme Will Notification, currently, only the Promotion Authority of Master God Tier territories and the Promotion Authority of Master God Tier countries are open to you. If you successfully advance, not only will you become the first territory owner to promote your territory to Master God Tier territories, but after you, the territory owners of other true God tier territories will also open this authority. There will be a chance to become the territory owner of Master God tier territories. From then on, there will be more and more territory owners of Master God tier territories. Supreme Will Notification, in other words, you will be the creator of the upper limit of all Master God tier territory lords. History will truly remember you because of this. Zhou Zhou's mouth fell open. He understood how important this matter was without needing the Supreme Will to explain. It was no exaggeration to say that if he really became the creator of the territory's upper limit, his reputation in the myriad worlds would reach an unprecedented terrifying height. When the time came, even if he wasn't a willpower level powerhouse, or even a reserve Supreme Lord, his prestige was enough to make he not inferior to a true willpower level powerhouse. Lord Supreme Will, why have you bestowed this honor upon me? Zhou Zhou was puzzled. The Supreme Will could do such things on its own. Supreme Will Notification, I don't need this. Supreme Will Notification, in addition, you are one of the future successors I chose. I have to put a few layers of halos on you and let the living beings of the myriad worlds truly respect you, admire you, and worship you. Supreme Will Notification, this way, you can successfully take over my supreme great cosmos in the future. Zhou Zhou was speechless after reading it. Do the other reserves get the same treatment I do? He asked curiously. Supreme Will Notification, yes, but they're all inferior to you. Zhou Zhou grinned when he heard that. Thank you for the gift, Lord Supreme Will. I will definitely advance to a Master God tier elementary grade territorial faction as soon as possible and let all the races know my name. Supreme Will Notification, Zhou Zhou did not say anything else. Then, his gaze landed on the promotion requirements again. Soon, he noticed the requirements for 500 units of Chaos Divine Treasures and 3 units of Ultimate Void Divine Crystals. 500 units of Chaos Divine Treasures might sound like a lot, but I still have 136 Chaos Divine Treasures in my possession. I should be able to gather the remaining Chaos Divine Treasures in 2 to 3 days. As for the Ultimate Void Crystal. Sounds familiar. After a few seconds of contemplation, Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of something. He saw he stretch out his right hand, and a hexagonal dark purple crystal appeared in his hand. As soon as the hexagonal purple crystal appeared, it began to emit a shocking purple light. Any space that was illuminated by the purple light began to distort and transform into the ultimate void environment. With a thought, Zhou Zhou extracted the power of the dark purple crystal and restored the surrounding space to normal. He looked at the dark purple crystal. A text notification appeared. Item name, Ultimate Void Crystal. Item level, Supreme Tier. Item effect, distorts everything in the surrounding space and transforms it into an ultimate void creation. One ultimate void crystal can degenerate 100 boundless universes into an ultimate void world. Item description, the ultimate void crystal is a supreme treasure born in the ultimate void environment. The Void Emperor placed it in the Void Base Star Core and used it to pollute and transform the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos. It's in the Base Star Core. Zhou Zhou was relieved to see this. As long as we know where it came from. Chapter 1494 Advanced Grade Divine Kingdom. Pet Dragon God of All Life. Zhou Zhou looked at the Ultimate Void Divine Crystals in his hand. This Ultimate Void Divine Crystals was naturally obtained from Chaos City's base star core. At first, Zhou Fei didn't pay much attention to it. He only thought that he was a pure pollutant, so he casually threw he into the number 1 treasure vault for collection. He did not expect this to be an important material that could be used to upgrade his territory. If one Void Base Star Core can produce 1 Ultimate Void Crystal, doesn't that mean that I can gather 2 more Ultimate Void Crystals, which is to conquer 2 Void Bases, and I can gather the conditions in this aspect? It's not hard. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. In that case, I've fulfilled most of the conditions to advance to the Master God tier elementary grade. Only the Chaos Divine Treasure and the Ultimate Void Crystal are not satisfied. Yet. In 3 days, I will definitely be able to upgrade my territory to Master God tier elementary grade territory. Zhou Zhou considered to himself. Then, he opened the requirements to upgrade the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom from an intermediate grade Divine Kingdom to an advanced grade Divine Kingdom. After the last upgrade, he had other things to do and had actually forgotten about this matter. Soon, the upgrade information appeared. Divine Kingdom name, Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. God Lord, Blazing Sun God Lord. Divine Kingdom Level, Intermediate Grade Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom Flag, All Stars Cover the Sun. Divine Kingdom Army, Blazing Sun Army, True God Tier Advance Grade, Monster Army, True God Tier Advance Grade, Dragon God Army, True God Tier Advance Grade, 10,000 Races Army, True God Tier Advance Grade, Heavenly Map Army, True God Tier Advance Grade, Homeland Defense Army, True God Tier Advance Grade. Requirements to advance to an Advance Grade Divine Kingdom, Territory Level to True God Advance Grade, Satisfied, Divine Capital Level to True God Tier, Satisfied, 1000 True God Advance Grade Divine Crystals, Satisfied, Conquer 10 Crimson Overlords Intermediate Grade Divine Kingdom, 10 tenths, Satisfied, Conquer 5 Intermediate Grade Divine Kingdoms that are not under the Crimson Overlord, Satisfied, Conquer 1 Advance Grade Divine Kingdom Lord Faction and possess its True God Advance Grade Divine Token, 1/1, Satisfied, 100 million Independent Regional Territories, 10,000 Race Heroes, Satisfied, 3 Race Divine Artifacts, Satisfied. They were all satisfied. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly, not very surprised. With his current strength and faction, it would be strange if he still did not meet the requirements for advancement. Now that I'm satisfied. Then let's just get promoted. He muttered to himself. Then, he chanted the advancement in his heart. The next second, a text notification appeared in front of him. Prompt: You have fulfilled all the conditions to advance to an advanced grade Divine Kingdom. Do you want to advance the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom to an advanced grade Divine Kingdom? Promotion. Zhou Zhou said. Prompt: You have one chance to change the location of God Capital. Do you want to change/reserve? Reserve. Prompt: Your choice has been confirmed. Prompt: Your Lord's Territory Intermediate Grade Divine Kingdom Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom is being upgraded. Prompt: Advancement successful. Congratulations, your Intermediate Grade Divine Kingdom Lord Territory Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. You have officially advanced to Advanced Grade Divine Kingdom Lord Territory Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Prompt: You can show the level of your Divine Kingdom territory on any channel. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He had finally advanced to Advanced Grade Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Now, he could be considered one of the top races and lords in the myriad worlds. Maybe we can get rid of the word one of. Right at that moment, a new text notification emerged in front of Zhou Zhou and resounded in the ears of all living beings in the myriad worlds. 10,000 Races Announcement. Congratulations to Lord of all Races Reserve Lord of the Blazing Sun for successfully upgrading your Divine Kingdom territory to an Intermediate Divine Kingdom territory. Reward: Lord of all Races Reserve Treasure Chest +1, Intermediate Divine Kingdom Treasure Chest +1. Reputation Rating +10,000. Mythical Reputation Rating +100. Nov. L. B/JNN. All Races Announcement. Congratulations to the Supreme Lord Reserve Army Lord of the Blazing Sun. All Races Announcement. Congratulations to the Supreme Lord Reserve Army Lord of the Blazing Sun. Zhou Zhou smiled. He accessed the Battle Channel of All Races and the Lords Channel of All Races. As expected, he realized that the Lords and God Spirits of the myriad races were discussing the promotion of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom to a high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction. The Myriad Spirit race congratulates the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army on becoming the Lord of an advanced grade Divine Kingdom. The Immortal Spirit race congratulates the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army on becoming the Lord of an advanced grade Divine Kingdom. The Descendant of the God Spirit race congratulates the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army on becoming the Lord of an advanced grade Divine Kingdom. Elemental race congratulates the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army on becoming the Lord of an advanced grade Divine Kingdom. Your Excellency Common People's Regal is indeed worthy of being the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army personally chosen by the Supreme Will. How long has it been and you've already raised your Divine Kingdom Lord faction to a high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction? From now on, Your Excellency, the Common People's Regal, can be considered the master of a top-notch Lord faction. Other than those supreme factions and willpower level factions, I want to see which Lord faction and race faction dares to pick on low-level Lord factions. It's just some gossip. When has the Supreme Lord ever bothered with them? That's true. Those who uttered these words are all clowns who can't be seen. What kind of situation is the Common People's Regal? They won't care about them at all. Your Excellency, Common People's Regal, has already been advanced to the lord of an advanced great empire. Your next goal should be to advance to an official supreme lord, right? I still think God King Heaven punishment is stronger. Chapter 1495 Advanced Grade Divine Kingdom. Pet Dragon God of All Life. The Lord of 10,000 Evils has guarded the ultimate void battlefield for so many years. He has contributed and worked even harder. The Supreme Will must have already set Lord of 10,000 Evils as the future Supreme Lord in his heart. Set in his heart? Do you know the heart of the Supreme Will? How do you know that the Supreme Will is sure that Lord of 10,000 Evils will become the Supreme Lord in the future? We, the Spring and Autumn Dharma Lords, have guarded the river of time for tens of thousands of years. If we wanted to be the Supreme Lords, then Lord of 10,000 Evils, the God King Heaven punishment, and that so-called common people's regal are nothing. All the lords of the myriad races were bragging about Zhou Zhou. As for the gods in the battle channel of the myriad races, they argued and even argued about who would become the Supreme Lord in the future because of the 4 Supreme Lord Reserve armies. Zhou Zhou watched with relish. The discussion of these god spirits revealed a lot of information. They believed that among the 4 Supreme Lord Reserve armies, Zhou Zhou, as the new Supreme Lord Reserve army, was the least likely to advance to become a Supreme Lord in the future because his strength and faction were the weakest. The Spring and Autumn Dharma Lord came second. This was because the Spring and Autumn Dharma Lord had not appeared in front of the life forms of the myriad worlds for a long time. The Spring and Autumn Dharma Lord did not participate in the few meetings summoned by the Supreme Lord. Instead, he focused on guarding the river of time. As time passed, the life forms of the myriad worlds almost forgot about this second reserve of the Supreme Lord, as if the other party had really been buried by the river of time. The call for Lord of 10,000 Evils to become a Supreme Lord in the future was the second highest among the god spirits in the battle channel of the myriad races. As the other party was the leader of the ultimate void battlefield and often interacted with the gods of the battle channel of the myriad races, Zhou Zhou was not surprised that he had so many supporters. The call for Lord of 10,000 Evils to become a Supreme Lord in the future was the second highest among the god spirits in the battle channel of the myriad races. As the other party was the leader of the ultimate void battlefield and often interacted with the gods of the battle channel of the myriad races, Zhou Zhou was not surprised that he had so many supporters. This Supreme Lord Reserve army was one of the 4 Supreme Lord Reserves. It was the most popular to become a Supreme Lord and had the most supporters. According to the gods of the 10,000 races combat channel, the God King Heaven punishment had already become a Supreme Willpower Realm expert a long time ago and was on par with other willpower level existences. He was the only willpower level existence in the reserve army of the 4 Supreme Lords. Nov. L. B //JNN. In addition, what he was doing now was to resist the invasion of the illusionary race together with the Supreme Will. Powerful. Then, he followed beside the Supreme Will and fought alongside the 10,000 races. He also knew many will-level existences. Among these will-level existences, there were definitely some will-level existences who were already his supporters. Coupled with the reason that the other Zhou Zhou and these god spirits might not know. It was no wonder that God King Heaven punishment had the highest number of voices and supporters among the god spirits. However, even though God King Heaven punishment was very famous, Zhou Zhou was not very worried. Even though the God King Heaven punishment indeed had the most supporters and was the strongest in strength and faction, since the Supreme Will did not choose the other party and continued to choose the 2nd, 3rd and the 4th Supreme Lord Reserve Army, it proved that he was at least a little dissatisfied with this successor. It was precisely because of this that the Supreme Will chose the other 3 Supreme Lord Reserve Army and let Zhou Zhou and the others compete with the God King Heaven punishment. Therefore, Zhou Zhou knew that even though he was the weakest in terms of strength and faction, he might have a chance to fight for the Supreme Lord position in the future. He stopped thinking about it. Zhou Zhou closed the Lord channel and the battle channel of the myriad races and began to check these rewards. The first was naturally the Supreme Lord Reserve Treasure Chest. After he opened the Supreme Lord Reserve Treasure Chest, he realized that there was a statue of the Dragon God inside. This statue was the size of a palm. Its divine body was muscular and its entire body was golden. It had 18 golden wings on its back and a dragon head. It had a dignified dragon appearance and a golden crown on its head. In addition, his tail was very long. The end was in the shape of a short golden blade, looking extremely sharp. What attracted Zhou Zhou's attention the most was that the scales on the surface of the Dragon God statue actually revealed mirror images of worlds. Zhou Zhou could even see the joy, anger, sorrow, and even life and death of the life forms inside these scale worlds. What kind of dragon statue is this? Zhou Zhou said in surprise. Right at that moment, a text notification appeared. Treasure name, Dragon God of All Life. Treasure grade, Special. Treasure effect, after the wool acknowledges the owner, the Dragon God of All Life will become the owner's pet and follow the owner for the rest of its life. Treasure introduction, the Dragon God of All Life is a dragon god from another world captured by the Supreme Will from the ultimate void. It has the power to travel through the myriad worlds and create all living beings. The Supreme Will originally wanted to recognize it as its master and make it its pet. However, the Dragon God of All Life would rather die than submit, so the Supreme Will could only give up. Later on, it was handed over to the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army Common People's Regal. Dragon God of All Life. This name suits my title as a regal. Zhou Zhou was surprised. He gazed at the statue and felt that this dragon god was fated with him. There must be an answer on a whim. Is this really my pet? He muttered to himself. At his level, he was already extremely clear about the division between fate and his life. This was fate. It's a gift from the heavens, something that can't be changed. For example, him being an earthling, his initial epic tier lord talent 100% drop rate. This was luck. Destiny probably referred to his choice and hard work. For example, he had never slacked off after obtaining a 100% drop rate. He had always demanded the highest standards of himself to grow to this point. Unlike some lords who clearly had the lord talent that could change the world, but was addicted to a moment of stability and joy. In the end, these lords had nothing. Their lives were not even as good as those lords who did not have the lord talent. This was life. Life and fate intertwined. The fate of the heavens and one's own life influenced each other, forming the fate of life forms. As Zhou Zhou looked at this statue of the Dragon God of All Life, he could sense that the other party's existence was entangled with his fate. And it was echoing in a good direction. At the considered of this, Zhou Zhou no longer hesitated. Since it was a good fate, it didn't matter if he was destined or his life. He just had to take it. Considering too much is just asking for trouble. He directly acknowledged him as its master. The next second, the Dragon God of All Life, who did not even care about its supreme will, trembled slightly. Then, it transformed into a golden stream of light that rushed into the starry sky of the Divine Kingdom. Rumble. The starry sky of the Divine Kingdom emitted a dignified roar. The next second, a divine dragon billions of light years long slowly manifested in the sky of the Divine Kingdom. He bowed his head slightly and looked at the tiny figure below. His eyes were filled with cold arrogance and indifference. Zhou Zhou smiled. He raised his right hand and gently grabbed at the starry sky. Lord Law Skill Myriad Methods Star Palm. Rib. The entire starry sky was like a piece of paper that had been ravaged wantonly, easily crushed into a ball. Before the Dragon God of All Life that spanned the starry sky could react, it was already held in Zhou Zhou's palm like a small worm. The entire Divine Kingdom fell into darkness and silence. Only Zhou Zhou was the only light. At this moment, Zhou Zhou looked at the Dragon God of All Life in his palm and inexplicably thought of the scene of Sun Wukong jumping up and down in Tathagata's palm in Chinese mythical tier. The two were exactly the same. Dragon God of All Life. Are you convinced? Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it and uttered with a smile. I'm convinced. The Dragon God of All Life held it in for a long time and uttered indignantly. Then from today onwards, you're this emperor's pet. Your name is too long. It's troublesome to talk about. I'll call you Little Dragon. Zhou Zhou uttered casually. Isn't Little Dragon a bit too hasty? The Dragon God of All Life's eyes widened. How about Little All? Zhou Zhou asked. Actually, Little Dragon sounds quite nice. The Dragon God of All Life was silent for a second before hurriedly saying. Zhou Zhou smiled. I don't believe I can't handle you. Then, he started to study the Dragon God of All Life's abilities. Chapter 1496, Master God Tier Treasure Book. Pet, Little Dragon. Race, Dragon God of All Life, Dragon God of the Other World, Supreme Dragon God. Growing stage, Adulthood. Strength level, Low level Master God Tier Elementary grade, changes with the strength of the Master God Tier. Skills, Common People's Dragon Might, ultimate dragon breath, common people's will, dragon language proficiency, Lord Law skill cross the heavens, Lord Law skill suppress luck, Lord Law skill seal evil demons, Lord Law skill all creatures submit, Lord Law skill world ascension, Lord Law skill amnesty for common people, Lord Law skill save, Lord Law skill immortality from common people's blessings, Lord Law skill fearlessness from common people's blessings, Lord Law skill heaven's will from common people's blessings, Lord Law skill blessing cultivation from common people's blessings, Lord Law skill loyalty from common people's blessings, Lord Law skill liveness from common people's blessings, Lord Law skill liveness from common people's blessings, potential changes with the owner's potential. Loyalty, dead loyal. Character, unruly, sympathetic to the common people, calm, like a king, knowing people well and utilizing them well, smart, kind, helpful, stubborn, brave, patient, confident, sincere. Pet description, a supreme dragon god from an unknown universe. It doesn't have any offensive ability, but in terms of support abilities, especially those related to all living beings, it can be considered the number one in the heavens. Even the Supreme Will has once been tempted. Unfortunately, the Supreme Will isn't the good master of the Dragon God of all life, so it hasn't been recognized by the Dragon God of all life. Zhou Zhou looked at the interface of the Dragon God of all life and clicked his tongue in wonder. As mentioned in the pet description, this Dragon God of all life indeed had nothing to show for its offensive abilities. Its most offensive ability was still a sealing ability that sealed demons. Its other abilities were all support-type abilities. Even though it did not have offensive abilities and many god spirits would not like it, as a lord, Zhou Zhou liked this kind of dragon god who was good at support abilities very much. This was because he was not lacking in dragon gods with strong offensive abilities, such as Nazario and the other legendary dragons. Zhou Zhou felt that it was more or less a waste of their offensive ability to keep these dragons with strong offensive abilities by his side as pets and mounts, so he sent them to the battlefield. The regal dragon had always stayed in the regal sage Dao sword and did not appear often. As a result, he didn't have any pets or mounts by his side. This was timely. With the dragon god of all life's support abilities, it could be placed beside him as his personal pet and mount. The reason why it could still be used as a mount was because his Lord Law skill transcend the heavens. The dragon god of all life could open a spatial passageway to the myriad worlds and instantly arrive at any world in the myriad worlds. Its speed was even much faster than the shadow world's teleportation. Teleportation to the shadow world required one to go to the shadow world first before teleporting through the warp gate of the shadow world after all. The dragon god of all life directly skipped this step and could directly reach any world in the myriad worlds. The only regret that Zhou Zhou had was that this transmigrator could not teleport a large number of soldiers and equipment. Otherwise, he would not need to teleport to the shadow world in the future and would directly use the dragon god of all life to carry out a cross-border war. Zhou Zhou gave it a thought and the dragon god of all life instantly turned into a golden stream of light and rushed into his boots, turning into the lifelike dragon god patterns on the surface of his boots. You sure know how to find a place. Zhou Zhou smiled gently. However, even though the dragon god of all life had already fused with him, Zhou Zhou did not intend to let he stay by his side. He cultivated in the reincarnation sacred palace every day after all. It was still too wasteful to keep the dragon god of all life by his side. It was better to leave it for Zhou Fight or Zhou Marshall and the others to use as mounts and pets. It would not be too late to bring this little fellow along when he went out personally one day. Then, Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the advanced grade Divine Kingdom treasure chest. He opened it and took a look. There was a golden talisman quietly placed inside. Zhou Zhou looked over. Treasure name, Master God Tier Treasure Book. Treasure grade, Master God Tier Advance Grade. Treasure effect, as long as any life form drips blood on this Master God Tier Treasure Book to recognize it as its master, they can obtain the strength and lifespan of the Master God Tier Advance Grade on the random nomological path. After undoing the recognition, they will recover their original strength and lifespan. Treasure description, a supreme treasure that can change one's fate. Even a weekend can rely on the Master God Tier Treasure Book to reach the heavens in a single step and become a clan protecting expert. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. Oh my god! Just this talisman could directly make an ordinary life form with no extraordinary tier power become a clan protecting expert who was a Master God Tier Advance Grade. Isn't this effect too heaven-defying? Master God Tier God spirits were nothing to the current Zhou Zhou. However, the key was that he could allow any life form to become a Master God tier without cultivation or the accumulation of time. For example, if Zhou Zhou had a relative and wanted this relative to accompany him for a long time, he could completely give this treasure scroll to the other party and make the other party acknowledge him as a Master God tier advanced grade God spirit. This way, the other party could exist in his life for a long time. The lifespan of a Master God tier advanced grade expert could be said to be unlimited after all. They could even live until the great cosmos was destroyed as long as nothing happened midway. At that time, it would be difficult for him to die. Give it to Grandpa. Zhou Zhou thought of his grandparents who were far away on Earth. Even though this talisman could be used as a reward for his subordinates, Zhou Zhou still wanted to leave it to his family. With a thought, the Master God tier treasure book in his hand disappeared and appeared in the hands of Zhou Zhou's clone on Earth. Zhou Zhou's clone would hand it to his grandfather and let him become a Master God tier God spirit. As for Grandma and the others he cherished, Zhou Zhou believed that there would be a chance in the future. Even without the Master God tier treasure book, Zhou Zhou could rely on all kinds of resources to push them to the true God tier level. The lifespan of a true God tier and a Master God tier was unlimited. The only difference was their strength. Then, his gaze landed on the 10,000 reputation rating talents and 100 mythical reputation rating talents before he retracted his gaze. In the past, he might have been excited by this reward. There was no fluctuation in his heart. Even if it was a mythical reputation rating, one mythical reputation rating was at most equivalent to a true God tier talent after all. Such talents could not be found everywhere in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, but at least they were not lacking. Of course, it was better than nothing. Then, with a thought, Zhou Zhou opened the promotion requirement panel for the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom to advance from an advanced grade Divine Kingdom to a Master God tier Kingdom. Chapter 1497, Requirements to advance to beginner grade Master God tier Lord Country. Upgrade the Gate of Summoning. Divine Kingdom Name, Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. God Lord Blazing Sun. Divine Kingdom Level, Beginner Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom Flag, All Stars Cover the Sun. Divine Kingdom Army, Blazing Sun Army, True God tier Advanced Grade, Monster Army, True God tier Advanced Grade, Dragon God Army, True God tier Advanced Grade, 10,000 Races Army, True God tier Advanced Grade, Heavenly Map Army, True God tier Advanced Grade, Homeland Defense Army, True God tier Elementary Grade. Requirements for advancing to Master God tier Elementary Grade. Territory level advances to Master God tier Elementary Grade, Capital Region level advances to Master God tier, 1000 Master God tier Elementary Grade Divine Crystals, conquer 10 high-level Divine Scarlet Empires under the Crimson Overlord, O/IO, conquer 5 high-level Divine Empires that are not under the Crimson Overlord, 0/5, conquer any 100 high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction and obtain its True God tier Elementary Grade. Divine Token, 0/100, 1 billion independent regional territories, 100,000 racial heroes, 100,000 God Spirit worshippers of your own race, 10 racial divine artifact of your own race, 10/10ths, 100 worshipped true God spirits of your own race, strength of the Lord yourself reaches Master God tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou carefully looked at this promotion requirement. Then, he muttered to himself, I've already satisfied the requirements of the Divine Capital Region, the number of territories in the Independent Divine Crystals Region, race heroes, worshipped God spirits, race divine artifacts, true God tier spirits, and my own strength. Only the rest is not fulfilled. Among these remaining conditions, conquering Divine Kingdom tier territories is the easiest. You don't have to worry about this. Then the only thing left is to upgrade the territory. I can upgrade the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom from a high-level Divine Kingdom to Master God tier Elementary Grade Lord Country as long as I can upgrade my territory to a low-level Master God tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. This was only a matter of time for him. Thinking of this, he stopped thinking and went to the Gate of Summoning. Then, he spent 200 Gaia units of basic materials and 1000 True God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals to upgrade the Gate of Summoning to the level of True God tier Advanced Grade. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been successfully upgraded to a True God tier Advanced Grade building. You can summon 50 million subjects every day. You will summon 1 million professionals every day. Prompt, under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 12, the number of subjects you can summon every day has reached 1,031,586,000. You will summon 1,013 professionals every day. Zhou Zhou nodded after reading it. A true God tier advanced grades gate of summoning could summon 85,965,500 subjects. After being buffed by the glory of the Pioneer 12, it directly increased by 12 times, becoming 1,031,586,000 people. With the heavenly summoning, these billion new subjects are at least extraordinary tier advanced grade subjects. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. Then, he glanced at the requirement to upgrade the gate of summoning. Construction upgrade: wood 100 Gai unit, sand 100 Gai unit, metal 100 Gai unit, stone 100 Gai unit, true God tier elementary grade divine crystals 1000, territory level upgraded to true God tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze. Then, he spent 4,000 capital units of basic materials, 10,000 advanced true God tier divine crystals, and 1 billion high-grade elemental gems to upgrade the original Dragon Abyss to God tier advanced grade. Building name: Original Dragon Abyss. Construction level: True God tier advanced grade. Construction effect: you can summon 6 billion white silver tier advanced grade pure-blooded dragons, 600 million yellow gold tier advanced grade pure-blooded dragons, 60 million white platinum tier intermediate grade pure-blooded dragons every day from the original Dragon Abyss. 6 true God tier elementary grade dragon gods will become subjects under the Lord and have a 12% chance of summoning legendary dragons. Note: when all the legendary dragons are summoned, the legendary dragons that can't be summoned again will be replaced by 1000 true God tier advanced grade dragon gods. Construction upgrade: wood 1 Gai unit, sand 1 Gai unit, metal 1 Gai unit, stone 1 Gai unit, 10,000 master God tier elementary grade divine crystals, 10 billion high-level elemental gemstones, territory upgraded to master God tier elementary grade country lord level faction, 50 master God tier lord God tier dragon tribe worshippers. Zhou Zhou looked at the effect of the building. The original Dragon Abyss of a true God tier advanced grade did not increase the recruitment effect by much. The greatest improvement was that the probability of recruiting legendary dragons increased from 30% to 50%. It's a 50% chance. Does this mean that I have a 50% chance of obtaining a legendary dragon every day? Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. This improvement was not bad. Every legendary dragon represented a master God tier advanced grade expert after all. Even the current Zhou Zhou would welcome such an expert to join his Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Then, his gaze landed on the notification at the back. There's actually such a notification. This kind of notification has never appeared before. Zhou Zhou stroked his chin. Then, a guess quickly appeared in his mind. This sudden notification was definitely not groundless. There must be a reason for its appearance. Don't tell me. There aren't many legendary dragons left. Is that why you gave me such a hint? Zhou Zhou thought about it and realized that it was really possible. A 50% chance of summoning a legendary dragon was already an extremely high probability. There weren't many legendary dragons to begin with. If he persisted in summoning them every day, it wouldn't be long before the legendary dragons among the dragons would definitely be summoned by him. Then it was not surprising that such a notification had appeared. Zhou Zhou shook his head and didn't care any more after understanding this. At least for the time being, legendary dragons wouldn't summon light, so he didn't need to worry about this for the time being. Then, he looked at the upgrade requirements of the original Dragon Abyss. He realized that the other conditions had been met. Only the Dragon Clan still lacked 8 Master Gods. In addition, the territory had yet to be upgraded to a Master God tier elementary grade. However, this was not a problem for the current Zhou Zhou. He just had to give those dragons with the strength of Master God tier advanced grade some Supreme God inheritances. He knew that he would not lack the Supreme God's inheritance in the future after coming to the ultimate void battlefield. As for his territory becoming Master God tier elementary grade territory, it was only a matter of time for Zhou Zhou. Then, he returned to the world of gods and sent someone to call Mu Gu, Zhang Fugui and Carol Moli over. A moment later, the 3 of them arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. "Greetings, Your Majesty," the 3 of them said respectfully. "Yes, as you can see, the territory has already been promoted to a true God tier advanced grade. Tell me about your respective advancements," Zhou Zhou said. Mu Gu was naturally the first to stand up. "Your Majesty, the Scarlet Broodmother that I'm currently in has been upgraded from True God Tier Intermediate Grade to True God Tier Advanced Grade. The number of Mist Mother evolved from the True God Tier Advanced Grade Scarlet Broodmother has increased from 10 million to 20 million. Each Mist Mother world can now nurture 50 billion fog monsters. 20 million Mist Mothers can nurture a total of 100 capital units fog monsters. In addition, the quality and efficiency of cultivating high-quality Scarlet Heirs has also increased. Currently, I can nurture 100 True God Tier Advanced Grade Scarlet God Spirits or 1000 True God Tier Elementary Grade Scarlet God Spirits in a day. I can also create 1,000,000 ordinary Scarlet God Spirits in a day. Mu Gu said respectfully. Chapter 1498, Lord Talent Improvements. When Zhou Zhou heard this, even though he was already mentally prepared, he still secretly clicked his tongue. Simply too ridiculous. That was a 100 capital units fog monster. Which meant, if he used all these Mist Mothers to nurture his soldier type, with the enhancement of Lord Talents and titles like Heavenly Fate de Huang, he would be able to obtain 200 capital units Supreme God Realm Soldier Recruitment Books, 200 capital units Supreme God Realm Soldier Class Change Certificate, 200 capital units Supreme Holy Mage God Recruitment Books, and 200 capital units Supreme Holy Mage God Class Change Certificate. Which meant, he could have an additional 800 capital units recruits in a day. He only had 1040 capital units soldiers under his command. The newly recruited soldiers on this day were almost catching up to his total military strength. In addition, in terms of nurturing the Scarlet God Spirit, Mu Gu's ability had grown even more ridiculously. Not to mention nurturing a True God Tier Scarlet God Spirit. For example, nurturing ordinary God Spirits below the True God Tier level could actually nurture 1,000,000 ordinary Scarlet God Spirits in a day. Was this still a God Spirit? Why did it feel like it was as easy as wholesale cabbages in Mu Gu's hands? However, Zhou Zhou still had the same idea. If he could not nurture God Spirits, he would nurture ordinary soldiers. Then, Zhou Zhou thought for a long time before saying, of your 10 million Mist Mothers, 5 million will be used to nurture the Chaos Ruler, and the other 5 million will be used to nurture the Primordial Holy Canon. Mu Gu subconsciously nodded. Then, he suddenly reacted and asked in confusion. Your Majesty, aren't you going to nurture the Withered Tree and the Iron-Eating Bear? I won't train it for the time being. The initial level of these two fog monsters is too low, and the spoils of war produced are too low. Even if they drop higher level items after their strength is increased by you, their quality is only average. It can be seen that their potential is limited, and there's not much point in nurturing them. Moreover, the Supreme God Realm Soldier and the Supreme Holy Mage God are already very strong. They don't need any other supplements for the time being. It won't be too late to find a more suitable replacement when the time comes. Zhou Zhou shook his head. I understand. Mu Gu nodded respectfully. He also felt that the quality of the spoils of war of the two monsters was not good enough. It would be a waste of his cultivation quota to leave them in his Scarlet Broodmother. However, His Majesty had never mentioned anything about changing them. As his subordinate, he didn't mention it much. Now that His Majesty had already mentioned it, he didn't have to say much. Then, he retreated. Seeing this, Zhang Fugui stepped forward. Reporting to Your Majesty. Now, the number of mysterious merchants has increased from 200 billion to 500 billion after our territory was promoted to True God Tier Advanced Grade. The number of carriages transporting goods has also increased to 500 billion. Among these 500 billion mysterious merchants, there are a total of 10 billion True God Tiers, 100 billion Ordinary God Spirits, and 390 billion Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Experts. Our treasure hunting ability has improved again. In the future, when we go out to do business, we should be able to bring back at least 500,000 God Tier treasures each time. In addition, as one of the core branches of the Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce, our daily salary has increased from 1,000 Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce points to 2,000 Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce points. He said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. He was once again amazed by the power of the mysterious caravan. Zhang Fugui left after saying that. Seeing this, Carol Molly stood up and said respectfully. Reporting to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, after the territory was upgraded to the True God Tier Advanced Grade, our life arc already has 5,000 trillion clergymen, 5,000 trillion priests, 5,000 trillion nuns, and 20 life paladins from the capital units. These clergymen are enough to complete the war treatment mission and the war resurrection mission for 2,000 capital units. Also, currently, there are already 500 million high-level God Spirit members in the Life Arc. Every one of them has mastered the resurrection spells, and they can resurrect the deities of our country alone. As for my strength, I'm still a Master God tier advance grade. I haven't improved yet. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The 2,000 capital units war healing mission and the war resurrection mission. This number matched the total number of troops under him. The improvement of the Life Arc this time was really just right. Of course. After recruiting 800 capital units recruits tomorrow, it would become insufficient. However, Zhou Zhou was not worried. He believed that it would not be long before he could upgrade his territory again and then upgrade the Life Arc. Then, he chatted with Mu Gu and them for a while longer about the arrangements for the future. After that, he let them return. Zhou Zhou entered the Reincarnation Sacred Palace and continued his cultivation. At the same time in the Ultimate Void battlefield, Zhou Zhou entered the Reincarnation Sacred Palace and continued his cultivation. Seeing this, Zhou Fight immediately led his army onto the Eternal Mothership and began to wait for Lord of 10,000 Evil's army. While waiting, Zhou Marshal also looked at his own army in front of him. After yesterday's insight defection and advancement in strength, the number of God spirits under he had already reached 1,228,739,887 low-tier deity level Ultimate Void God spirits, 553,429,893 mid-tier deity level Ultimate Void God spirits, 287,332,323 high-tier deity level Ultimate Void God spirits, 2,588,734 Ultimate Void True God tiers, 712 Ultimate Void Master God tiers, and 1 Grade 1 Ultimate Void Supreme God. Compared to when he first came to the Ultimate Void battleground, his strength had improved tremendously. Compared to when he first came to the Ultimate Void battleground, his strength had improved tremendously. At this thought, Zhou Marshal could not help but sigh that this Ultimate Void battlefield was really a good place to use the Son of Destiny. A moment later, a skeletal Supreme God cosmic battleship flew over from afar. Wherever the cosmic warship passed, even the surrounding Ultimate Void would tremble. Zhou Fight narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the Supreme God-level cosmic battleship. This should be the Demon Lord title that Lord of 10,000 Evils specially made for the Supreme God of Creation. It's said that this thing is one of the most precious treasures of the Lord of 10,000 Evils. Just the cost of making it is 1 billion military merits and more than 10 Supreme God mission medals. It's ridiculously expensive. However, its actual combat effect is also extraordinary. Just the firepower on this Demon Lord is comparable to that of a Grade 4 Supreme God. His defensive ability is not inferior to his offensive ability. Without more than 5 Supreme Gods joining forces to attack this Demon Lord, I'm afraid they won't even be able to break through its defenses. Zhou Fight was impressed and envious at the same time. When would he be able to own such a space battleship? In that case, his development and expansion speed would increase by at least 10 times. At this moment, the Demon Lord had already arrived in front of Zhou Fight's army. Chapter 1499, Legendary Dragon Azura Evil Dragon. A figure wearing black armor, a black helmet, and a black spear flew out of the Demon Lord after the Demon Lord stopped. A blood-red dragon flew in front of Zhou Fight. It was Lord of 10,000 Evils. Brother Common People's Regal. Have you been waiting long? Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled. We just got here too. Zhou Fight shook his head. That's good then. The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled. Then, he pointed at the Demon Lord behind he and said proudly. Brother Common People's Regal, I brought all that I have with me for the battle today. 10 billion God spirits. 100 million true God tiers. 10,000 Master God tiers. I've even brought 7 Supreme God tier powerhouses with me. This is already the majority of my troops. We must take down Savas City in today's battle. The reincarnation will frown slightly towards the end. The Lord of 10,000 Evils suddenly emitted an extremely oppressive and terrifying might. He had been in the Ultimate Void battleground for too long and had yearned for a satisfying victory for too long. Therefore, he didn't hide anything and went all out. When Zhou Fight heard this, he nodded seriously, also a little surprised. 7 supreme gods? These were even more supreme gods than yesterday. It seemed that this third reserve army of the Supreme Lord had indeed accumulated a lot of resources over the years. The 7 supreme gods were probably not his hard limit. Don't worry, brother Thousand Evils. Since I dared to come personally, I naturally have a certain degree of confidence in today's battle, Zhou Fight said. The Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded. He naturally believed the other party's words. At their level, there were definitely no reckless fellows. Let's go. The two of them did not talk much. Both parties flew towards Sava City following Zhou Fight's suggestion. Zhou Fight looked out from inside the Eternal Mothership, where the Lord of 10,000 Evils was riding on his blood-red dragon and roaming directly above the Demon Lord. His speed was actually not inferior at all, and he even seemed to be at ease. From the looks of it, if this blood-red dragon flew at full speed, it might even surpass the speed of the Demon Lord. Zhou Fight looked at the blood-red dragon and his expression gradually turned solemn. A legendary dragon. And it's a legendary dragon at the Supreme God level. I can't believe I just found out. He thought about it and flew out of the Eternal Mothership. Then, he saw the Dragon God of all life's patterns on his boots emit a faint golden light. In the next moment, a golden dragon shadow flew out of his boots and condensed the figure of the Dragon God of all life in the ultimate void. Zhou Fight flew up and stood on the Dragon God of all life's head, alongside Lord of 10,000 Evils. Lord of 10,000 Evils also noticed this unfamiliar dragon that had suddenly appeared beside him. After taking a few glances, his gaze focused slightly. This legendary dragon seemed to be a little special. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice sounded. Brother Demon Lord, you're in high spirits. There's a battleship that doesn't take the Dragon God and travels here alone. I just like being with Blood Cloud. Besides, Blood Cloud wants to fly for a while. Lord of 10,000 Evils shook his head and smiled. Then, he looked at the Dragon God of all life under Zhou Fight's feet and said with a smile, Brother All Life, didn't you also bring your combat companions out to travel like me? The little dragon is my new pet. It's also my first time bringing he out. Zhou Fight shook his head. Oh! The Lord of 10,000 Evils was a little surprised when he heard this. He looked at the Dragon God of all life for a few seconds and suddenly asked in his heart. Blood Cloud, what do you think of this legendary dragon companion of the common people's regal? Blood Cloud also secretly looked at his own clansman. He said in a deep voice after looking at him for a while. He isn't a legendary dragon. Not a legendary dragon. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was shocked when he heard this. He is an ordinary pure-blooded dragon who advanced to the level of Master God tier advance grade. As the main battle avatar, Zhou Fight usually maintained the strength of a Master God tier advance grade most of the time. As a pet that could grow up with its master, the Dragon God of all life's strength was now at the level of a Master God tier advance grade. If Zhou Fight used King at full power, his strength would increase to the level of a Grade 1 Supreme God, and the Dragon God of all life would also advance to the level of a Grade 1 Supreme God. However, at this moment, Lord of 10,000 Evils and the others naturally did not know this. Not really. In my perception, I can't even sense the bloodline connection between me and him. It's as if he isn't a dragon from the original Dragon Abyss. However, the dragon might emanating from he is indeed authentic. Furthermore, it's not inferior to us legendary dragons at all. Even. Blood Cloud hesitated for a moment but did not say what was on his mind. In his perception, the dragon might emitted by the other party was even slightly stronger than him. This meant that the other party's bloodline level was extremely high, even stronger than him, a legendary dragon. This was completely unbelievable to Blood Cloud. One had to know that he was a legendary dragon. Furthermore, he could be ranked in the top 10 among all legendary dragons. He felt that he could look down on all the legendary dragons after becoming a supreme god. Even if the yellow gold sacred dragon god or even the regal dragon appeared, he would not lower his proud head. It could be seen how confident he was in himself. However, in front of this unknown dragon, he actually felt his dragon might being suppressed by it. This was something that the extremely arrogant he was unwilling to admit. In addition, his master and the common people's regal were currently competitors. If he admitted that he might be weaker than the other party in terms of bloodline, wouldn't that increase the other party's morale and destroy his prestige? That was why he didn't say what was on his mind. Lord of 10,000 Evils also sensed that his battle partner seemed to have something else to say but didn't say it. However, he didn't ask further. At this moment, Brother Demon Lord, this legendary dragon looks very mighty. Zhou Fight asked. I wonder which legendary dragon it is. This was a very strange place. Zhou Zhou had many legendary dragon bloodlines, but he could not recognize who this legendary dragon was. That was why he could not help but ask. Blood Cloud is a legendary dragon, the Azura Evil Dragon. Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled. Azura Evil Dragon. Zhou Fight was stunned. Pieces of inherited memories immediately flashed through his mind. Then, he could not help but say in surprise. Didn't the Azura Evil Dragon die a long time ago? That's right. Back then, the Azura Evil Dragon led a group of dragons to challenge the Yellow Gold Sacred Dragon God in an attempt to obtain the position of clan leader. In the end, it was defeated and killed by the Yellow Gold Sacred Dragon God. This internal strife of the dragon race is known as the Evil Dragon Chaos. I happened to be a witness to this matter back then. At that time, I felt that I was destined to be bound to Azura Evil Dragon, so I found Azura Evil Dragon's corpse in the deepest part of the original Dragon Abyss and paid a certain price to ask Master God Tyr then Ados to revive Azura Evil Dragon. The Azura Evil Dragon recognized me as its master out of gratitude, and it has been my battle partner ever since. He and I have fought together in this ultimate void battleground and advanced to Supreme God together. We have already spent countless years together. Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled. He had a wistful expression on his face, as if he was recalling all the experiences he had with Azura Evil Dragon over the years. Chapter 1500, The Secret of the Ultimate Void. Competition? Zhou Fight nodded. He did not expect that there would be a follow-up to the Evil Dragon Rebellion. His memory inheritance didn't record this matter, so it could be seen that even this divine being of the Yellow Gold Sacred Dragon probably didn't know that Azura Evil Dragon hadn't truly died back then, and that it had even revived and become Lord of 10,000 Evil's third reserve combat partner. No wonder Azura Evil Dragon hadn't appeared after so many years. The dragons had thought that the Azura Evil Dragon was afraid of the Yellow Gold Sacred Dragon, but it turned out that the Azura Evil Dragon was still alive and well. Brother Common People's Regal, this combat partner of yours is also extraordinary. He doesn't even know my Azura Evil Dragon. Lord of 10,000 Evils was also very curious about the dragon god under Zhou Fight's feet. His divine name is the dragon god of all life. I named him Little Dragon. His background is indeed a little special. He is a treasure rewarded to me by the Supreme Will. He is not a dragon from the Supreme Great Cosmos or the Crimson Great Cosmos, but a dragon from the alternate universe in the Ultimate Void. Zhou Fight said. There was nothing to hide. Ordinary legendary dragons could sense the specialness of the dragon god of all life. It was better to say it directly instead of being secretive. They were both Supreme Lord Reserve armies, and it was just a pet. There was no need for them to feel bad over such a small matter. It was not related to the key treasure that the Supreme Lords were fighting for after all. It's actually a dragon from another world from the Ultimate Void. No wonder. The Lord of 10,000 Evils and Azura Evil Dragon both came to a sudden realization hearing Zhou Fight's explanation. As the leader of the Ultimate Void battleground, Lord of 10,000 Evils naturally knew that there were still great cosmoses like the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos in the Ultimate Void. There were even universes that were stronger than these two universes. Brother Common People's Regal, what good luck! The Supreme will actually rewarded you with the Dragon God of the Another World from the Ultimate Void. The Lord of 10,000 Evils congratulated. Brother Demon Lord, you've guarded the Ultimate Void battleground for many years. You should know the Ultimate Void very well, right? Can you tell me about it so that I can broaden my horizons? Zhou Fight asked. He was also very curious about the Ultimate Void. No problem, no problem. Brother Common People's Regal, you're welcome. Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded and said slowly, the Ultimate Void is a vast and boundless land that encompasses a large number of great cosmoses. It is an infinite territory that truly doesn't exist at the borders of regions. Because the Ultimate Void gave birth to a large number of multiverse civilizations, the Ultimate Void's world is also very exciting. However, the Ultimate Void is a very dangerous world after all. Only those who have reached the level of supreme willpower can travel freely in the Ultimate Void. Only those with strong willpower can protect themselves in the Ultimate Void. Unless there are more than 10 willpower transcendents attacking one willpower transcendent at the same time, there is basically no need to worry about encountering any danger. That was because the ultimate void has countless experts and treasures. There will occasionally be some experts and treasures that accidentally descend into some great universes in the ultimate void. To be honest, I've been guarding the ultimate void battleground for many years. I've also accidentally obtained many treasures from it. Even though most of the grades are average, the various functions are quite fancy. It's not bad to collect them. A small portion of those treasures are extremely helpful even to us. Brother Common People's Regal, you'll often be in the ultimate void battleground in the future. Why don't you take a stroll around this battlefield in your free time? Perhaps you'll have unexpected gains. I'll give it a try when I have time. Zhou Fight nodded. Then, he thought for a moment and suddenly asked. Are there any other universe civilizations in the ultimate void that are stronger than our Supreme Will and Crimson Overlord? I know what you're worried about, Brother Common People's Regal. The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled and shook his head. But you don't have to worry. Willpower is the end of all the civilizations in the great cosmos. The upper limit of the ultimate void is here. If I want to pursue a higher level, one have to break through reality and trace back to illusionary. I have to merge reality with illusionary and become an unknown realm. I can't say much. I'm only at Supreme God after all. I don't know much about things at that level. The Lord of 10,000 Evils shook his head, but his eyes revealed his desire. Who didn't want to reach the unknown realm that even the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord wanted? Zhou Fight was already deep in thought. This conversation with Lord of 10,000 Evils allowed him to obtain a lot of information that he didn't know before. Break through reality, trace back to illusionary, and complete the fusion of reality and illusionary. Was this the reason why the illusionist clan and the great cosmos had been at war? He thought for a moment and stopped thinking about it. That level was still too far away from him. He had just advanced to the Master God tier elementary grade. Even though his combat power was not inferior to that of a supreme god, there was no need for him to explore that unknown realm so early. He might only end up with endless worries if he wanted to obtain too much. Brother Common People's Regal. How about we compete in speed? The Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at the dragon god of all life under Zhou Fight's feet, and the competitive spirit in his heart suddenly rose. Between the dragon god of the other world and the local dragon god, which was stronger and faster. And while he was at it, he wanted to suppress this competitor's prestige. He broke the 1,000-year record and took back the first city in 1,000 years as soon as this Common People's Regal arrived. He obtained the first victory against the ultimate void race in 1,000 years. It was true that Lord of 10,000 Evils was happy, but it would definitely be a lie to say that he didn't have any ill feelings. Therefore, he only suggested this competition now, hoping to earn back some face for him. I can let Blood Cloud suppress its strength to the level of Master God tier advance grade. How about we have a little competition? Zhou Fight asked in surprise. Really? The little dragon is extremely adept at speed, so this isn't very fair to Azura Evil Dragon. The Lord of 10,000 Evils. The Azura Evil Dragon. It was red hot. One sentence was enough to make this god spirit and dragon feel warm. The Azura Evil Dragon was a grade 1 supreme god, and even though it was suppressing its strength, its foundation and experience alone were not something that the dragon god of all life could compare to. Yet, the dragon god of all life actually said that this was unfair to Azura Evil Dragon. The dragon god of the other world. Do you dare to compete? The Azura Evil Dragon spoke in a low voice for the first time. You'll lose. The dragon god of all life glanced at Azura Evil Dragon before speaking. The Azura Evil Dragon was enraged. However, he didn't dare to flare up since his master didn't say anything. When Zhou Fight saw this, he said. Let's compete since both our pets are willing. Just treat it as entertainment before the battle. Okay. The Lord of 10,000 Evils immediately replied. He secretly gritted his teeth. He didn't believe that this otherworldly dragon god could be faster than his blood cloud.